millions and millions of dollars.
And already has, yeah.
I guess it's all right to make.
Well, it won't fit in
change.
the RV since he's going to live.
Oh, that's it.
In a van down by the river.
Least surprising part of this, big snow globe guy. There were a lot of snow globes in that photo. He strikes me as a snow globe guy, Jim Harbaugh.
Huh. Never thought of it.
Yeah, there's a lot of snow globes, and they're displayed on, like a tiered shelf so you can see them all. I don't know.
But I was reading people were buying like his own like university apparel that was at the garage sale.
Yep.
New NFL series is coming to Netflix, and it's going to feature Lions Amon-Ra St. Brown. So the series is called Receiver. It's going to premiere in the summer of 2024, right after their first series, Quarterback. 8 episodes, 45 minutes long, along with St. Brown, Devontae Adams, Justin Jefferson, George Kittle, and Deebo Samuel will all be featured as well. So something you can look forward to.
I'm excited that it's Amon-Ra. I think people are going to really love him that don't know as much about him because of the work ethic. I think people are going to like the personality, the edge that he plays with. That's going to be really cool to watch.
I think it's going to be very entertaining. And for those of us in Detroit, we know the story. We know the draft story. We know the Pro Bowl story last year, the jugs machine, all of that stuff. But for the rest of the NFL or fans loving the NFL to see it.
One thing about it, this was recorded last year, right?
I would imagine so, yeah.
So like the quarterback, it's a year in the past.
Yeah.
But think about St. Brown's year that he had, including the catch to seal the playoff win. All of that's going to be behind the scenes in there, too. That's really awesome.
Sweet.
It's Heather with the news. Coming up next, our March Madness draft. We'll have 4 teams when it's all said and done. It's next, 97.1.
From upsets to buzzer beaters, nothing compares to college basketball in March. But sometimes, it's hard to believe, but you might be wrong. And you might be on the wrong end of those moments. So maybe you took Purdue to beat a 16 seed. Last year, wrong. Maybe it's this year, it's Rick Barnes, Tennessee. But, St. Pete steps up. You never know. But sometimes you just need that second chance. That's why FanDuel is giving everyone a no-sweat bet from now until March the 20th. It doesn't matter if you're new to FanDuel or you already have an account. You're going to get bonus bets back if your bet doesn't win. You can even use your no-sweat bet on a college basketball parlay. So download the FanDuel Sportsbook app if you don't already have it by going to FanDuel.com/Jansen. That's FanDuel.com/Jansen. And make every moment more with FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook. Must be 21 or over in present Michigan. Refund issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Max refund $5 unless otherwise specified. Restrictions do apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problems? Call 1-800-270-7117 for confidential help. Hey, picture season's coming up, obviously Memorial Day, as well as boating season, beach season, and you want to be in some of those pictures, but maybe right now you're not feeling like you want to be in the front row. If you want to lose some weight, contact Ideal You. You can reach them on the web at idealu.us. I did it a couple of years ago because I did the same thing. I saw a picture of myself and I thought, my God, I can't believe how heavy I had gotten. I've lost 60 pounds and I've been able to keep it off. You could lose 10 pounds in 10 days, 40 in 40 days, and it works. It works fast. I mentioned you can lose up to 40 pounds in 40 days. When you sign up, here's what you get. You're going to get a free body composition analysis. We all love to know where we start so we can set our goals. And it's $150 value free. You're going to find out what your body weight is, obviously, and then your bone mass, muscle mass, water weight, all of those measurements you're going to find out, and they're going to assign you a coach. You're going to put together a plan that works, and it's going to work fast. Lose up to 40 pounds in 40 days, and be happy taking those pictures again. Book your free consultation right now at idealu.us to get your body composition analysis, $150 value free. That's idealu.us.
What was the question Gov just asked?
What's worse, the air ball free throw by a Virginia basketball player last night? Now, it was on national television, and I've had a couple of those moments that have been nationally broadcast that can be embarrassing. And you can hide a little bit more when you're one of 11, but when the TV camera zooms in on you at the end of a play and says, "Hey, catch this one," there's no hiding. Or what's worse? Or is it golf? Describe the golf one.
All right. Well, first off, the classic one's the beer league softball.
Yeah, talking to the microphone.
Yeah, end of it.
This isn't the best setup here, by the way. That's another story. Yeah, beer league softball striking out like Rieger did about 10 years ago. That is just
the ball is basically on a tee, and I know that it technically is moving. It's a softball coming in on an arc. If you can't hit that in a couple of swings, that is very embarrassing.
I think it's embarrassing, but I think the free throw is you versus nobody. It's you standing there. I think the free throw is worse.
okay. And then in golf, we were debating, is it just whiffing, which I don't think it is. I think in golf it is, if you're a man and you don't get it past the ladies' tee, that's when you always get razzed on the golf course. I think actually making contact but not hitting it like on your typical golf course, which is about another 15 yards to the ladies' tees, they call that something that's politically incorrect. We can't call it that anymore. I think that's worse than whiffing in golf.
Yeah, because the whiff, you could like play it off, right? Like, yeah, I was, you readjust your feet, or you kind of do the, looking down the course, see where it went. Oh, it's still on the tee. You could play that one off, but I think airballing a free throw on national TV probably has to be top of the list.
Yeah. So Virginia proving we have too many teams in the tournament. An affront to the game of basketball. 14 first half points, 42 for the game. See ya.
Done.
You got more playing games tonight.
Yeah.
All right. John. Caleb Williams to Chicago feels like a foregone conclusion, right?
It's trending that way. Obviously, they've moved on from Justin Fields. We knew they were going to take a quarterback, most likely with that number 1 overall pick. And it feels like even though there's some Louis Riddick is a big proponent of some other quarterbacks, but almost everybody believes they're going to take Caleb Williams.
Pro days today. Bears will be there. They'll meet with them. The belief is they will take him, unless Robert Griffin III is right. Very loud, Robert Griffin III. Does he make a point? Do you think Caleb could actually do it?
Well, I'll even go this far. When was the last time the Bears have had a franchise quarterback? Somebody that they've developed and built the team around to be successful.
The best QB in Bears history is probably Jay Cutler, but they didn't draft Jay Cutler, right?
Jim McMahon won a Super Bowl.
Yeah,
kind of a one-off.
But there's a difference in like winning a Super Bowl and playing quarterback at a high level, right?
Well, one now leads to another sometimes.
Right, but like Trent Dilfer won a Super Bowl. We wouldn't consider that.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Yes.
Like,
Joe Flacco won a Super Bowl. Right. Yeah, I would think you're probably right. And so the point being that maybe he should pull an Eli Manning and say that I don't want to play for the San Diego Chargers. You could draft me, but you're going to have to trade me, which they did to the New York Football Giants. Now, to make this a little bit more complicated, there's some factors at play. I don't know if Caleb Williams decides to do that, but these were the words of his dad in a GQ magazine article at the beginning of the season, because there was there was some thought that maybe Caleb Williams would spend one more year in college, earn some NIL money, some of that Southern Cal lifestyle, and not enter the draft if he didn't like who was at the top of the draft. Here's his dad. The funky thing about the NFL draft process is he'd almost be better off not being drafted than being drafted first. The system is completely backwards. The way the system is constructed, you go to the worst possible situation, the worst possible team, the worst organization in the league because of their desire for parity gets the first pick. So it's a gift and a curse. He goes on to say, I've talked to Archie Manning. His career was shot because he went to a horrible organization. I've talked to Lincoln Riley and Kyler Murray, struggled because of where he was drafted. Baker Mayfield struggled mightily because of where he was drafted. The organizations matter. So the question is, does he think the organization matters with the Chicago Bears enough to say, you can draft me, but I'm not playing?
It would be the funniest thing ever if in Detroit, the Chicago Bears got bullied out of taking a QB that they threw all their eggs in the same basket. I don't think I would ever stop laughing. It might be the funniest thing in sports because if he did this, they would be forced to either trade the 2 or 3 or take a different quarterback. It would be hilarious. I don't think it's going to happen for a couple reasons. One, RG3 says you don't want to go somewhere where they're not going to develop you. The Chicago Bears weren't the worst team in football last year. They have that pick because Carolina was the worst team in football last year. They won 7 games. They're going to play a last place schedule. There will be good matchups for Caleb Williams. He'll throw to DJ Moore and Keenan Allen.
Hand the ball off to DeAndre Swift.
Well, okay, let's get carried away. They drafted a right tackle last year. Actually did a pretty decent job. And they traded for a pass rusher last year in Montez Sweat. They're not the worst team in football. The idea that this is like, oh, you're going to go to some desolate situation. I don't think the Bears are as bad as RG3 makes them out to be. And the alternative is, okay, let's say, you know what, the Bears are a poorly run team, so you know where you should go instead? Washington? The Commanders are the model franchise that you're going to bully your way to?
Well, that's where he's from. He can play for the hometown team. And it's new ownership. So if it had been the ownership that owned the team when I was there, you could certainly make that argument. What does new ownership, do? What does Magic Johnson do as part owner? Here's the other, I think, unique thing that I don't know if Caleb Williams is the guy to do this. I think he's really good, but I don't think he's a transcendent player. Let's just play this down the road just a little bit, and it is the worst team, whoever that might be. Maybe it's Carolina next year, and they're going to move on from Bryce Young. You've got a situation where college kids obviously get to pick where they go as freshmen. Well, I don't like that one, so as a sophomore, I'm going to transfer because I can make more money here, and I could go play for this coach here. Well, okay, that didn't work out. Now my numbers are good, but I'm going to go to a third place because the NCAA is going to allow basically unlimited transfers. Every year that you've played college football, you've been able to decide where you go, how much you're going to make, and who you're going to play for. Now, all of a sudden, you come out as the number 1 overall pick. You've had that control of your life, your decisions, your career, where you're playing, who you're playing for. And now, all of a sudden, you're going to let the NFL tell you you're going to go to the worst franchise, the worst run franchise, with the worst coach, with the worst roster. Eventually, there's going to be a player like an Eli, and I don't know that Eli Manning was that transcendent player. He pulled it at that time. We saw John Elway do this way back in the day. There is going to come a time where these kids, I'm going to go get off my lawn, because they have such control at the college level, they're going to say, I don't want the NFL to tell me where I have to go. I want to pick my team.
248-539-9797. Could he pull an Eli? Would you fault him if he did it? Thoughts on the Caleb Williams? I don't think this is going to happen, but we can discuss it.
There's another factor we have not yet discussed.
Okay, John, we'll do that next. How about that? It's 97.1.
Brought to you by Northville Lumber. The emotional roller coaster continues for the Red Wings and their fans as they came dangerously close to a debilitating loss at home. However, Lucas Raymond and Patrick Kane played hero to get the game tying and winning goals at the very end. 4-3 overtime victory. 2 points back in a wild card spot. They trailed last place Columbus 2-0 after the first period, and Newsy wasn't totally prepared to forgive it just because of the end result. Yeah, win is a win. They've got a huge one versus the Islanders coming up tomorrow night. Washington could take back that wild card spot if they beat the Maple Leafs tonight. New Lions guard Kevin Zeitler says that he's watched the Lions from afar. He knows that they love to run the ball and looks forward to meeting the standards set in Detroit as he replaces Jonah Jackson on the offensive line. His one-year deal was made official yesterday. Elsewhere in the league, one of the biggest NFL free agent weapons goes to the Jets. Wide receiver Mike Williams signs on with Aaron Rodgers after being dumped by the Chargers. He'll make $15 million for one season in New York. And in college, Clemson filing suit against the ACC for exorbitant exit fees as they look for a way out. Florida State also sued the conference back in December as their two main powers try to leave. From the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Chris Villar. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket and Odyssey.com.
We got a baseball game on in the studio right now, and it's not a spring training game. It's a game that actually counts.
Real live baseball.
Dodgers, Padres. Meanwhile, you look outside, and that is snow on the ground.
Well, it's almost opening day here in Detroit. We got a couple of weeks before they actually open up at home, but why not have the snow globe again?
Sure. We're going to talk baseball at 9:35, a Baez question, and a couple Tigers notes to hit on as spring training starts to wind down. John, you said there was one other factor with the Caleb Williams thing. What is it?
Well, Deion Sanders brought this one up. We always love Deion. We don't have the audio, but I'm going to read you some of the other factor that we've talked about here in Detroit, and this is Deion here. He says, let me tell you something that I have a problem with, and this kid can flat out play. I think he's the best one on the board this year for sure. Talking about Caleb Williams, a kid that's coming from California for the last couple years, right? Mm-hmm. And went to Oklahoma. That's not terribly cold. Chicago's cold, man. He's going full Dan Campbell on there.
Man.
You got to think about that kind of stuff when you're taking a young man. Let's see when you take a guy from Ohio State and you bring him to Chicago. Okay, I could understand that. But from California to Chicago, not only that, they added what? 1 or 2 more games in the NFL? 17 games. Come on, man. You got to factor in that stuff. That stuff matters. Talking about a cold weather quarterback. He was in Oklahoma. It doesn't get too cold there. Not too many cold games, especially since the season ends at the beginning of December. And then California. Obviously, it's never cold there. And even in bowl games, like he never played in a cold weather situation. Even growing up in the D.C. area. Obviously, I played there for a decade, and I can't even remember. There was a couple of rain games, but nothing cold during the NFL season.
Okay, so put it all together. The weather, the fact that the Bears have never developed a quarterback.
Defensive-minded head coach.
Do you actually think this is in play? The comments from his father before the year, do you actually think this is in play?
Not this year.
Well, because you don't think
I do think it eventually will be, but not this year.
Because of the attitudes of the college athletes that will eventually make their way to the pros. But you don't love Caleb as you don't love his mentality overall, right? So this wouldn't surprise you, I wouldn't think.
Well, I don't think he'll pass up the opportunity to be drafted number 1 overall, jump into his mommy's lap, shed a few tears, pat his cat on the way up to the booth to meet Roger Goodell. I say that all somewhat jokingly, somewhat not, but I'm not sold that Caleb Williams is the best quarterback of this draft. And, I mean, you just look at the history. Look at the 2021 draft. Now, number 1 quarterback overall, Trevor Lawrence. All right, he has played well, but it hasn't been lights out. All the other 4 quarterbacks that were drafted in the first round, by the time the season starts, will be on a different team. So there's no sure hit in the NFL. And there are some, along with, and I already mentioned it, some of the talking heads that think Jaden Daniels may be the most ready quarterback. He's a little bit older, played in a couple of systems, was at Arizona State with Herm, so he understands maybe a little bit more of an NFL-style system, but there's questions about his size. He's a little bit of a slight frame.
And he does take some hits.
Caleb Williams is a mobile quarterback and extended a lot of plays. And in the college game, you can do that without risking your life. In the NFL, every time you get outside the pocket, you're going to risk your life. And I don't think necessarily – I was big on Drake May up until this season. Drake May is going to be a top 5 pick. I don't think he is in play, especially since he's coming from North Carolina. They probably have a Mitch Trubisky hangover. And JJ's not a number 1 overall pick. Even though some have mocked him in the top 5, I really think it's going to be between Caleb Williams and Jaden Daniels. But I think Caleb Williams probably is that guy. And if you're factoring in cold weather, like it's not cold in Arizona, it's not cold down at LSU. So Jaden Daniels would be facing that same issue.
As much as I would like this to get messy for the Bears, because hey, they're the Bears.
Yeah,
they're in the division. It would get messy on a stage. In downtown Detroit,
it would be
where they
epic.
would be humiliated. As much as I would like it to get messy, I think this is going to go chalk. I think Caleb Williams is going to be selected first overall to the Chicago Bears, who are not the worst team in football, who are coming off a 7-win season, who have a couple playmakers at receiver, and it won't be, without bumps along the way. A rookie quarterback in the NFL, it's not going to be easy, but I think right away he's going to be a problem. He's going to be a problem. And I welcome the challenge because, guys, here's the difference. There used to be Brett Favre. There used to be Aaron Rodgers. And we would shake our fists in the air and go, oh, but they've got us. The Lions are a good football team. Mm-hmm. The Lions shouldn't fear Caleb Williams. They shouldn't fear whoever the Vikings end up drafting. I'm not afraid of Caleb. I say bring it on. But I'm not going to do the thing where I pretend that he's not very good or that he's not going to be in Chicago. He'll be here. Let's lock horns, mano a mano, toe-to-toe. I'll take the Lions, and Brad Holmes drafted a complete football team over Caleb Williams on the other side. Bring it on.
Do you think the cold weather thing
is a thing?
Is a thing?
I hadn't thought about it until I read the Dion quote.
We talked about it last year when the schedule came out with Jared Goff, and some of it was we tongue-in-cheek with the tiny hands, but he has struggled to play in some cold weather situations. And when the schedule came out last year, the only cold weather game was going to be in Chicago. And that was one of his worst performers. All the other ones were either warm weather or domed.
Hand size. Caleb's 9 3/4. Is that problematic? Because that's what everybody says, and maybe it's an oversimplification, but people really put the hand size on playing in the elements because gripping the ball, colder weather, maybe wet weather, play outdoors, things can happen. The ability to keep a hand on the football, to be able to deliver the ball without having any kind of slip and, the ball got out of his hand and now it's an interception or a fumble. Hand size is what a lot of people use to make that judgment of whether or not a guy's going to be an outdoor quarterback or not. Because, John, you tell me on game day, like there's tricks to make it so you don't feel as cold as the actual temperature indicates. To me, it's more about, can you grip the ball? Yeah,
and so just in comparison, in regards to Jared Goff and the joke that we have about his hand size, his was a 9.
Right, 9 is on the low end.
Yeah, 9 is on the low. It's an 8th percentile, in case anybody cares about the percentile. Caleb Williams, you said 9 3/4?
Yeah, so slightly, I don't know, about average?
Yes. I don't know. Yeah.
I just realized where this is going. Who said it? Can't wait for that on Friday.
Yeah.
Is it average? What do you think, John? 9?
Yeah,
9
I
good?
mean 3/4 of an inch.
Yeah, right.
3/4 of an inch. Does it make that big of a difference?
What about the grip? I mean, that's what we're talking about today. How did neither of us catch that until we got too far down that rabbit hole? We're sitting there like, oh, okay.
It's cold.
Yeah, you get some.
It might be 9 3/4 at the beginning of the game. At the end of the game, it might be 9.
Okay, thank you, John. Thank you. All right. Couple ticket texts.
Yeah, we walked into that
one.
one.
We were being adults, too. We didn't even realize.
Yes.
For as much as
This is why I don't like being an adult.
I'm proud of you, though, because you are the
I
one
did
I
keep
would
a
have
straight
suspected.
face for a long time.
It's Gov who walked in here with the ticket text and he made a
Oh,
face.
you're going to put it on Cuff now?
He made a face, and then you made a face, and then it became weird. Here are texts that are just about football and not anything else. Ticket texter says, if Caleb wants to be a transformational player, go to a bad team, make it better, make a name for yourself. That's Ryan. Talk about the psyche and whether a guy would want to be number one or whether you want to be traded out of the pick to go to a better situation. Texter says, I wouldn't draft him anyway. He's not that good. Matter of fact, if his father's still acting a fool, I could see him not going number one. He is going to go number one. And those comments from his dad are back to before
his last year at USC. They were back in August and September.
Texter says, weather stuff is dumb. Mahomes played in the state of Texas his whole life. He does just fine in cold games in Kansas City. Obviously, Mahomes is the best, but if Caleb wants to be a legend, he will have to do the same. That's from Perch in Chesterfield. People have made the comparisons with their games. The out of structure, creativity. I think polls, the Bears GM compared them to artists, not surgeons. Some quarterbacks are surgeons, right? Peyton Manning was a surgeon. Precise, timing, steady hand. Caleb, artist. Got the paintbrush out, splatter everywhere, but the point is he's going to make a bunch of plays.
All right, and I'm going to try and put my adult hat on right now when we're talking about, and it always becomes an issue around the combine because that's when the hand size measurement is broadcast. It's when they do it. We talked about Kenny Pickett a couple of years ago and the size of his hands. Jared Goff was a 9. Caleb Williams, you mentioned, was at 9 3/4. Mm-hmm. Patrick Mahomes, who we can all agree is the best quarterback in the NFL right now, 9 1/4.
Okay.
And he does just fine in cold weather. It's, to me, that's more of a mentality. And if Caleb Williams wants to come in and be a transcendent player, something like the thermometer is not going to throw him off. Is it a factor? Sure. As you mentioned, there's ways to keep your hands warm. We always see the quarterbacks always have their hands in the warming pocket. They're muff. And so it's an opportunity.
I don't believe that you're not trying to make that weird.
Well, I was trying not to say it, but that's what it's called.
Did it. I know.
It's the way I said it. I know. It's not what you say, it's how you say it. Thanks, Mom. But there are ways to keep your hands warm so that, and they're always shuffling the ball in and out. The ball is in a warmer when it's on the sidelines. And so I don't think the size of your hand or the temperature is as big of a factor if you are a player that is mentally tough. It's a mental issue more than it is, a physical issue.
Ticket text. This won't be a factor once the Bears build their domed stadium. Another factor. And then this one says, for as much as John talks about bad quarterback classes, this year could be like the 2020 crop. Burrow, Tua, Herbert, Love, and Jalen Hurts. That's from Jay in Warren.
That's the wild card that is drafting a quarterback. And we talk about J.J. McCarthy. And Patrick Mahomes was the second quarterback taken. Behind who?
Mitch Trubisky.
And so, I mean, if Chicago could go back and do that one over, we know that they would take Patrick Mahomes. Now, some of it comes down to coaching, some comes to the players and weapons around them, but it is always a roll of the dice, no matter who you're taking, but it's highlighted because you're taking a quarterback, a guy that's supposed to reset your franchise.
248-539-9797. 9:35, a Javy Baez question, some Tiger spring training thoughts. Coming up next. Am I being too dramatic about last night? It's 97.1.
Hey, if you've been finding yourself wearing a hat more and more often or turning off your camera on a Zoom call, it's time to deal with your hair loss. And it's time to talk to the guy who wrote the book on it, literally. That's Dr. Berkowitz at Michigan Hair Restoration. He's Michigan's #1 hair restoration specialist. And Dr. B can restore your hair and your confidence, just like he's done for thousands of guys over the years. And you can go online and read all kinds of reviews from his patients who recommend Dr. B. And they all talk about how much younger and more confident they feel after the procedure, and that they just couldn't be happier with the results. Many even saying it's the best decision and investment they've ever made. Michigan Hair Restoration has so many more options as well than just hair transplants. There's lots of natural remedies Dr. B will talk to you about as well. And he has treatment plans that fit almost every budget. Now, right now, they've got a special you can't miss. Call and book your consultation, speak to Maria, and mention 97.1, and you're going to get a complimentary natural hair remedy treatment valued at $1,000 at your consultation. That's your gift from Dr. B. And you guys, he's never offered this before, so call today. Download Dr. B's Ultimate Guide to Hair Loss and Restoration at MichiganHairRestoration.com.
When it comes to an IRS collection or audit, you need a law firm that specializes in the resolution of all types of tax problems. And when dealing with the world's largest civil law enforcement agency, your case can take a lot of twists and turns. Your first call should be to an experienced law firm like Abraham and Rose. They're prepared to advocate on your behalf. You need someone on your side, no matter if it's civil or criminal or even the Michigan Department of Treasury, whether personal income tax or business payroll taxes. You will need a real team of local lawyers, not some tax organization with a random individual that you're never going to meet. Visit abrahamandrose.com today or call 248-539-5040 so you never personally have to deal with the IRS.
Love it.
Yeah, I heard. Did I hear a woo in there?
There was a woo in there, John.
A woo. We got a woo.
A woo from Ken Cal. It was that kind of night. I mean, it felt like an emotional roller coaster. Fans were booing that hockey team last night after the first period, and rightfully so. Then at the third period, they're willing the team, chanting, "Let's go Red Wings." The team's playing desperate. Final 7-8 minutes of that third period. That desperation we've been begging for,
yeah.
John. Begging. Show me this team has a sense of urgency that they know what's at stake. And they did. And they won. And I'm being a bit dramatic, but I feel like they saved the season last night. Lucas Raymond's goal in the third period saved the season.
They're 2 games ahead of the Washington Capitals, who right now are just below the cut line, behind the Red Wings with 75 points. Red Wings have 76. The Islanders, who they play Thursday night, have 73. So they got a 3-point advantage, but they've got 1 game in hand on the Islanders. And you're looking at it going, did it save the season? Sure, they're still above the cut line. They're still in the mix. I think more importantly, it saved their chances because they got a tough string, 5 road games that are going to be very difficult. They have not made life easy for themselves over the past 10 games. They've dug themselves a little bit of a hole, but they've been able to keep their head above water. You could say, yeah, maybe to this point, it saved the season. We'll find out what happens in the remaining 13 games, but it certainly saved their chances of getting into the playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, my question to people is, am I being too dramatic if I say last night saved the season? And I would just give you the context that Mo Sider before the game said, this is a test of our character. This is a character question for how we play, or are we going to let this get away from us? And through the first period, outshot 20-6, down 2-0. They went 10 minutes with 1 shot on net to start the game. It felt like, yes, they were going to let this season get away from them. Lalonde was flabbergasted. We've played the audio this morning. Flabbergasted at the effort in the first. Well, he lost his job if they didn't start finding ways to win hockey games. You can't be in a playoff chase and go 1 of 9 and expect your seat to stay nice and cool. There's steam coming up from his spot on the bench. It felt like there was a lot on the line yesterday. It's Columbus. It's the worst team in the East. Your captain is not yet back, but is close. Can you muster something? And can your stars lead you? Raymond, Kane, Sider. Yes, yes, yes.
So the question is, can that carry over? Is this something that they can take the next step on? Because if you're talking about character check, well, okay, you start off this streak, a loss to the Islanders. You can accept that. They're in the race just like you are. Florida, really good team. At Colorado, really good team. At Arizona.
Unacceptable.
At Buffalo.
Unacceptable.
Arizona at home.
More unacceptable.
All right, so where was the character check in the 3rd, the 4th, the 5th, the 6th game? And better late than never.
Right.
Don't get me wrong. Better late than never. And are they able to capitalize on this moment?
Well, they're in right now. They're going to play the Capitals twice before the season's over.
Check that box.
They are right in it. And they have to play hockey like they did. They've won 2 of their last 3 games. The Pittsburgh game in the middle is unacceptable. And that team is still there, and that terrifies me. But if the team that played in the third period is there, they woke up, and Thursday is going to be such a big night to test that, right? Whether Larkin's back or not, but especially if he's back, this whole stretch started with a loss to the Islanders. Full circle moment. We can't do teeter-totter, win-loss, win-loss, win-loss. You just won. String together another win. Do it against the Islanders. Show me that the desperation from the third period starts the game on Thursday. That's the hockey team that's there when the puck is dropped in the first period. They do that, you're going to get people back in.
Well, yeah, and they kind of have to do that because they get the Islanders at home, a team that they can create a little separation with. They're up 3, they can go up 5. And then it's that 5-game stretch at Nashville, Washington, Carolina, Florida, Tampa Bay. All of those at. That's a tough run. But they dug themselves a hole. Now they got to find a way to stay above that cut line and dig themselves out of it.
Let's get to Heather with the news. Heather, what's up?
Well, construction at the zoo has started. There's going to be some new improvements going on, a new restaurant and beer garden. The construction has started on those. Both of those are going to be located towards the back of the zoo. They're going to open, scheduled to open anyway, this spring. So if you go, you're going to see that. The zoo is also undergoing significant improvements to update existing habitats, and they're adding a new immersive experience, which they haven't given a lot of details about, but it says it will connect guests to the natural world like never before. So that's going to be new too. And a spokesperson says, yes, obviously the temporary construction is an inconvenience, but just know that these improvements are going to be tremendous. So
cool.
Exciting to see. I love the zoo. Oh, after a drive-by shooting near Houston claimed the life of an 18-year-old, this 18-year-old who was a high school senior, local football standout, a kind gesture was made. Philadelphia Eagles quarterback Jalen Hurts stepped up to cover the funeral expenses. So the funeral took place on March 16th and drew a ton of people, right? Like there was family, friends, pastors, teammates, local authorities. And then he also did a little video message himself that was presented at the funeral too. Just a nice gesture.
We have so many stories where, it's this guy got arrested for this, or it was a domestic issue, or whatever it is, to finally have one like this. Mm-hmm. And from a class act that Jalen Hurts, you can say whatever you want about the Philadelphia Eagles or Alabama or Oklahoma, but this is a good dude. Yeah,
sounds like it for sure. Travis Kelce might already be planning for his future, and I'm not talking about his future with Taylor Swift. I'm talking about...
No ring yet?
No, I don't know about that. Maybe he's got it just like, he's waiting for the right moment.
Waiting for the right moment. Yeah. Waiting for the tour to be over.
Yeah, exactly.
A little time together.
Could be. Anyway, not that. This is his, his career. He's apparently in talks to become a game show host in the near future. And according to a report, his reps are saying they're working to hammer out this deal that would make him the face of Are You Smarter Than a Fifth Grader?
Does he have to pass that test first?
He does not. He just has to be able to host the show.
Okay.
It doesn't sound like he'll actually appear on it, but they do say the new version of the show will have celebrity contestants, which could be cool too.
He's done well on Saturday Night Live.
Yep.
And in interviews, everything that he's done, you could tell that he's quick on his feet, has a quick wit. I think he'll do good. It'll be entertaining.
A lot of people like him. He's got a big following too,
sure.
So bring attention.
Swifties.
Yeah.
Super relevant. Yep.
I think it'd be good. They do say it's going to be a little hard because he is still playing football, right? So they'd have to work out scheduling and things like that.
They should plan ahead too, because if he does change his name to Mr. Swift, they may have to change some of the branding.
They would. I highly doubt he's going to do that, but you never know.
Travis
kind of already has, right?
Yes.
Without actually doing it.
Sure.
So if you think you're having a bad day at work, listen to this because it doesn't compare. There's a real estate agent in Australia that accidentally burned a multi-million-dollar property to the ground while she was preparing to host an open house. Oh my gosh.
How'd she do it?
The house had renters at the time. So when she got there, she needed to tidy up a little bit to make sure it was presentable. And there was like some blankets hanging around somewhere that didn't look nice. So she took them and she put them on a shelf near a lamp. Uh-oh. And apparently she turned on the light and it got somehow too hot. That lamp burned the blankets, which then started a massive fire.
Those wonderful, beautiful incandescent bulbs. Gosh,
and burned the house like to the studs. Completely to the studs. The whole thing, it actually happened a few years ago, but it just went to court because the homeowner says this is totally the agent's fault. she's the one who basically admitted she put the blankets there, turned on the light, fire started. In court, the agent is saying, hey, yes, I did put the blankets there and I did turn on the lamp, but it's also the renters and the owner. I had no idea this lamp was going to cause a fire. Anyway,
You put the light bulb in.
the court ruled that it was her fault, and now her company has to pay for everything.
So I got insurance.
Yikes.
It's Heather with the news. Coming up next, Tiger baseball talk. Javy Baez, tell me you saw that at bat yesterday. It's 97-1.
Hey, if you like going to a gym where you don't have to worry about sweat marks on the machines or them being wiped down or the floor being clean, Planet Fitness is the place you got to go. Every time I go in there, it is squeaky clean. It is the judgment-free zone, so you don't have to worry about people, individuals that you don't necessarily want to be working out with that can make it uncomfortable. They also, if you only got 30 minutes, they have the Planet Fitness 30-minute Circa going on right now. It was so popular last week that they've extended the Planet Fitness Black Card sale. For $1 down, you get access to everything Planet Fitness has to offer, including unlimited guest privileges, access to any Planet Fitness worldwide. If you like to travel, that's a great thing to be able to do. I've done that. There's also 50 of them here, or over 50 of them here in Southeast Michigan. So no matter where your day takes you, if you want to get a workout in, there's a Planet Fitness there. They got the Black Card Spa with all of its amenities and so much more. The Planet Fitness Black Card is on sale for $1 down, $24.99 a month. Hurry because the deal ends soon, and you can cancel anytime, so there's no long-term commitment. I mentioned the 50 franchises that are around Metro Detroit. They're wherever you want to be. So you can find more information at at any local Planet Fitness, or you can go on the web at planetfitness.com.
Tiger season's 8 days away. Can't you tell? Look outside, right around the corner. No?
At least it stopped snowing. At least here at the studio.
Hasn't
Who knows
unmelted
what's-
yet, though.
yeah.
So
Hasn't unmelted?
not yet.
Or melted? Unmelted? Would be refreezing, right?
Right, I guess unmelting would, yeah.
Yes.
John,
yes.
it is unmelted outside right now. That is unmelted snow, or snow, as most people would call it. But so often we check in on the Tigers. We're getting closer to the season, and there was a Javy Baez at bat yesterday that was oh so familiar, and I didn't see it live, but I made sure to go back and watch it because it was a photo StatCast. 3 pitches, 3 strikes, you're out. And the third strike, the ball wasn't even on the screen. It was so far off the plate.
It's protecting the zone.
That's what we're calling it. I went back and watched it, and then I sent it to you and to Tom because I'm like, Tom goes, did it hit the plate? Like, I mean, how far low was this pitch? It was comically bad. Javy Baez is now 3 for 35 in spring training, and it's only spring training, but this is the stuff he did last year, where you could throw the ball in the other batter's box, and the guy would swing at it. You could throw the ball in the dirt. He's going to swing at it. He might as well have a shovel up there. And my question to you, John, is he is going to make the team. And A.J. Hinch told us, he's going to bat in the bottom third of the lineup. I guess that's a start. If that's the Javy Baez that we see to start the season, he breaks camp playing that way, the way he did all last year, can they bench him? Because he makes up more than a quarter of the team's payroll. Separate issue, but true. Do you feel like they're going to be forced to play this guy, or is there a world where they actually sit him on the bench?
Great question. I mean, when you ask the question that way, can they? Sure, they can. Will they? Is another question. And if they are, I don't know, they get to the All-Star break and they're right there with the Twins or with the Indians, and they're making a push to win the division, and continues to be this hole in the batting order. I don't care if he bats first, third, fifth, seventh, ninth. Like, you can't continually have a hole in the batting order where you just know it's going to be an out. And C.J. Gardner-Johnson is no longer here. Maybe the ski masks that he was promoting, if he left those in Detroit, we should give him the hobby because he is stealing from the fans. He is stealing from Detroit. And this guy, we keep hoping that he's going to get better. We heard about, they sent coaches to him this offseason, and he's working on things, and he took a day off last year to be able to work in the batting cages. And I'm not going to question whether or not he wants it. The question is, can he ever get it back? Can he ever get back to the batting average that he had, or the on-base percentage, or any of the production? And when we talked to AJ, he mentioned the fact that he's going to be batting in the bottom of the order, and they, at the very least, want him to be that Gold Glove type of guy. Well, he led the Tigers in errors. This is a guy that has completely fallen off since he's been in Detroit. And you look and say, well, what did Al Avila see? So if you look at just, old school numbers, batting average, right? 281 back in 2019. And then there was, the 2020 season, I'm not going to count any of that for anybody. The 21 season in totality was 265. Then he gets here in 22, and the best he can do is 238. Last year was a drop off to 222. And in the preseason here, in spring training, it has been horrific. Anytime your batting average starts with .0 anything, and you're a 10-year vet, that's embarrassing. So to answer your question, they absolutely should bench him. I don't care how much he makes. If he's going to be a hole in the batting order, you cannot have him out there continually.
I see how this is going to go, though. They are going to play him at shortstop, and they're going to bat him 7, 8, 9 if they have to. I don't think they will bench him, but they should. They absolutely should, and I can see where this is going to go. We're going to get to May. Do you remember Eat 'em Up Tigers guy?
Yeah.
That's going to be me collecting money to buy him out. That's where this is going to go. I'm going to be just rattling it. Come on, eat them up, Tigers, eat them up. This is the Baez fund because they're not going to want to buy him out. It's 4 more years at nearly $100 million.
It is an election year, and you're going to hear 4 more years, 4 more years. That's what we've got with Javy Baez, 4 more years, 4 more years. And to think about 4 more years of this, and he is continually on a decline. What is it in next year? What is it in 2 more years?
And I know some people are going to go, well, this is who he was when they paid him. Yes and no. When they added Javy Baez, everybody knew he had the worst plate discipline in baseball. The chase rate, all the stats were there. If you ever watched him play, the guy couldn't tell a ball from a strike, and he'd just swing wildly. But there was pop. The Cubs version of Javy Baez would leave the ballpark. He'd hit it occasionally, and he'd hit it hard, and it would leave the ballpark. Mm-hmm. This Javy Baez in spring has as many extra base hits as John Jansen does. 0. He has given them little to nothing. Go back to last year. His OPS was under 600. So in addition to not drawing walks, the guy has a slugging percentage in the toilet. So he is giving them nothing at the plate. It's one thing to be a free swinger, right? We've seen those guys in today's game, and you can go yesteryear if you'd like.
Yeah.
Guys who'd swing from the heels, and they'd strike out 1 of every 4 at-bats, but 1 of every 4 they'd hit a double or a home run. Baez is giving you none of that. And the errors are another thing. If this goes the way it did last year, and we have no indication to believe it's going to get better, if it goes the way it did last year, he's unplayable. It's a nice start to put him in the bottom third of the order. But if April is a continuation of spring training, if he's 086 with a 191 OPI, I mean, come on, you better be Ozzie Smith, and even then, I don't know. I mean, what are we doing?
Can we go reverse DH and just go designated fielder?
Let him play short, and then
just don't let him bat.
The pitcher hits?
Yeah, remember with the Javy Baez rule.
Would the pitcher hitting be an upgrade? I think so.
It can't be worse.
They might draw a walk.
Yeah, I mean, even if they got up there and they just stood there and didn't swing, eventually they're going to get a walk. Or they could maybe he just needs to be the designated bunter. Small ball, Javy Baez, small ball.
I know. And here's the thing: the pitching actually looks good in spring. Like Flaherty yesterday, it's kind of a reclamation project. He's looked good. They have 6 guys that are pitching, competing with one another for 5 spots. They were a good pitching team last year, bullpen included. The problem is they're 28th in offense. Baez is not going to help them in any way there. Let's get to Dante in New Baltimore. Dante, what's up?
Man, when we got him, I ran out and got a jersey. My son was like, Dad, this guy's is the truth. He's going to be great for the team. And honestly, I don't know what to say. I mean, he literally, since he's gotten here, like his average has dropped by 20, 30 every season. Okay, and truthfully, let's think about last year. The only time he responded is when he was benched. Every time they benched him last year, he came off that bench and had 2 phenomenal games. And I keep telling myself, but he brings such good defense. He's such a good fielder. I'm done. Like, I think we got to ride this out. Maybe we should bench him for a month and see if he plays good for a month. Then we'll bench him the next month when he starts sliding again. And then maybe we can get month sparks out of him instead of 2-3 games after we bench him. I mean, I'm just done. It's just done. I think we just lost that money. So.
Yeah. Well, and it's unfortunate. Their payroll's not even $100 million.
Yeah.
And he makes up, 24?
The question is, how long do they have to hold on to that money? Like, how long are they going to continue to pay him? When can they finally buy him out?
Well, that's a question for ownership. Because they're going to pay him that money one way or another. Like, that's the thing. I mean, this isn't a deal where it's the NFL and the deal isn't fully guaranteed and you can get out from under it. They're going to pay Javy Baez just shy of $100 million for the next 4 years, whether he hits, whether he sits in the dugout, or whether he watches the game from the couch. No one's trading for him. So that's what it's going to come down to. If he's not helping them win and you got to pay him either way, then he can sit on the bench in the dugout because you're paying him either way. If you're hurting the team, you can't play. Can't.
No, and that's going to be the thing, especially when we ask AJ, hey, March, April, they've been tough months. And if he comes out and is an 0 for hitter, you're not giving yourself even an opportunity. Throughout the course of 9 batters up and down, you're going to have a continual hole in the lineup. But, hey, at least they've got third base figured out.
Take a text. Look at you.
Knew you were reading something more. I wanted to throw that one at you.
You know, I'll respond to that. We'll read these ticket texts. We'll do it next. 97.1.
Hey, we know that basketball games, they heated up last night. They're going to be some more tonight. Then Thursday, things get rocking and rolling, so why not dive into the best pool in history at Stadium Swim? And it's located at Circa Resort and Casino. Catch all the biggest games all day long at a viewing experience built for sports fans. Chill in one of the 6 pools on 3 different levels for a perfect view of the massive 40-foot-tall high-definition screen at Stadium Swim. And it's America's favorite place to watch all your basketball games. You got swim-up bars, Insta-ready selfie walls, and out there, because it starts at noon here, it's going to start at 9 a.m., and you literally can watch all day long. Score your perfect game day spot with cozy day beds, private cabanas, or grab a lounge at the center of the action. Reserve your spot today. It's 365 days of sports poolside, located at Circa Resort and Casino in downtown Las Vegas on Fremont Street. Stadium Swim, all sports, all seasons. Book your spot today at circalasvegas.com.
Tiger manager A.J. Hinch, season starts a week from tomorrow. Javy Baez last night, 0 for 3 with a strikeout, and yeah, it was one of those strikeouts. You know the ones I'm talking about where the ball is thrown like to
nowhere
someone
near
sitting
the
in the
strike zone.
stands
Yeah.
and he swings anyway. Yeah, one of those strikeouts. And John, you said if any ski masks are left over from the Lions,
Yeah, I mean, he could use it because he's stealing.
robbing this team blind, $100 million roughly over the next 4 seasons. That's right, 4 more years of Javy Baez. And we said, this is going to get ugly. He doesn't look any better than he did last year. And last year was unacceptable. Last year, he led the position in errors, and he had an OPS under 600. He was a liability. It's going to get ugly if this guy's playing every day. And, John, if the team is fairly competitive, especially, because it's going to look like he's holding them back.
Yeah, I think we're going to have to break out the drop of the Steve Miller Band. Take the money and run. I mean, that's exactly what he has done. I mean, it's highway robbery, thinking that he is making up a quarter of the payroll, and A.J. Hinch is starting the season with him in the bottom of the lineup. The only way to go from there is out of the lineup.
Texter says Javy is in Juan Gonzalez territory. He doesn't say ridiculous things, but nobody wants him here, Tom in Flat Rock. I feel like that's almost insulting to Juan Gonzalez. I think Javy might end up in a category of his own when all is said and done.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I asked you guys the question last night. Has there been a bigger thief in regards to signing a big contract and then your level of play? And I'm not going to sit here and say, we hear about him working on it. It's not, doesn't have to be a matter of his want to. He just can't.
Worst contracts in Detroit sports history. Javy Baez probably number 1. Other people on that list, Jordan Zimmerman signed a big deal.
Yeah.
I would say Josh Smith with the Pistons. People don't remember because it didn't last very long, but they ended up paying him for years to come. And he was a big free agent splash signing.
Trey Flowers,
another good one. But I think Javy, they pale in comparison to Javy Baez.
it's really hard to come up with something that even approaches the Javy Baez level.
Yeah. You brought up third base. You, not me. You brought up third base.
I know.
You just want to get my blood boiling. That's what you want to do.
Well, it's fun.
This is from the Free Press. Evan Petzold covers the team, and he wrote the headline, "Who plays third base for Detroit?" A.J. Hinch, quote, "It's still very competitive." And in Evan's article, he reaches the conclusion that Gio Urshela has not won the job. And they don't have a real option at third base outside of this rotating cast. Vierling's going to play third, I believe, the next few days in spring training. I know they have Andy Ibanez, who's hit in the spring. They don't have a third baseman. And it's John, it's a damn shame because nobody could have seen this coming. I mean, this is a complete surprise that they don't have a third baseman. But
to AJ's credit, he didn't run from it either. When we asked him about it, he said, yeah, there's going to be a rotating cast of characters at third base until we find somebody either with a hot hand at the plate, hot hand, in the field, or hopefully both. But they're going to rotate things through.
Yeah, the line in here is 9 days until the Tigers take the field. This was written yesterday. Urshela hasn't locked down third base. When they signed him, everybody said, well, I mean,
he's going to be their third baseman. He's going to probably get more games at third base than anybody else. I would anticipate when we look back on this, injury aside, he's going to be the guy that gets more games at third base than Vierling or Ibanez or anybody else. But they are going to continue to rotate that through.
Some ticket text on the worst contracts. Bobby Higginson. Another one says Ben Gordon, Charlie V. Those are pretty bad. Mike wants to get those in the mix. Franzen over Hossa. Worst contract in Detroit sports history. Uwe Krupp on the ticket text. Michael Brockers. That wasn't a bad contract, was it? They just kind of had the last year of...
he was just a veteran that we never saw him on the field.
I don't think that one really qualifies.
I don't think they didn't pay him as much. Obviously, they didn't pay him as much as they're paying Javy Baez.
No.
For as long either. But that's the thing about NFL contracts. You have an out. You have an end time. This one just apparently, it just feels like it's never going to end.
Let me just say this, because this has been a very negative block of Tigers talk. they're going to pitch well. They're in a winnable division. The schedule is softer in April than it's been in years. There's a chance this team could get off to a decent start and give us something to root for. But it sits with me that they did not address the offense enough this offseason. And it's going to be a damn shame if this was entirely preventable. That's my point about third base. I don't know that Chapman takes the deal, but they seemed to allow the payroll to be shed without replacing Miggy's money, without adding some quality bats, because they want to give the young guys a shot. And I'm all for player development inside the Tiger organization. It's long overdue for a position player or two to rise through the ranks, develop, become an everydayer, and be an all-star. And that's the thought, right? Is that Torkelson can be an all-star. Riley Green can be an all-star. Colt Keith, you paid him before he ever had an AB. The hope is eventually that guy can play and be an all-star. I just know that, like Torkelson, Keith, it would be entirely reasonable for him to struggle. And these bats may end up struggling this season, and it could hold them back. They may have held their own team back by rolling out Javy Baez every day at short and having no plan at third base.
Well, and when it comes down to it, you got to start April with something better than they have in the past 3 years. If you can even be sniffing 500 at the end of April, you've done something, and it's going to really come down to the pitching, because it's not only Javy Baez that struggled at the plate. I mean, Torque has struggled at the plate. It's not like they're tearing it up. Just to be fair, I don't want to throw Torque on the bus, because he hasn't had last year. At least, we were coming out of that season going, well, can he be a 40 home run guy? Well, we're going to get that opportunity to see if he can this year or not.
Mm-hmm. We got Gator in the studio. Gator, what's up?
Hi, everybody.
Hey.
Good morning.
Hi.
Is that chair too low for you?
Yeah. I raised it up and it went right back down. Sorry.
Yeah, I hate low chairs. I don't like sitting them, but obviously for big guys, it's getting out of it.
Yeah, I understand. Yeah, the whole squat thing to get out.
Yes.
Yeah, I hated squats. Never liked doing those when I used to.
Yeah.
Lift the weights.
Yes. When you were your 195. Which we discussed yesterday.
In the program?
Yeah, in the program.
Only in the program.
195 in your program. Yeah.
225.
225, yes. Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to.
No, please.
Go too far.
I wouldn't want to be less than 200 pounds.
Right, yes. 201. Yes, Price is right.
201. That's what I should have put down.
Rather than ask you a depressing Javy Baez question, I said earlier, I feel like the Wings saved their season last night. It's a bit dramatic, but how did that feel to you?
It felt like they saved their season last night.
Right.
I'm not going to lie. I mean, I'm watching it and I'm swearing at my TV. I was going to go to the game, and then I realized the Tigers were on last night too, so I wanted to watch both. I'm like, all right, I'll stay home. And I'm watching this thing unfold, and of course the Tigers take 2 hours to play. It's fantastic baseball with the rules. But this unfolds, and I'm like, you're down 2-0 early. How does this happen? And then they come back in the second period and play maybe their best period of hockey in the last month and a half.
Mm-hmm.
They were just great. And then the third period, it's just one of those ready, set, puke moments, because pit of your stomach starting to go, and you feel like it's going to happen, and sure enough, whatever it was, 6 minutes left, Columbus scores, and then the Red Wings are just struggling, and then finally, I think it was 10 seconds after I made some sort of statement, like, I can't believe you're going to freaking lose to Columbus. You guys suck. And then I think I got the word suck out, and then
Boom.
Raymond bangs it home to tie it up, and then you get to overtime, and of course, overtime anything can happen. Happy to get a point, even happier to get two.
Yep.
We spent some time on it. What are you guys talking about today?
We'll get into that. I made a proclamation last night too during the Red Wing game. Plus, March Madness underway. Anybody else watch those games last night? Anyone?
I did, yes. Until I was. So the whole Wagner versus Howard, it wasn't a great game, but
got
then
exciting at the end.
It did. It certainly did. I mean, how would they have 4 shots within like 10 seconds,
Yes,
and they
right
missed
at
them
the
all?
end. Yeah.
But then the whole Virginia, 14 points in the first half?
Yeah.
I turned
Jimmy
it off.
Key. I could hit Jimmy Key.
Yeah.
I could score 14 points and a half. Baseball season's underway too.
I know. We watched it this morning.
Officially.
I know. We were thinking, you know what? Hey, if the Tigers had this, we'd have got a short show. But
I learned a lesson.
Leave that for you guys.
I hope we all learned a lesson watching that Padre-Dodger game today.
Yes.
We got a lot to do.
All right, it's Carson Anderson. They're next. It's 97.1.
All right, Hump Day, Carson Anderson, 97.1. March Madness games last night and baseball this morning. Both feel like a little weird with the baseball season starting in Seoul, South Korea with the Dodgers and Padres. Lesson to be learned, Tigers, in that game this morning. And drama last night in Dayton. I always wonder why Dayton gets these games. I mean, Dayton, are they up for a bid process? Does Dayton bid for them every year? It doesn't move around. It's always Dayton.
Can it get more vanilla than Dayton?
Probably not.
It's Midwest, so it's like, centrally located for teams, so you wouldn't think a team.
I wouldn't think that Colorado State found it particularly centrally located.
No.
But I mean, what would be more?
Well, how about
it Topeka? Is Topeka, Kansas?
Topeka sounds pretty,
Is that pretty bland, vanilla?
That's pretty bland.
Yep.
But how close is Topeka to Lawrence?
It's pretty close.
Okay. How close is Dayton to Columbus?
It's pretty close.
Is it closer?
Probably.
I have no idea.
Why are you asking me these questions?
Again, it's all about proximity. I'm thinking, okay, well, Dayton and Columbus are, what's the difference? Because Ohio State would be the big team in the state of Ohio, and Kansas, the big state in Kansas.
Big team in Kansas?
Yeah, big team in Kansas.
What does that have to do with, you don't know?
And you can get forks 3 for $1 at the dollar store. I have no idea.
Fair enough. Okay.
Now with less lead.
We're off to a hell of a start here today.
Not my best analogy, and yet not my worst.
That's the scary part.
I've said it once. I've said it, 18 times. They ain't all gems.
No, they aren't. But you hit a high enough percentage that I will not discourage you.
No.
To
shooter's got to shoot, though.
Yeah, you do.
I have no idea why Dayton gets it. Why does Dayton
get it? And does anybody else want it? Like, should the Chamber of Commerce in Topeka step up and try?
I think somebody else would want it. Occasionally, and it's not even occasionally. Who played it? Virginia and Colorado State? Was that who played?
Virginia, Colorado State played, yeah.
Okay, so Virginia won a national championship recently, right?
Yes. Hard to believe. They haven't won a tournament game since, but...
And they lose it to a 16 seed? Or were they one of the teams that did that?
They lost to Maryland, Baltimore County. Yeah. They were the first to do it. And then they won the Natty the next year, which kind of made up for it. But
it does make up for it. But the point being that that's a recent national championship team.
Yep.
That shows up now in Dayton.
And scored 14 points in the first half. They went...
Just electrifying...
Well, the funny thing
heavily biased crowd.
I mean, look, nobody cares, right, about Virginia basketball, but they all season long they struggled to score, or as Isaiah Thomas would say, they struggled to score the basketball. But they went the last 9.5 minutes of the first half without scoring, and it was a free throw. Their last field goal came with like 10:20 to go in the first half, and then they missed, I think, their next 17 shots.
That's not good.
No, it's not. But, I mean, part of that is anybody who... If you're a Michigan fan, Nico Medved, the head coach of Colorado State, is apparently on Michigan's list, reportedly to be a candidate. So you could scout him out, and he's supposed to be a good X's and O's guy. So did he X and O a Virginia team into offensive woes?
He X and O'd his ass off last
he
night.
really did.
X and O'd his ass off.
Yes, he did. Yes, he did. By the way, how about this for an amazing stat? Virginia had 14 points at halftime with 1 turnover. They had 14 points and only turned it over once.
That blows my mind.
Their possessions were ending in shots. Missed shots, but you would think that you would have a whole bunch of empty trips down the floor.
It's a near record-setting performance to have just 1 turnover and a half of basketball, which I think is damn near impossible to do.
Yep.
And you only scored 14?
Yep. And
you would think that you'd be turning the ball over like it's your job.
But the headline today is Detroit wakes up to a blanket of snow and a hockey team that pulled a victory out of the jaws of defeat. And so you made the proclamation, I can't believe this hockey team's going to lose to Columbus, a team that sucks. And just as the word sucks came out of your mouth, Lucas Raymond scored the tying goal with 12 seconds left, and then the Red Wings won it in overtime. I've made a proclamation throughout this Red Wing stretch where they've lost 8 of 10 games. Okay, now they've hit rock bottom. Oh, no, wait. Now they've hit rock bottom. Okay, I hope this is rock bottom. Please let this be rock bottom. Last night, after getting outshot 20-6 and falling behind 2-0 and giving up 3 breakaways and barely, I felt like they didn't even cross Columbus's blue line. I'm thinking this has to be rock bottom. I mean, it had to be rock bottom at the end of that first period. And then, all we can think is that either Derek Lalonde hit that locker room with a hammer of Thor, or they just woke the F up, because that second period they came out on fire and quickly tied the game.
I tell you what, love that the Lions after games, they show the locker room celebration and stuff like that, and they'll send it out through social media, and it's great. Now, I don't recall them doing it after a loss.
Right.
But they do it nonetheless. I would love if the Red Wings had a fixed camera and microphone in the locker room between the first and second period, and they would release that video along with the video after they won the game, because that's the kind of thing that can be that can be momentum right there. You hope like hell that it is. Like, this is finally, there's the sign that they woke up, because they played one of the best periods of hockey in the second period. They were relentless. They got 2 goals. They scored early. They tied it up reasonably early, and they kept the pedal down and did not let Columbus really sniff the net. I mean, there weren't many opportunities for Columbus in that second period. It was a really good period of hockey for the Red Wings. And to come away with somehow scrambling together to get a third period goal, which I guess we shouldn't be surprised with this team, because they have that flair for the dramatic in the third period all season long, and the propensity to put the puck in the net when you least expect it, and they did. 12.6 seconds left. And it's amazing what a difference 12.6 seconds can make. If that runs down to 0 and they don't tie it up, I mean, we come in today and we're like ripping our hair out going, I can't believe this happened again. You talk about rock bottom. I thought rock bottom was losing to Arizona twice, losing to Buffalo in between there, and here we go. But no, it would have been last night had they lost to Columbus at home. They nearly got booed out of the building after the first period,
and they deserved it.
Yes, they did.
The thing is, there is something that's happened here of late that could be just awesome. But now they got a huge game with the Islanders coming up tomorrow, and they keep their season alive. I mean, this season wasn't technically over if they lost last night, but man, it feels like it would have been close to over. We will get to your phone calls and feedback coming up on the Red Wings. Anything else on your mind? Fair game, as we have open lines here on Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. So, are you having a new Connecticut water softener installed by CGC Water yet? Not yet? Well, you should. It has so many health benefits. Call 855-339-4242 or visit cgcwater.com and save $1,000 or more when you bundle the Connecticut Premier Water Softener with a K5 drinking water system. We love ours. If you're not filtering your water, you are the filter. Don't be the filter. Need plumbing? CGC Water Treatment and Plumbing will take care of your plumbing needs quickly and efficiently. CGC Water, your authorized independent Connecticut dealer. Gonna have some March Madness talk today. Lions stuff to get to. Opening the show with some Red Wing talk. Actually, we accidentally opened with talk about Dayton, Ohio. Our bad. But yes, Red Wings with a big win last night. Felt like that team had that feeling that all right, we're on the Russian front. It's now or never after the first period. And they responded, man. They responded, and good for them. Still hanging on that last playoff spot. They got a games in hand problem. Teams behind them with games in hand. But, they got to take care of their own business. They just need to win enough to make the postseason. And thinking back a little bit, because there's been a lot of, we've started to get feedback, people growing impatient with our guy Yzerman. And I understand it. I mean, I'm not there yet, but there's a lot of this 5 years. If they don't make the playoffs, this is a disaster. It shouldn't take this long. In the preseason, I don't remember a lot of people picking the Red Wings to make the playoffs. I remember you doing it, but I don't remember a lot of the preseason expectations. Like around the league, it was thought of as a team that was outside looking in. I do remember talking to Kenny Cal about it, and he was talking about the number of points you need to make the playoffs and how it's going to be tough for this team.
Looking like you got, how do you find 90 points and all that?
Yep. And now that doesn't mean the 5 years you shouldn't be in the playoffs. What it does mean is that if you look back at it, if they do make the playoffs, in the eyes of a lot of people, they've actually overachieved based upon the roster. Based upon the 5 years, I get why you wouldn't think so. But when your minor league organization is considered one of the best in the game, like you have prospects that are respected, it feels like the dividends from the Yzerman drafts are still not here yet. Now, should they be here? Should they have drafted guys that were already here and making an impact? You can make that case. But I'd like to see the Yzerman guys start to populate the roster, which last night, a third one was introduced again for a second time this season in Simon Edmondson, and didn't look out of place. God, he's tall. He's tall.
He's lanky.
Yes, he is.
He's wiry.
Yep. But here's the development that everybody sees. Is Lucas Raymond becoming a lead dog without Dylan Larkin? I mean, it always felt like Lucas Raymond was starting to distinguish himself as a decent to good sidekick to the best player on the team, but not really a lead dog. Not a guy that could consistently, put the team on his shoulders. And Larkin does that, and we get it. He's not a superstar. No one even argue that. But Larkin is their best player. Without Dylan Larkin, Lucas Raymond has been the guy that stepped up. And I don't know if you could ask for anybody better, right? He's a 21-year-old. For your 21-year-old to be blossoming at a time of need is important. He is on a 5-game scoring streak. He's got goals in 5 consecutive games. He's got 7 goals in that time, and he scored some big ones and some absolute gorgeous goals too, like picking corners and one-timers, timely goals. I mean, out of all this, right, is this this stretch of games, the one positive, and I think it's a great positive, is that Lucas Raymond at least has stepped up.
He's definitely stepped up. Since the new year, I think he's got, my math might be off by a number or two, but I believe it's 32 points in 33 games, something like that. It's pretty damn consistent, and they've needed it. This last month, it's all been about goal scoring. He's got 7 goals and 1 assist in the 9 games they played this month. And obviously the team has lost a lot of games. They only won 2 games this month. But he's been consistent. This is 5 games in a row scoring a goal, and none were bigger than the one he got last night in the third period with 12.6 seconds left.
It's huge.
He's showing more grit. I think you can see it. I think he wants it more. And, he's only 21 years old. He'll be 22 next week, but he's still just 21 years old. He's in his 3rd year in the NHL. So This is good progress you see. Started his career with 23 goals a couple years ago, 57 points. Nice start to his career. He was minus 32. It was a bad hockey team a few years ago. Did that in 82 games. Followed that up last year, dropped down to 17 goals, was minus 17, was better defensively, but the 17 goals and 45 points in 74 games. Is that a step back? it is from production, but at least he almost cut in half his plus minus, so he became more responsible. This year in 69 games, he with the 2 goals last night, new career high for goals with 24. 35 assists, that's a career high. 59 points is a career high. He's minus 19. You'd like to see that number get better, but I think it has gotten better lately. So Lucas Raymond is definitely taking strides in the right direction. With still 13 games to go, can he score a handful of more goals? Sure he can. And can he get to 30? That'd be great. He has a higher ceiling than maybe I thought he did. And the leadership is starting to show with him too.
He looks like he's starting to
he wants
feeling himself a little bit.
Yeah,
like he's
good.
sowing his oats, and you can tell in his body language. Now again, this team's problem. I mean, they haven't been scoring, but the bigger problem's been the scoring chances they gave up. Like yesterday in the first period, 3 breakaways, and 2 of them resulted in goals, and one of them. I mean, Reimer was frozen on the first one, the Zach Werenski shot. It's, Ozzie said it wasn't, your goalies aren't used to guys shooting from that far out on a breakaway, and I can see that, but that was a bad look. But at the end of the day, it's about shoring up on that end of the ice, maybe first and foremost, and getting Larkin back on the other end of the ice. But in the meantime, during the stretch where they've lost 8 of 10, Alex DeBrincat hasn't scored. He's 0 for the month. And, he was tracking to be a 30-plus goal scorer. Not sure if he's going to get there now. If they're going to do anything, it's hard to imagine them doing it without Alex DeBrincat, who's still, I'm not saying anything other than we know he's capable, and it'd be good for him to get back to doing that. And maybe he's the guy that needs Larkin back, and we can start talking about having 2 league dogs with Larkin and Lucas Raymond.
Yeah, because think about the beginning of the season before Patrick Kane got here, how effective Alex DeBrincat was, along with Dylan Larkin. Through 10 games, those guys were among the scoring leaders, right? Mm-hmm. Then things cooled down considerably, and you bring in Patrick Kane, and of course he's got chemistry with Patrick Kane. But maybe I'm excited for Larkin to come back, because when he comes back, it gives you obviously more offense. It gives you the leadership you've been missing, but also it gives you options of what to do, because clearly Lucas Raymond has taken his game up a notch. DeBrincat's got more to give. Patrick Kane has been a point-a-game guy for the Red Wings this season, and Larkin is the same. So you can split those guys up, go 2 and 2, whether you pair DeBrincat with Kane or Larkin. I'm not sure which is better for him. Obviously, he had great success with Dylan before, but he's got years of experience playing with Patrick Kane. I like the options, and then the power play, you feel like that's going to be calmed down significantly when Dylan Larkin comes back, because they really need him there.
248-539-9797. Red Wing fans, what, if any, is the indication that the drought is over and this team's ready to return to playing the level of hockey they were for a good portion of 2024? But even, look, in 2023, the beginning of this season, they were playing better than they've played this stretch of 8 of 10. 248-539-9797. We'll get to your phone calls and feedback coming up. A little bit later this hour, bring up some Lions stuff. Interesting ranking. We'll get to that today at 10:50. Here on 97.1, The Ticket. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97 to ticket. Jake behind the glass today. Kenny answered phones. A season, it felt like a season-saving win. It technically wasn't, but you talk about sucking the life out of a hockey fan base that was so ready to jump on board. They got booed off the ice at the end of the first period, but boy, did they respond. Here's the feedback that we have gotten. Hope this drought is done once and for all. That bad stretch of hockey had me more frustrated than the long Pistons losing streak. That's from Steven Fraser. Yeah, because there was something on the line, right? You felt like they were peeing away a great opportunity to be back in the Stanley Cup playoffs. And when they were 8 points into the playoffs, it felt like, okay, now what can they do in the playoffs? And then they peed it away, and now they're struggling. Or they're battling just to get in.
Well, I'm hopeful that Larkin coming back is going to spark the offense to get better offense, and also knowing that he's a great two-way player, that'll help a little bit in the defense. I'm also hopeful that Simon Edvinsson gets to stay up here to prove that he belongs here, that he's a better option than what they already have on the roster. And if he is, then he stays, and he should stay. Because this team is, they should be playoff bound. And, hurt feelings aside, you may have to make a tough decision on somebody. But right now, he's here. And I think he belongs here.
Nate Nakar writes in, I can't believe I'm saying this, but go Leafs tonight against the Capitals. Also, the Wings face the Islanders next game. Huge game.
That's uncomfortable.
Wings.
That's uncomfortable. But I'm with you. Yeah, got to do what you got to do.
Scott and Carlton, 12.6 for the Wings. And 12.6 is how long the giraffe I fought lasted in the first round before I KO'd him, Doug. That's from Scott.
Look at that. Somebody fighting giraffes.
Yep. Giraffes are overrated.
Wait a minute. He said he KO'd the giraffe.
He did, yeah.
No, you didn't.
Dude, those giraffe fight videos were scary.
It's all neck.
Hey, I learned something.
Yeah, you did.
Yeah, I learned a lot.
Don't fight a giraffe.
Don't want to fight a giraffe. As much bad lottery luck the Wings have had, if they're lucky enough in 2020 to get the first pick and not drop to 4th, I don't think Alex Lafreniere is half the player Lucas Raymond is. Kudos to Yzerman for that. That's from Will. Yeah, I would have loved Connor Bedard, though.
That would have been nice.
Yep. Raymond is also physically stronger than the last 2 years. That's from an unnamed texter. Unnamed texter, don't panic. The Wings have won 2 of the last 3. Is that sarcasm, do you think? Is that... Or does he mean it?
I think there's a hint of sarcasm.
Yeah.
It's okay.
Yep.
It's all right.
From an unnamed texter, very disappointed with DeBrincat. Not sure how a legit scorer can go double-digit games without scoring multiple times. So inconsistent and disappointing.
Well, he's had his opportunities, but they just haven't been buried. And that's kind of been a big difference with this team, right? I mean, Patrick Kane is getting snake bitten as well, though last night, what a snipe in overtime. But earlier in the game, he had 2 or 3 great opportunities and just couldn't bury it.
Yeah, I mean, look, I think I want to be careful here with DeBrincat. And the way I'm processing this is seasons are long. You have your ups and downs. We know what he's capable of. I suspect a return to form here before the end of the year. But it's been a contributing factor to this losing streak is him going scoreless since that winning streak ended.
The Red Wings in their last 10 games are the 3rd worst team in hockey, tied for the 2nd worst team in hockey, really, with a 2-8 record. That has been frightening because that's what's allowed everyone to catch up and in some ways surpass. But I don't think that should not distinguish who this team is, right? Mm-hmm. Because we know what they did. 1-6 and then lost 7. They're somewhere in between. They're an average hockey team that has the chance to be better than average. And see how the rest of these 13 games go. But again, the schedule, looking at win-loss records of other teams, it's favorable to the Red Wings. But they've got to take advantage. Last night felt like, I forget the way Costa worded it. It felt it was like a season-saving goal last night. I'm like, yeah, kind of felt that way.
The Lucas Raymond goal?
Yeah. Kind of felt that way. Had they lost that game, and Raymond not scored and the 12.6 tick off and they don't win it, they don't even get to overtime, I don't even want to think about what today would have been like.
I feel like Raymond's getting, to go back to a show term, he's starting to play the game. He's getting a little chesty. Like he's like, I'm the man. I'm the man.
Well, he's got 7 goals in his last 9 games.
He's got 7 goals in the last 5 games, I think it is. think it's 7 goals the last 5. He's on a 5-game goal scoring streak.
Yeah, I was just giving him credit for what he's done in the month.
Yeah.
But, yeah.
Next text.
Yes, you are correct, sir.
There you go. Jerry writes in, they barely snuck out a win against the worst team in the conference. Not convinced at all.
No, I'm not convinced either. I'm just saying.
I'm looking for people that are convinced. I'm looking for compelling arguments so Doug can feel better today.
Yeah, exactly. Here's what's going to make me feel better. Go out tomorrow night against the Islanders and smoke them.
Well, that would be a big deal.
That would be a big deal. Do it.
I would feel, because they keep playing these teams. Are like, all right, this should be a win. And then they either lose or struggle mightily to win. And last night was in the struggle mightily category. But, I mean, look, you can make the case that you have to show up every single night in this league, whether you're playing the best team or the worst team, or you're gonna get embarrassed.
Yeah, I mean, the Islanders have 73 points. The Red Wings have 76. The Islanders have 68 games played. Red Wings at 69. So they've got a game in hand on the Wings. You got to win this one. You got to keep trudging forward. I don't want the Red Wings to start looking behind them and seeing all these teams that are there. You got to just win games.
It's getting crowded behind.
It is getting crowded. Get a little nervy back there. Objects in the rearview mirror are closer than they appear. Mm-hmm. Don't do that. Look forward.
Unnamed texter, I might be crazy, but they may want to look at a healthy scratch for DeBrincat, similar to sitting down a struggling goalie.
I don't agree with that. He's too valuable offensively. Even if he hasn't scored, he's still generating scoring opportunities. If he was out there lollygagging, Doug, if he were a lollygagger, I'd say, yeah, fair enough. But he is still out there getting some opportunities. He's just not getting the puck in the net.
DeBrincat is getting chances too. He's just not finishing. That's from an unnamed texter. Okay, looking ahead, because this game with the Islanders tomorrow is pretty big, just so people to characterize it exactly. The Islanders are 3 points behind Detroit, but they do have a game in hand. It would be nice to put them 5 points behind Detroit. The immediate concern, of course, is Washington, who is 1 point behind Detroit with 2 games in hand. But yeah, they beating the Islanders is going to be a step in the right direction, one would hope. And one would also hope that giving Reimer the start will mean a fresh Alex Lyon in the net. I assume it's going to be Lyon tomorrow night.
I would assume so.
And it doesn't sound like Dylan Larkin is trending to be back. They're still calling that a bit aggressive.
Well, we'll see. They have practice today, I believe. So
yeah, he was on the ice for pregame stuff yesterday, but
see how he feels after practice.
Didn't look like a full-time participant. So it's getting interesting. 248-539-9797. Okay. If you want to continue the Red Wing discussion, we can. Gator, I don't know if you saw this, but somebody has been targeted to be the next James Bond.
I think I saw it.
Have you ever heard of this dude?
I believe so, yes.
Aaron Taylor Johnson, British actor.
I have to double check, but I think he's the guy who was in one of the recent Godzilla remakes.
Yeah? You might find it hard to believe I did not see that.
I think he was. I have to double check that. I get him confused. There's a couple other actors I get him confused with.
I'm looking this up. He was in Godzilla back in 2014.
There you go.
Lieutenant Ford Brody.
Yeah. That's a typical name you see.
He's been a Captain America. He was in Winter Soldier, sorry. Avengers Age of Ultron. Same character.
What was the character he was in?
Pietro Maximoff.
Oh, yeah. Okay, gotcha.
Yep.
Peter Maximoff, yeah.
Is that what it is?
Yes, he was, yeah. Gotcha.
What do you think?
They had the twins in the Avenger movies.
How you feel about him as a choice for a Bond?
Yeah.
Look, I just, and the Bond thing has kind of lost it for me. Grew up, there was a certain romance to it, but I can't remember the last Bond movie I saw. I got one on DVD I might watch someday.
I hate you right now.
I found it, by the way.
Did you?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Is it Solace of Quantum or something?
Quantum of Solace?
I did that on purpose.
Thank you.
It is, right? Is that the one you lent me?
Yeah, at least that one.
This was back at the DVD.
I thought I lent you 3 of them.
Oh, boy.
You may have given me back 1 or 2. I'm not sure, but this would be the second of the Daniel Craig ones.
Hope so. I'm terrible.
Daniel Craig was a great James Bond. And the movies are great. They're very entertaining.
Did Daniel Craig need to be replaced?
Daniel Craig was done.
Was he?
He didn't want to do it anymore. And also he's gotten older and
didn't stop Sean Connery.
No, it didn't.
Perhaps should have.
Perhaps should have. But that's the thing. The recent run of Bond guys, they stop at a certain age. I was hoping for somebody else. I had my Bond guy in mind, which would have a complete departure, but I think would have been really cool. And the actor's name is Idris Elba.
Oh.
A black gentleman from England. And I think he's awesome. I think he's a great actor. I think he would. I've seen him in a ton of stuff, and I think he would have had he would have been a great Bond.
You think he captured the essence?
I do.
Yeah, okay.
Just cool, calm, and collected. I think he would have been a great Bond.
All right, straight ahead. Interesting ranking of our football team. We'll get to that today at 10:50 here on Carson Anderson, 97.1. Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Open lines, 248-539-9797. Okay, so we've got March Madness. It is really kicks off in full tomorrow, and we will get to that coming up a little bit later on. But something interesting put out by The Athletic. It is the post-free agency power rankings. Post-free agency power rankings. We will start at number 10 and work our way down to number 1. And it will be interesting. Think about, where do you think the Lions? I want you to think in your head, which is, I guess, probably where you do most of your thinking.
Someone's in the bathroom.
Pudge Rodriguez. In the head is the brain.
Because in the head is the brain.
Yes. So do some thinking right now and think about, where do you think the Detroit Lions belong in terms of power rankings? Where do you think they rank overall in the best teams in the NFL? That's enough time to think. All right, so you got your number. Here we go. Starting at number 10, the Buffalo Bills. At number 9, the Dallas Cowboys. At number 8, it's the Cincinnati Bengals. At number 7, the Cleveland Browns. At number 6, the Baltimore Ravens. At number 5, the Green Bay Packers.
Wow.
At number 4, the Houston Texans. At number 3, now here's who's left.
Yeah.
Of the suspects, it's Kansas City, San Francisco, and Detroit.
Wow.
And the question is, do the Lions rank ahead of San Francisco? Should the Lions be considered a favorite or the best team in the NFC?
Well, try to think of what San Francisco beat the Lions, obviously. And what have they lost in free agency? What have they gained in free agency?
They lost
Armstead.
And they lost Chase Young. They've added Leonard Floyd and Yatir Gross-Matos. So lost a couple of defensive linemen, gained a couple of defensive linemen.
Kind of a wash there. So there's still this team to be reckoned with. Although this could change because there are rumors of trading Brandon Ayuk.
Yep.
And if they do that, then that would likely set them back. But right now, should they be ahead of Detroit based on the offseason? I think the Lions got better. I don't know if San Francisco did.
At number 3, the Detroit Lions.
What?
At number 2,
What
San
an
Francisco.
injustice.
At number 2, San Francisco. At number 1, Kansas City.
Where was Philadelphia on this list?
They were not in the top 10.
That's amazing to me. That Philadelphia was not among the top 10 teams.
Well, they ranked more than the top 10. I only printed up the top 10. So let me go.
What doesn't it doesn't matter. They're not top 10, and yet Cincinnati and Cleveland are.
Yeah.
Cincinnati, I get. All right. They're until Joe Burrow gets hurt, Cincinnati's on that list, right? It's a good team. Joe Burrow's hurt. They're done. Cleveland's interesting to me because that's all defense. And I mean, what are you thinking with the quarterback situation?
So let me move beyond 10. At 11, the LA Rams.
No Aaron Donald.
Nope.
No Aaron Donald, and they're 11.
Yep. Notable losses. Aaron Donald. Yeah, no S. Number 12, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers.
Well, they kept the band back together, and they were playing pretty good football at the end of the season.
Number 13, the Miami Dolphins.
Yeah.
Good football team. Quarterback problem, obviously, but good football team.
Could have had Miami ahead of Cincinnati and Cleveland. Would have thought that.
Number 14, the Indianapolis Colts.
Okay, this guy, whoever made this list, is just messing with me now.
Number 15, the New York Jets.
Oh, my God.
Number 16, the Philadelphia Eagles.
He has the Eagles as mid.
Yep.
Interesting.
Yep.
Was there reasoning behind the Eagles as being the quintessential mid team at 16?
He writes, when the NFL schedule's released in May, get ready for everyone to circle the Eagles' trip to MetLife Stadium in red. After 6 years in New York, Barkley jumped ship to a division rival after failing to get a long-term commitment from the Giants. Philly gave Barkley the number 2 pick in the 2018 draft, a 3-year deal worth $37.75 million, hoping it would help offset the loss of organizational stalwarts Kelce and Cox, both of whom retired. Jason Kelce and Fletcher Cox. That's what they said.
Well, that's the big losses, right?
Yep.
You lose one stud on each side of the line, defensive line, offensive line. I can understand that, but they also added a running back that's pretty damn good.
So threats to the Lions in the division. Obviously, when you see these rankings, and look, they're just one person's opinion. I think it's just one. I don't think it's a crew of people that did these rankings, but let me double check that. Yeah, it's just one person's rankings. Lions are the third best team in the NFL. The Packers are the fifth. So they bring in Xavier McKinney and Josh Jacobs. They lose John Runyon, Devondre Campbell, and Aaron Jones.
Packers won their last 3 games of the regular season.
Went to Dallas. Pulled off that upset.
They beat the Lions on Thanksgiving.
Mm-hmm. I mean, I guess the question is number 5 in the NFL a bit lofty? I mean, it could be. I feel like like the Packers, they're relying so much on so many young players. It could be the beginning of a rocket ship, but they're also still pretty young. So I wouldn't be surprised if the Packers are good, but not this good. I mean, better than Baltimore? I mean, he's got them better than Baltimore.
Well, and again, it comes down to who have you lost, who have you added.
Baltimore's lost some guys. They had some cap issues. So
I'm trying to. I mean, Green Bay added players.
Yeah. Well, I mean, the biggest is, I don't know if it's McKinney or Josh Jacobs. They both help, but yeah, I mean, they got better at running back.
Yeah, I mean, they got Jacobs and A.J. Dillon's coming back, so that's pretty impressive. And the way that Jordan Love played all season, but particularly the second half of the season, and their offense looks like it's going to click. Defensively, what have they got?
Yeah, I'm leery of Green Bay. I'm also leery of their youth at some key positions, but those guys, again, they could be doing nothing but getting better. As far as the division, though, we mentioned Green Bay at 5. Minnesota checks in at 19th. With losing Kirk Cousins, Danielle Hunter, they got Greenard back. The quarterback situation needs to get sorted out. It could be a rookie. It could be Sam Darnold. But Minnesota ranks 19th, and the Chicago Bears, 23rd. So it felt like this thing could get jammed up pretty tight. Like when we were talking about Russell Wilson going to Minnesota on a NFL minimum deal and the Bears keeping Justin Fields and trading the number 1 pick for more assets and loading up, I felt like the Bears could really make a push forward. The Bears have gone with the long play. I think when you're going with obviously a rookie quarterback whose pro day is today, and I'm sure nobody wants him to look better than the Bears want him to look great. They want to solidify their apparent decision to go with the rookie quarterback. But the Bears are going the long play. I thought a short play Bears team could be dangerous in the division. I mean, maybe not win the division, but I thought they'd be closer to the Lions in Green Bay than this.
Well, I certainly did as well. I thought, getting another year of experience here for Justin Fields and working with this offense, it looks like it's not, maybe won't change too much. And then you're going to give them some weapons to work with because that's what they've done. They've gone and signed Keenan Allen. That should bode well for the Bears. But that's not the route they went. It's not to say they can't still get there this first season with Caleb Williams if that's where they're going to go, but it's not traditional, it's not typical, and the exception is what C.J. Stroud did last year, doing it as a rookie. But Williams is awfully talented, and they are surrounding him with some talent there as well. Do they have enough on the offensive line to protect him, to give him time to mitigate the mistakes? I mean, that's the thing that C.J. Stroud did so well. He didn't make mistakes. He didn't throw interceptions. Like, how long was it before he threw his first interception? When he ended up with, I think, single digits on the season, he was just fantastic. And it just looked like, above the shoulders, he figured the game out, and it slowed down for him.
It was very impressive.
He was really good with it. Is Caleb Williams that same type of player? I don't know. Justin Fields is, he got better year to year his numbers did improve. He threw fewer interceptions. Like he fumbled the ball less, took care of the football better, but he's not given the opportunities. Now you're starting over, but are you starting over with a higher floor than where you were currently with Fields? And they certainly think so.
So a couple interesting notes because they have the post-Super Bowl ranking too. Pittsburgh went from 19th post-Super Bowl, dropped 3 spots to 22 with the addition of Russell Wilson, amongst others.
Right. And the aforementioned Justin Fields.
Yep. The bottom teams in the league, no huge surprise. The Giants are 27th, even though they added Brian Burns. The Washington Foot Commanders are 28th. The New England Patriots 29th.
Carolina's going to be back there.
The New Orleans Saints 30th. The Arizona Cardinals 31st. And yes, indeed, Gators, Carolina Panthers 32nd.
Do they have a first-round pick in 2025, or do they give that to the Bears as well?
In 2025, I'm not sure. I think they do get their pick back. But let me look, because that would be bad. Maybe they just are such a mess. Future draft picks in 2025.
Second round pick in 25.
Yeah. Still pretty bad having to give that up.
Yep.
They do have their first rounder. And they gave the Bears the number 1 pick in the draft. Unbelievable. All right, Gator, I don't think, I wrote something down last night watching the Tigers, and I said, is this sacrilegious? I was watching the game, and I said, I'm going to say something on the air that might be considered sacrilegious, but maybe not.
Oh, boy.
And we got to talk about that Tiger team. Interesting game yesterday. Season opens a week from tomorrow. Tiger baseball.
Casey Mize pitches today. It's his last start of the spring, his last chance to make that impression.
Who pitches today?
Casey Mize.
There you go.
Last chance to make that impression to earn the rotation spot.
Battling for that last spot. It's Carson Anderson. We'll get to some Tiger stuff at 11:02, 97.1 The Ticket.
Brought to you by General RV Centers. We're entering the home stretch for the Tigers exhibitions in Florida. They have 7 games remaining, including today's against the Twins in Fort Myers. Casey Mize will make his 4th start of the spring. He had 4 scoreless innings with 4 strikeouts his last time out. Game time at 1:05 with a lineup featuring Kerry Carpenter and Colt Keith today, and Matt Vierling playing third. Still heavy competition for that regular spot. With the Wings back in a playoff spot for now, their playoff lies may come down to the wire. The Capitals can take the spot back tonight if they beat Toronto. Head coach Derek Lalonde spoke after Detroit's narrow win last night and discussed the ups and downs that they're going through. The Wings' next game is tomorrow night versus the Islanders, so another big one there. As for the Pistons, they'll have Cade Cunningham back on the floor after he was missing in Boston. Detroit trying to end a 3-game skid after having won 3 of 4 last week. Tyrese Halliburton and the Pacers are in town tonight for a 7 o'clock game right here on the ticket. I'll have your pregame show at 6:35. And the first 4 games will conclude with 2 more down in Dayton. 16 seeds Grambling and Montana State will battle at 6:40. The victor will get Purdue. Then Colorado and Boise State will clash as 10 seeds, with the winner set to face Florida in the South bracket. From the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Chris Villar. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket and Odyssey.com.
I have some March Madness talk next hour. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Red Wings coming off a very, I guess, a bullet dodged kind of win last night. If they had lost to the team that has the fewest points in the Eastern Conference, a banged up Columbus team at that would have been bad. It would have been real bad. Thank you, Toe Blake, for that analysis. No, honestly, I was after that first period. I'm like, my God, they're never pulling out of this. They're going to just absolutely limp home, miss the playoffs. This is awful. And maybe they hit rock bottom at the end of the first period. They got outshot 20-6. I remember that one time they got across the blue line. Like, it was terrible. It was terrible. And then they came out on fire to start the second period. Lucas Raymond scored. He got some puck luck on a sider goal. Fell behind 3-2 again, and then scored with 12 seconds left to force overtime. Then Patrick Kane won it in overtime. So Red Wing fans, lots to talk about today. Did a little Lions talk. Number 3 in the Athletics post-free agency rankings, although free agency isn't done. They did power rankings, and they've got the Lions ranked as the number 3 team in the NFL. Maybe that'll make people feel a little bit better for those that aren't sold on Brad Holmes' approach. But maybe not. So you can feel how you want to feel, but the truth is they have they've had a kind of off season that people believe they've gotten better as a football team, which was eminently important. I said we get to some Tiger stuff, and I'll start with this. I look, I don't think it's sacrilegious. Let me be clear, but I got to tell you, I love the Detroit Tigers navy blue jerseys, and I wouldn't mind them wearing them, certainly in replace of the road jersey. But I wouldn't mind seeing it like a Sunday home blue.
Just the reverse?
Yeah, the blue. Well, it's not. They're not the button-ups. What they wore last night just looked like pullover jerseys. But I think it's a great look. The dark blue with the white Old English D, and I think there are probably some people that say, "Did you actually just suggest they wear something different at home?" Yeah, I actually did. But certainly on the road, like there's no tie to the Tiger road jersey.
No, you just need typically a darker jersey on the road or the gray jersey on the road. I'd be open to that.
Do you like that look? Do you think the dark blue looks good?
I like the dark blue. Yeah, I do.
Mm-hmm.
I just don't like the spring training hat.
Yeah, I was wondering about. I was going to bring up the hat because I actually do, and I feel like if we had gone to spring training, this guy right here might have bought one. But
and by that you mean you?
Yes,
yeah.
I have a problem. I buy way too many hats. Way too many hats. I just did a hat purge. Offered a whole bunch to my kids, and They actually took some of them.
Wow.
They're liking the beat up kind of low rise hat now with the bent brim and relic leathered.
Well, if you need some more relic, just let me know.
You got some?
I'm
dog.
saying I've got a dog that can help relic those quickly.
Gotcha. Anyway.
In fact, I caught her with a hat yesterday.
Oh, really?
And I almost lost my stuff.
Was it a hat that's in rotation?
Yeah, it was in the laundry room doing some laundry, and the hat was in there. And I came out, and I had left the laundry room door open for a minute, and then I came back to close it, and I saw there was a hat on the floor. Now I'm like, no, this is it's my Detroit Lions hat with the elongated lion with the stripes.
Oh, that's awesome!
I love that hat. So no,
that would be bad.
Sorry, Lois, this hat's not for you.
Mm-hmm. So you saved it. Hat saved.
Hat saved. Yeah, I like the idea. I like the dark blue. Could you do it occasionally at home? I'm not against it at home either, because it's the same. As long as you don't mess with the Old English D, I feel like you're okay. And if you have this dark background and this white stark Old English D, I think it's a good look. Don't do it all the time, because the classic is the white with the blue, with a blue Old English D. I don't want to change that up too often. But like I said, for occasional Sundays or doing it on the road, yeah. The Tigers introducing, when they've got that orange in there as well, there's a lot they can do with an alternate jersey. A lot they can do with a road jersey.
Yep.
You could keep the Old English D, or you can go with the Detroit script in the front. You can go with Tigers script in the front. There's a lot that they can do. And I'm frankly surprised that they haven't done more of that. Since we were kids, the road jerseys were horrific. The gray does nothing.
Yeah.
The gray is awful, isn't it?
It's just bland, and there's no I don't feel any particular emotional connection to it.
And I think there was a time when every major league team had the gray road, and they were terrible.
Yeah. Or light blue. There was a stretch where
I don't mind light blue, the powder blue.
Yeah, there was a stretch though where Texas, St. Louis, teams that don't have light blue.
Philadelphia had one.
Yeah, they don't have light blue in their jersey schemes, but this wave of light blue jerseys. Didn't the Braves have a light blue?
Yeah, they did. Yeah.
What the hell was that?
I like light blue.
The Mariners had light blue. I guess they kind of do. Not even anymore, but I guess they kind of did back then.
Tigers can get away with it, though. They have the light blue hat they put out there for Father's Day, and for prostate cancer awareness. They do that. I bought one of those hats. I love that hat. I think it's a great hat, and it'd be a great look to have on occasion. Again, not every day on the road, but to do a couple times a year, I wouldn't mind that.
So this isn't a suggestion that they need to necessarily replace the traditional home. I'm just saying maybe a Sunday special, but certainly no problem with them using those blue jerseys on the road.
Fire them up on the road, but again, that's dependent on what the home team wants to wear. Does the home team want to wear? If the home team is going to go with their white jersey, then yeah, do it.
Mm-hmm.
But sometimes the home team goes with a dark jersey, and then you look like a spring training game with dark on dark.
Well, speaking of spring training games, another good outing for Flaherty. I'm not sold yet.
Say that was
yeah,
such
I know.
mistake.
He was really good yesterday. He's
been really good his last couple outings. He's been really good.
Now, do I think that this is indicative of a guy who's been at best mid the last few years, has turned his career around in Detroit? Is it the Fetter effect? Could it be the Fetter effect?
Chris Fetter,
the pitching coach?
Is it spring training? The one thing Jack Flaherty has been able to do throughout his career, though, is strike guys out. He's got a great strikeout ratio, and that hasn't changed. 18 strikeouts in 13 2/3 innings. But the last couple of games, I don't know if he's given up a run or if it's like one run through 8 innings or 9 innings or something like that. He's been really good. And that ERA has dropped to 3.29 because his first couple starts were not good. But his last couple have been very good. What kind of pitcher are we getting? We don't know. We won't know until middle of May what you really have. I feel like you got to have a handful of starts under your belt before people start to form an opinion. Otherwise, you're doomed to be hurt based on some hot starts other pitchers have had in the past.
Yeah, and look, he only reached 3-ball counts twice through 5 innings, struck out 7. He looked great doing it.
And 4 walks in the 13 2/3 innings, that's big.
Yeah. I don't know if we're ever going to come to a consensus on this particular Tiger question, but I do have a Tiger question that I'm going to try. I think maybe as a baseball community, we should all come to a consensus on it.
All right.
But I think it's too big of an ask to come to a consensus on this. But we'll get to that today at 11:16. It's Carson Anderson, Open Lines, 248-539-9797. Get to your phone calls and feedback coming up. You're on 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, what's better than Bourbon and Brews at Twin Peaks? Bourbon and Brews along with basketball tournament action. The last 4 teams battle it out tonight to reach the final 64 in the college basketball tournament, and Twin Peaks has you covered. It starts with the beautiful Twin Peaks girls dressed to impress in their finest lingerie. Then from 5 to 7, sample some of your favorite bourbons like High West, Whistle Pig, and Knob Creek, along with their awesome 101 Stone Sour cocktail. Pair that with favorites from Scratch Kitchen like the hand-cut New York strip, house-smoked ribs, or Billionaire's Bacon Burger, and see why Twin Peaks is on another level. Wall-to-wall TVs, 29-degree draft beer served in the coldest mugs in town, elevated dishes coming out of the kitchen served up by your favorite Twin Peaks girls, and we're doubling down and kicking off the tournament at their Madison Heights location tomorrow. We'll be broadcasting live starting at 10 a.m. The girls will be opening the doors early. They're going to be raffling off all sorts of swag and prizes. There isn't a better place in the country to enjoy the basketball tournament, so take advantage of the best weekend of the year at Twin Peaks. Twin Peaks eats, drinks, and scenic views. can we come to a consensus on how to process Javy Baez as fans and media collectively? You know, I just feel like we could do Javy once the baseball season starts. The way this is trending, I don't want to be all Baez all the time. It feels like we could be. Everybody knows this terrible contract. 4 more years. $96 million owed. And I'm watching the game last night, and yeah, the bad at-bats continue. But he made a sick play at shortstop again. And
that was an amazing play.
Yeah, and so I go back to there have been teams that we've seen that we've processed and go, all right, a no-hit all-field shortstop can play a role. We get it. Completely understand that they shouldn't be making $96 million over the next 4 years. Be the highest paid player on the team. But how do we not do Baez radio all the time? Is it going to be a team that one of the assets that helps them win games is going to be their defense? Like the way AJ Hinch talked about Gio Urshela during the broadcast last night, who's going to probably get the most innings at third base. He thinks incredibly highly of him at third. And I'm thinking about Torque, who looked like he was trending to be a good fielder, then has done some things that maybe has rattled the confidence in that, but it feels like if he could get back on track, is their infield potentially going to be a plus defensively on the left side for sure? And then if Torque can take some steps forward, maybe in 3 of the 4 spots with Colt Keith being the unknown, because we do focus a lot on offensive statistics, and understandably so. But that other side of the game is undervalued. And if Javy Baez just bats 9th, but goes out and plays high-level defense, can we just shelve the talk because we know that there's not going to be much solution to a guy that's owed this much money? I just can't see that. Certainly they're not going to be able to trade him without eating a ton of the money. And hope that he hits, but until somebody else grabs that spot, and I mean really, really proves that they're capable of doing it. I don't know what we're gonna do about Baez in terms of how we all process him.
I'm not sure either. He's going to have to play awfully well and defensively to make up for the shortcomings that he has at the plate. Mm-hmm. And I hope that the Tigers don't take opportunity away from other players that are deserving of it. Ryan Kreidler's done a really nice job so far in the spring. And you don't want to take an opportunity away from him or from Eddie's Leonard, who's done really. He's at 379 in the spring. Both Leonard and Kreidler have OPS of over 1,000. In fact, Leonard is 1178. So how's it going to translate for those guys at the major league level? Obviously not. They're not going to be over 1,000 OPS guys at the major league level.
They can force the issue.
But can they be well above 700? Can they find a way to be average? Because Baez was so bad last year. He just provided nothing offensively.
Nope.
But obviously he's got a really good glove. And he's got a strong arm, and most of the time those two work together, and it's dynamite. Sometimes he, has his mental lapses and just doesn't make the play. But if these guys are hitting and they're fielding what's in front of them, remember what A.J. Hinch said about Colt Keith.
Yep.
Just make the routine plays routine.
And you got a rookie second baseman. Having a veteran shortstop is a value next to a rookie second baseman. Do you really want Kreidler and Colt Keith to be up the middle when you actually are trying to win games this year? But
if Kreidler's supposed to be decent as a shortstop defensively, the question with him was, could he hit? And last year in the minors, he hit. And so far in spring training, he has hit. We know less about Leonard because he came from the Dodgers, but
Looks like he could be an asset.
Yeah, but he can hit. He's hitting the minor league level. I don't know if he can field, but we're looking at a team that needs to find some guys that can hit because they just didn't have enough of them last year because it is such a young team. And if these young players can hit, give them a chance.
All right, we'll circle back to this. There is some breaking news that has been confirmed, and we've seen this percolating and we're waiting to get it confirmed. And now we have, and Dave Burkett of the Detroit Free Press has also confirmed this. Unfortunately, the Hillsborough County Sheriff in Florida has sent out a tweet with a wanted poster and a picture of Cam Sutton. It says, the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office needs your assistance in locating wanted subject Cam Sutton, 29. He is wanted for aggravated battery domestic assault. Maybe driving a Jeep Grand Wagoneer with a plate number, blah, blah, blah. If you have any information on his whereabouts, call this number. Dave Burkett tweets out at this hour, on the phone with the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office, a public informant officer said, this is the same Cam Sutton that plays for the Lions, and a warrant has been issued for his arrest. This is not what Cam Sutton nor the Detroit Lions need.
No, this is, it isn't until proven guilty.
Yep.
Right? Let this play out and see what his side of the story is, if it checks out or whatever. But this type of situation is one that is going to test the Detroit Lions because of how they've built this team, how they've changed the culture, and how they're building through character players. And is this going to fit in? I mean, if the story plays out the way that it's playing out right now, no. But going to give him the benefit of the doubt until proven otherwise.
Let's hold off on any judgments there. You hope that it's not true, or it's a false accusation, or even those are terrible in and of themselves. Maybe in case of mistaken identity, whatever. Hold out the hope that it's not that Cam Sutton is guilty of this. If he is, I don't know if it's even fair to do the if he is, but they do have money, and there are some corners still out there. The Lions might be trying to figure out the veracity of this as quickly as possible.
Yeah, and perhaps the urgency of looking at Stephon Gilmore is just, peaked. From a football standpoint, from a human standpoint, give him his time and see, what he has to say about this situation and what the facts are in the case.
Yeah.
But when that sheriff's department is putting out a tweet
with a
for
picture,
all to see, with a picture for all to see and his name on it, it doesn't look good.
So anyway, it's bad news for the Detroit Lions. And again, if you're just joining us, Cam Sutton, a warrant for his arrest, aggravated battery, domestic violence in Hillsborough County, Florida. So unfortunately, something that the Lions are going to have to deal with and process. And man, I hate these cases.
Yeah.
I hate these things. They're impossible to talk about on the air. Very difficult to talk about on the air because, over the years, I've seen how you can almost try somebody publicly and a lot of people assume guilt. And I don't want to be responsible to do that in this space. I don't want to let it play out. I've been burned on these cases before. So at this point, early in the process, but not great.
So Local 4 here has a tweet that says the warrant was issued on March 7th in connection with an incident in Lutz, Florida, where he allegedly assaulted a woman, police told Local 4. Police have apparently not been able to locate Sutton at this point.
So we're going on 2 weeks, huh? All right, well, suffice it to say, not a good story for the Detroit Lions and Cam Sutton. 248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson, We'll get to your phone calls next. 97.1 The Ticket. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Open lines, 248-539-9797. Yeah, look, I mean, it's unfortunately a bad story breaking for the Detroit Lions. Cam Sutton has been charged in Hillsborough County, Florida. A warrant has been issued for his arrest in connection with an incident March 7th. The warrant was issued on March 7th. Incident in Lutz, Florida, where he allegedly assaulted a woman. Police have told Local 4. Dave Burkett has confirmed it's the same Cam Sutton with the Detroit Lions. We'll monitor this and let you know what the breaking news is, but the reality is tough stories to cover with that and don't want to speculate on guilt or innocence at this point. So we'll just leave it with the facts as they become available. Talking about the Detroit Tigers a little bit and how Detroit processes Javy Baez. He made a spectacular play in the field last night, made a couple other really good plays, ranging to both his right and left. And, at this point, he's a veteran guy who can field the baseball, who can help along a rookie second baseman. And we could do Baez radio all summer long. If he's not going to hit, it's going to be very frustrating. Do you think trying to understand that the Tigers don't want to just light the money on fire, and they can also see value in a veteran playing next to a rookie at up the middle, that they don't want to break in one of the other two like a Kreidler, and have him playing next to a rookie because you'd be too inexperienced there? Or is this just I know how people get. They're like, get rid of him. Well, what if it doesn't make the team better? What if you get worse defensively and not better offensively?
It is unfortunate because the money is attached to it, and there's so much money left over, the $96 million over the next 4 years. Because if it were a fraction of that, they might be able to swallow that and say, we're moving on. And I'm not sure how long they're going to be willing to put up with his not being productive as an offensive player. And it's all about his defense. But Kreidler last year in the minors, playing shortstop in 35 games, had a .984 fielding percentage. That's really good.
Yeah.
That's really good. The major league average last year was .972 at that position.
If I recall correctly, the book on Kreidler coming out of UCLA was all field, no hit. And then he hit the ground running and started to hit the ball when he got to the Tigers. So anyway, 248-539-9797. Let's go to Nick. You're on 97 on the ticket. Hello, Nick. Nick, are you there?
Nick.
No good. 248-539-9797. That was not our best work.
It was not.
No.
But it wasn't Nick's best work either.
Feedback coming in. Javy Baez led the majors 2 years in a row in errors. Combined years by almost 10. Don't give us the occasional defensive play crap. Well, he's got range. He gets to a lot more baseballs than other shortstops. And, the fact is, his fielding percentage, he's always had a reputation as a good fielder. And what was his fielding percentage for his career?
963.
And what was fielding percentage last year?
962.
Okay.
So he was right on par with that. Like I said, the league average of fielding percentage was 972 last year, and he was slightly below that. His range factor was slightly above the league average. And so he's an above average fielding shortstop. Is he an elite fielding shortstop? He's not.
What's the league average in range factor?
That is 963.
Okay, because I got him at 390.
I'm sorry, I said 363 for range factor.
363.
And he's at 389.
Okay, I got him last year at 3.90 according to ESPN, which is the fifth best in the majors. But
range factor per game is 3.67 for him, and range factor per game in the majors is 363. So slightly above.
I don't know the discrepancy between that and ESPN's numbers. ESPN has him the fifth best in the majors.
Well, the 389 number, which maybe is rounded up to 3.9, that's per 9 innings.
Yeah.
And if you did that for the majors, then that would be 3.68. So again, slightly above average. But is it elite? He's not elite.
No, but it's his strength, and he's pretty good, and he's probably better than anybody else in the organization.
But being his strength and being not elite doesn't mean I'm going to keep him around.
Yeah.
Or keep giving him the opportunities. Because if he were elite, I could write off the offensive woes and just say, look, this guy's the best in the league at what he does defensively, but he's not. And he's a far cry from it.
But is he the best in the organization? And if he is,
he'll still get some opportunities. But if the other guys who, depending on how far away they are from him being the best in the organization, but their bats are better.
This is coming. I got to stop because it's coming across as a defensive Javy Baez. You know what this is? This is my effort not to do Baez radio all summer long. I'm trying to find a way that we can say.
Are we going to get an embargo?
No, not yet. But I expect that the Tigers are going to be more competitive this year. And, we could take calls all summer long about talking about how Baez sucks. And I'm trying to process him in a different way. Okay, what can they get out of him? Because he's going to be here.
I think there's going to be a shorter leash with him.
You might be right.
To just be fair all around. I think that they recognize he can bring something to the table defensively, but if he's not doing it offensively, then maybe this is a platoon situation. Maybe he plays half the games, maybe a little more than half the games. But even in those games, he's still going to have to show that he can hit something. Because at some point, you're going to give more opportunities to the other guys if the other guys are getting it done defensively too.
Feedback. Tom and Flat Rock writes in, Baez has to be more than an overplayed Jose Iglesias, but you know that Jose hit better. Gary in South Carolina, I have been wanting them to wear the navy blue jerseys forever. All grays are so boring. Next text. Yes, to the dark blue with the white D. Splash some orange in for the socks. Splash some orange in the socks for road jerseys. The road jersey is yawn.
I don't mind if you throw some orange accents in there and jazz it up even more.
He's saying orange socks, white pants with the blue stripe, blue top that they wore at spring training last night, which I just think is a great look.
Yeah.
Unnamed texter, apparently this is a hot take, but I prefer the road grays over the home whites. Okay, that was a texter.
It's not a hot take. It's an unpopular take.
Mm-hmm. Navy blue Tiger jerseys are awesome looking, but they're hot. Night game option better. That's from JD and Macomb.
Oh, you wear them in the beginning of the season when it's not hot.
Yep. Hi, guys. Don't look now, but Eric Haas, the pride of Dearborn Divide Child High School, is tearing it up for the Milwaukee Brewers. Haas currently hitting .414 with 2 doubles and 4 home runs. If Haas can hit a fastball, he'll be a huge asset for the Brewers. And another misstep for our young genius president, Scott Harris. Thanks.
Yeah, I'm not holding my breath.
Do we have a long list of missteps already?
I don't think we do. If you want to go free agency and what happened, it's what happened at the trade deadline last year that has fans upset.
Yeah.
And not making the big splash in free agency. You couple those two things together. I could see that. Was it a mistake to say enough with Haas when he hit 201 last year with 4 home runs?
Do you have his career numbers in front of you? Look, I don't want to root against Eric Haas.
I'm not rooting against him. I like Eric Haas. Yeah.
But,
he declined year to year.
And I get that somebody might be an Eric Haas fan. He's a local guy. I wish him the best, but is it a bit premature for victory laps? And calling it a misstep?
Well, let him make the club in Milwaukee first.
Yep.
And then see what he can do there. But look,
he put us in an awkward position.
Yeah, I like Eric Haas a lot, but I'm not ruining the day that the Tigers moved on from him. I like Jake Rogers. You don't like Jake Rogers? 22 home runs in 2021, down to 14 the next year, down to 4 the next year. His OPS went from 745 to 748 to 528.
Yeah, look. The fact is, it's awfully early. I hope he does well.
Yeah, and he's north of 30, by the way.
So the other thing in last night's game is Parker Meadows had a couple of hits. The entire pitching staff, it was a 0-0 game.
Another shutout.
Yep. And reading a little bit about, the Tigers are going to go into the opener against a rookie who's never started a game before, and with a clear pitching matchup, advantage in the pitching matchup. So that's a week from tomorrow, and I'm fired up about that. Like, having Skubal on the hill is now something to kind of look forward to. The way he finished the year last year. I know people start to check out as a team fades, but for those who did check out, he finished the season very much on a high. And they'll open the season against Garrett Crochet, first career start, opening day.
Looking forward to it. Don't know what the weather is going to be like in Chicago next week for opening day, but I'm guessing it's not going to be It's not going to be warm. Might be blustery with some wind and cold. And and I don't know how long you pitch starters this early in the season. Skubal hasn't pitched a whole lot in spring training. So does he get one more start in spring training and then he'll get the opening day start? But I feel confident that he's good. He's a Cy Young contender if he can stay healthy. Please stay healthy.
Yeah.
Because he is that good. And the real battle is for that last rotation spot. And then what happens with the odd man out in the rotation? Does that end up going to Toledo? Or does that stay in the bullpen and become your guy early in the season anyway, that you can give 3 innings? Let's say that you go Skubal for 5. Can you throw Casey Mize out there, assuming, let's say he's the odd man out? Can he go 3 innings in that outing and then a few days later go 2 innings? Can he be that guy out of the bullpen?
Could be.
In the early part of the season when you need to cobble together innings because the arms aren't stretched out enough where you're going to let him throw over 100 pitches?
Yeah, I think it's one of those deals. It's probably a hard sell to the player. Listening to AJ last night in the broadcast talk about how, they're going to hang on as long as they can and they don't want to cut guys prematurely. And there are a lot of, he said to our morning show last week, the average major league team needs 10 starters to get through a year. So who the odd man out at the beginning, he's just going to have to get him to believe that, because it's going to be tough whoever gets that nod. And I right now, the Freep did the roster projection yesterday, and Reese Olson was the odd man out.
Which is tough because he's pitched awfully well. 14 2/3 innings, struck out 14. His ERA is 3.68 and his WHIP is 1.02. You compare that to Mize. Mize is a 3.38 ERA, but a 1.41 WHIP. 10 strikeouts in 10 innings. I think it's a battle between those two. It's a big start for Casey Mize today to show that he's the guy.
All right, 248-539-9797. We'll get to some March Madness stuff in the noon hour. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, say goodbye to busted brackets, because FanDuel lets you bet on every game of the tournament. Whether you're betting on a big upset or a 1 seed, it's time to go dancing on America's #1 sportsbook. Right now, new customers get $200 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. So go find a heavy favorite. Might want to avoid the games tonight. Go find a 1 seed tomorrow and put your $5 down on them to get that $200 in bonus bets when your bet wins. And of course, you can use it on point spreads, money lines. You can even pick who's going to win it all. Just visit FanDuel.com/Doug and bet on college hoops until they cut down the nets. And again, take that heavy favorite on the money line with your $5. Make sure you get those $200. Must be 21 or older and present in Michigan. First online real money wager only. $10 first deposit is required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problems? Call 1-800-270-7117 for confidential help. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Open lines, 248-539-9797. Okay, so we'll get to some March Madness stuff next hour. Gator, I have not heard you ever discuss this band, but I saw that they have added like 50 dates to their 25 dates or something to their tour. 23 more concerts to their 50th anniversary tour. And I don't think I've ever heard you talk about this band. And I like getting your take on music.
What's the band again? I'm sorry.
Kansas.
I love Kansas.
Do you?
I think Kansas is, I mean, look, they don't put out new music that anybody listens to. Right. I haven't heard a new song from Kansas in 40 years. I don't know. But I think they're one of the really underrated classic rock bands. The volume of hits that they put out in a short period of time in the 70s and early 80s, it's really kind of extraordinary. And their musicianship is really off the charts. And that's what I don't think gets enough credit. A couple guitar players in there, they have guys, they brought a fiddle out there and it fit in with what they did. It's just, kind of strange and yet it worked for them. It's like Jethro Tull bringing a flute out, and that worked for them. But it didn't define them like it defined Jethro Tull. Kansas had two different singers, and both were really good. Then they ended up just relying on the one guy, and he was great. "Carry On, Wayward Son" is one of the great all-time classic rock songs. Just a great song, and they have tons of hits. "Dust in the Wind" is a great song. I'm a big fan of Kansas from back in the day. But
would you go see him? And by the way, I don't think they're coming anywhere close to Detroit. I think they're closest to like Pittsburgh and Milwaukee.
Look, if they were an opening act for another band I wanted to see, I wouldn't hate it. Yeah. I mean, I saw that was it Journey and Def Leppard are touring together, and I think they're playing at Comerica Park, and they're also having special guest the Steve Miller Band. And Steve Miller opened up for the Eagles when the Eagles were here at LCA. And look, Steve Miller still got it done. Yep. I was not a big Steve Miller fan, but I came away with more appreciation for him after seeing it.
A lot of hits.
Yeah, but if you're going to tell me,
a million years ago, but a lot.
Right. If you're going to tell me Kansas is going to open up for Journey and Def Leppard, I'd be there. Absolutely. Yeah.
All right.
Nice add-on, because they're only going to get, if they're opening act, they're only going to get 45 minutes to play. So all you're going to hear are their catalog of hits.
All right, feedback coming in on the Tigers and mostly Javy Baez. Baez is untradeable. Bad contract, can't hit anymore. If the only reason we're keeping him is for his fielding, he's taking up a spot on the roster, blocking a younger player from coming up. Suck it up, eat the contract, and release him. Okay, I got to tell you, I want more evidence that a younger player's ready. I mean, is that fair to see one of these guys give him spot duty at shortstop? And see, okay, can Ryan Kreidler handle it? And if they're trying to win now, right?
Yep.
And so you're breaking in a rookie second baseman. Do you also want to break in a rookie shortstop on a team that's trying to win now? And by the way, commit to that rookie shortstop right now. Cut Baez and commit to the rookie shortstop. I think he'd be cheaper, but you're still paying Baez. You still have to pay him. So make sure that a rookie shortstop is ready.
Well, last year, Eddie's Leonard, when he came to the organization and played at Toledo, played in 40 games at Toledo and hit 300.
Mm-hmm.
Had a 904 OPS. Yeah, it's great. But he only has minor league stats. It's not played in the majors. He's only 23 years old. From a fielding standpoint, his fielding percentage in his minor league career at shortstop, 944. That's not good.
No.
So, but does his bat make up for that? I mean, is that a trade-off?
So
let's say Kreidler's out of the running, okay?
Right.
And then you go between Leonard and Baez. Your head would tell you, okay, maybe I got to split these guys. One guy brings offense and no glove. The other guy brings glove and no offense.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's a recent example, but I got up this morning and watched the Padres, who made two errors on the infield that led to 2 unearned runs, and they lost in large part because of the errors. One was a throwing error from third. Now the other one went through the Jake Cronenworth was playing first, and the ball went through his webbing, which was weird, but it went down as an error in a play that might not have been his fault. But you don't care about the defensive part of it until the defensive part of it bites you in the butt. And so, it is part of the game. And if they had a veteran second baseman, I'd probably be a little bit more inclined to go, okay, bring in the rookie. But to cut him now, here's another one. Until you AJ lovers realize how AJ hurts the players, the Tigers will underperform. Well, I am an AJ lover. That is true. But
I don't know. He worked with a really young team in Houston, turned him into a World Series team. I trust AJ Hinch. I think he's a very, very good manager.
Rick and UPS, can we just DH for him and let our pitchers hit? It might be better.
I think the situation is going to work itself out, honestly. If the other options are going to be better, then they're going to play. I think that's how it's going to work out. Does that mean that Baez stays on the roster? He does until he blocks a spot of somebody who deserves to be on this roster, and then you'll have the discussion. And would the Tigers be willing to eat at that point, $85 million? That's a tough pill to swallow, and yet for a team whose payroll is substantially less and below what the league average is, if you're winning games and you're seeing people come through the turnstiles, you can do that. So if the team is good, right, and despite what Javy Baez is doing, they could eat the contract. But how about this? Dare to dream. He's better. I mean, it hasn't shown it in the spring, but dare to dream that he can be average as an offensive player.
Hunter writes in from Clarkston, the Tigers started Tram and Whitaker as rookies at the same position. I don't want to hear about how you need a veteran counterpart. Well, you don't need it, okay? And if you have two guys that are virtual Hall of Famers in the middle of if you think you've got that, then I'd say go with them.
Yeah, and the Tigers back in 1978 were nowhere near competing for the division championship.
Mm-hmm. Tigers are facing a rookie opening day. He'll strike out 10, give up 4 hits in 6 innings. So whether or not he's technically a rookie, he's been a reliever. So I said rookie, but it's his first career start. But another unnamed texter, bold prediction, the Tigers lose opening day 5-1. Tigers only run Baez solo home run. There you go. 248-539-9797. All right, March Madness. The first 4 games last night down in Dayton. Gators got his bracket. We need to talk a little bit about approaches to brackets. We need to talk a little bit about rules when it pertains to brackets. We need to talk about the checklist you need to get done before the tournament starts. And we need to talk about Michigan State and Mississippi State, which will be tipping off in just about 24 hours' time. All that coming up next hour here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket. Okay, so there is more facts being reported in the Cam Sutton story, and look, we're just so people know, these kinds of stories, there's no need to like rush to speculating on what's happened, because it could be completely unfair. But this is not a good look for Cam Sutton. You heard it there in the update. Do you have the tweet in front of you with the very latest?
Let me check that.
Sorry, I thought you did.
I think I do. I was printing something for you. Kyle Meinke.
Yep.
Tweets out, and Kyle Meinke covers the Detroit Lions for MLive, says, just spoke with the police. This is the Lions' Cam Sutton. He suspected of battering a woman at 4:52 in the morning on March 7th. He fled the scene by the time the police arrived, has not shown up at his home in the area, had his phone turned off. Police are now taking this step to find him, and that step is putting it on social media. So, to be fair to Cam Sutton, we really don't like to try and convict people on the air. But this is not, as the facts come out, this is looking worse and worse all the time. And that doesn't sound like somebody who is confident in their innocence in a case when you haven't returned to your home and turned your phone off. And if this reporting is accurate, and I stress if the reporting is accurate, and you wonder, what do you think the end game is here? That they're going to forget about it? That is, what's the result you're hoping to get here if you're Cam Sutton? And if you are in any way, if these charges are inaccurate, which we will hold out the possibility that they are, then fleeing and turning your phone off and not returning to your house certainly doesn't portray that. So I will continue to hold out hope, but it just doesn't look good. This is a guy who last year had a base salary of $1.1 million, and this coming year, the base salary is $10.5 million. And that's guaranteed. The potential outcomes after this year, the Lions have to take all this into consideration if indeed it's true. And you also wonder, were the Lions aware of all this? They aggressively went out and traded for a corner. They signed another one. Well, when did they trade for Carlton Davis? Because I want to say that was...
I think it was after...
Was that after March 7th?
I think so.
Yeah, it's interesting. Obviously, the signing of Amik Robertson is after
March 13th.
March 13th is almost a full week after. But this is the Brad Holmes way, because if you really wanted to do something, you could have traded for L'Jarius Sneed or somebody else, I suppose. How does this affect the Lions if this goes down and he is arrested and convicted? They need to do a couple things. They have a couple things they could do, Doug. They could go out and sign another free agent defensive back and go ahead and look at the Stephon Gilmore plan, which I've been touting for a while. They could use the 29th pick overall on a corner, which a lot of people want to do anyway. They could do both. I can't see them doing neither.
Yeah.
I can't see them doing neither. They bring back Mosley. They bring in Robertson. They bring in the guy they just traded for. So it's
Carlton Davis.
Yes. I still think they need another.
Yeah, and at this point, they might just have to think about an insurance policy. They might have to say, okay, we're going to let this thing play out, but we have to prepare for life perhaps without him, and that might mean adjusting the offseason plan here.
From a pure football standpoint, all right, let's throw the other stuff out there right now. From a pure football standpoint, you're looking at probably having to replace a corner who was your number 2 last year, thrust into number 1 duties because of injuries. And he got exposed when he was a number 1, but was pretty good as a number 2. By bringing in Carlton Davis, you would think Carlton Davis would become the new number 1, and then Sutton would be back to being number 2. This could be a pretty good loss for the Lions because he was good as a number 2. Is Robertson going to step up? Is he going to be that guy? Is Mosley, can you count on him to come back healthy? We don't even know about that.
Yeah, Robertson played 60-something% of the snaps last year with the Raiders. And a lot of times you can find out about how, that's a good way to indicate how a coaching staff saw him, and he was good in his role. But is he 100% snap kind of guy? When he was done with this season, there was speculation right away that he was going to be looking for a full-time opportunity, and I suppose that the Lions might have that to offer, certainly perhaps more so now. But we'll see how it plays itself out. I think, unfortunately, these things take a while to resolve. First of all, he hasn't even turned himself in yet. And now that it's out there publicly, and it's been...
It's 2 weeks?
Yeah. I mean, we're going on 2 weeks. This 2 weeks on the run, essentially. It's what it looks like. Then you've got a situation where they probably have to move quicker to come up with a potential replacement than this might move through the court system. So I think they unless they've already responded, unless their response was, well, we're going to bring Mosley back, we're going to trade for Davis, we're going to sign Amik Robertson, and there's still other moves to be made.
Well, and what does this mean for the roster for Cam Sutton? And what does this mean for the Lions moving forward? I mean, this is how do you deal with success, right? And here is this very successful team built on character, built on culture change, and now we're getting to the offseason after they made it to the NFC Championship game, so close to getting to the Super Bowl, and now you're hit with this adversity. And this is bigger than just a speed bump, it looks like right now, because the player was not only somebody who contributes, but it's also a terrible look in a blow to what the team is built about or how they're built.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about whether or not he was going to be more of an asset next year as a number 2 corner, and I could see that. Because when he faced lesser receivers at the beginning of the year, he's actually doing a pretty decent job. And as the year went on and he faced more and more elite guys, it looked like he was in over his head. Man, this is a tough one. Because he was really likable. I remember that preseason press conference he had when he came here. But
well, like I said, need to hear the whole story because all we know little bits and pieces. When details come out, we'll continue to provide any details that come our way. But obviously, this is one you want to hear the whole story on.
Yep. Okay. So March Madness, I'm going to assume that you were fully locked in on the Red Wings and didn't watch the games last night. Nor do you seem to care about the Dayton games.
Well, the tournament starts tomorrow.
I know, but there are games that are played.
To see who plays in the tournament? Yeah, I did not spend a second watching. I didn't know college basketball was on last night.
Well... Howard was down 17, came back and took 3 3-pointers at the end to tie the game and send it to overtime in like the last 6 seconds. Missed them all.
Howard who?
University. Then Colorado State just blew out Virginia. The response to this, if you've watched Virginia, they struggle putting the ball in the basket. But this is being interpreted by the entire world with Virginia's 14 points in the first half is, I'm sorry, we need to expand the tournament. Why?
Right. They were a 10 seed, as is Colorado State. These are 2 10 seeds battling to get in. And Colorado State showed up, and Virginia did not. I mean, 42 points in the game and only 14 in the first half is pathetic.
Yep.
Absolutely pathetic.
They went the last 9:20 of the first half without scoring. That was a free throw. Their last field goal in the first half came with 10 minutes and 30 seconds to go in the half. And they managed to pull off the unbelievable feat of going in the first half, scoring just 14 points, but doing it with only 1 turnover, which still is a fact that blows my mind. Games really kick off in full tomorrow. We got to talk about the Spartans matchup against Mississippi State, a pre-bracket checklist, things you need to do. We'll get to all that coming up here on Carson Anderson. Open lines, 248-539-9797. More of your phone calls and feedback coming up. Hey, if you're starting to feel that spring fever and you're itching for a new ride, you can cure it now with a new Chevy Trucker SUV from Sarah Chevrolet Sterling Heights. As the number one volume Chevy dealer in Michigan, Sarah Chevrolet Sterling Heights has a huge inventory of Silverados and Equinoxes that are ready for you to test drive and take home today. So nip that fever in the bud and visit Sarah Chevrolet Sterling Heights, where they guarantee the lowest price or it's free. 17.5 in Van Dyke in Sterling Heights. Call 87-SAY-SARAH or go to saysarah.com. Together, let's drive. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97 won a ticket. Open lines, 248-539-9797. All right, so the brackets get underway in full tomorrow. There's a few things that we remind everybody what they need to do, and Gator went through it today. Everybody out there, start your process earlier and remember your CBS Sports password and account name?
If you're through CBS. Yeah.
Or your ESPN password and account name? How many people log on to those accounts annually in the middle of March, and then they sit dormant for a year? So I've already received phone calls from members of my family.
Hey.
Trying to figure out how they can do this, and they can't find what their account name or password is. It is an annual thing. So everybody, remember that. And I say that, and who else? Who do we know that happened? Oh, that would be you today.
What?
Couldn't remember your password? Well, actually, you remembered a password. You didn't remember which email you used.
Right. Well, because our emails have changed here at the station. So a lot of times stuff doesn't come up. Like, for instance, if I feel like I'm already subscribed to like the Freeport, the Detroit News, or the Athletic or something like that,
Yep.
I have to remember which email account it's associated with because of our change of emails here at the station. So when I was doing this, trying to get on this morning through an old CBS account, it wasn't coming through for any of the emails that I had suggested. I'm like, damn it. We came in studio, did the first segment, and then you told me the story of your son during the break. I'm like, oh, maybe I should try this account. And sure enough, pops right up.
Yep.
And still remember the password.
So that's one. And I mean, it's already Wednesday, but that's not too late. But just, you don't want to be at 11:30 tomorrow morning before the game start in full and your brackets are due going, oh, wait, what's my password? And you start that whole process. And now the clock's ticking and you're feeling pressure and your palms start to sweat. And you're like, I'm not going to get this in time. And so just a reminder, start that process sooner rather than later. 2 is identifying where True TV is on your cable or satellite provider. TBS, TNT, I think USA Network has some games. So am I right in thinking that this is one of the major events in sports that you still can watch without having to stream some stuff? Right? There's no March Madness games that are streamed exclusively, correct?
I don't think so. Not exclusively, I don't think.
Yeah. Yep.
Feels like everything else is there. And let's hope that they don't mess with this. Although you can see it coming. All it takes is for somebody to step in and say, hey, we'll pay $1 billion for the rights for this. And sold.
That'll probably happen sooner.
It'll definitely happen
than later. But yes. So anyway, identify where all those stations are. You can set it up with the last where you can go between game to game to game. Those of you with multiple TV setups, it's a lot of fun this time of year. Okay. And I saw this already today, so I'm going to go over it again. Somebody sent in some feedback and wanted to know about what the rules were that we have for multiple bracket guy. And here are the rules for multiple bracket guy. There's absolutely nothing wrong with being multiple bracket guy. There are all kinds of different ways you can approach it, and if you want to enter multiple brackets, more power to you. The rules are, however, as follows. Once you become multiple bracket guy, you forfeit. You forfeit being able to brag about any of your upset picks. Unless you picked it in every bracket. Because what you are saying to the world is, I picked both outcomes and I was right. So multiple bracket guy cannot say the following. I picked that. Yes, I picked that in one of my brackets. I picked that in one of my brackets. I had that in one of my brackets.
Good job.
Yeah. You also didn't in all the others.
What?
So those are the rules for multiple bracket guy.
Don't brag about your upsets if you have multiple brackets.
If you have multiple brackets and pick both outcomes, nobody's particularly interested in the fact that you picked both outcomes and you were right.
Yeah, and don't be impressed if, let's say, for instance, you're a Michigan State fan, right? And you've got Michigan State beating North Carolina and they happen to beat North Carolina. Don't be impressed. You're biased. You felt horrible picking against your team in the bracket, so you didn't do it. And if they happen to get past the first game against Mississippi State and play Carolina on Saturday and beat Carolina. That's great, but come on.
Now, I am always interested when people fill out the brackets for money, filling it out for money. In spite of that, who took Oakland U deep in the tournament? Who took Michigan State deep in the tournament? Now, the Spartans, you can make more of a case for it, right? I mean, it's not unusual. Izzo's taken 7 seeds to the Final Four.
Yeah.
But I would assume that when money is involved, people are probably a little bit less likely,
hesitant.
Yeah, to go with what their heart and what they want to see. You know?
I hear you. I mean, I was tempted this morning when I was filling it out, because when I was looking at the Oakland game and hearing Greg Campy talk about his team and how he likes the matchup against Kentucky, because Kentucky doesn't have the inside presence, that they're basically a 3-point shooting team. And he likes the fact that Oakland U plays zone, and he thinks that there's a possibility they can limit somewhat what Kentucky does.
I love him for his he's finding a path. We talked about it on Monday.
He's trying to find a path. And I'm listening to it, and I'm like, that makes sense. I like it. I'm thinking, should I? And then I remember the other thing he said, one of the TV interviews, they asked him about what does Kentucky have? What is Kentucky basketball about? He's like, well, they're all about players. They always have players, which is true. They have 5-star players like crazy, because that's just what John Calipari's been able to recruit over the years, and now he can actually do it legally. So they've always got players. They've always got talent. And at some point, the talent's going to rise up and smack it back down. Do I give Oakland U a chance? I give them a chance, and I only give a chance because of what I heard Campy say. And at the same time, it's a 14-3. We've seen it. I don't think it's likely.
It's really too bad that Oakland didn't catch the luck of getting Kansas, because that could have been a matchup. And Kansas,
without one of their best players, Dickinson's banged
Hunter
up.
Dickinson is hurt, and that obviously is an issue.
But he's playing, right?
He is supposed to play. And who's the guard? The guard that's out. Anyway, he's out. That was confirmed yesterday. So I really wish OU had caught that little bit of a break, because they could have lined up against Kansas. Kevin McCullough Jr. is the guard that's out. So anyway, long story short, that would have been great for OU. Now, Spartans, look, as we preview this game, it's likely to be the equivalent of a basketball brawl. Mississippi State is big. They are physical. They're big. Tolulu Smith, 6'11", 245. They also got a guy that weighs 280 pounds. They got a guy, Cameron Matthews, who's an athlete, a wing that can really, really jump. They play good defense. They're a physically strong team. They're led by a freshman guard. This is interesting because he seems to be their go-to guy. And I think he's their leading scorer, but he doesn't shoot it particularly well.
He's their leading scorer, Hubbard. He averages 17 points a game, and he shoots 38% from the field. Mm-hmm. Yet he's an 85% free throw shooter. He can shoot. He just hasn't. I mean, look, you say he's a freshman. He's struggling his freshman season here, but still 17 points a game. That's pretty good. But the matchup, Michigan State and Mississippi State, it's about guard play. Are the guards going to show up for Michigan State? Defensively, do what you've done all season long, which is kind of be suffocating. But offensively, you got to get something from Akins. Akins has to show up. It can't just be Tyson Walker.
248-539-9797. Spartan fans and OU fans, how deep did you take your team in this March Madness? Gator, you got your bracket right there? Okay. I know that it feels like one of the more popular things on this program to do is to make fun of me. I'm going to offer you up another opportunity to make fun of me. I spent hours working on my bracket. Hours. Painstaking research.
Wow.
Bringing up YouTube to make sure I'm not missing on a guy. Doing research on NBA scouts and what they're saying about some of these players from smaller schools.
Looking at injury reports. coach's history in the tournament.
Is Tyler Kolak going to play for Marquette? I mean, these are all
Common opponents during the course of the year.
all this stuff. Strength of schedule. I mean,
Did you beat the women's college?
Mississippi University for women actually played the McNeese State men's team in a game that counted. Now, the Mississippi University for women has a men's team, to be fair, but it looks real weird on the schedule. Painstaking hours, and I'm kind of done. I'm looking for a few more things. Still got to do a little bit more. Gator, you logged onto your computer today at what time?
About 9:38.
And you decided to fill out a bracket at 9:38?
Yeah.
When were you done?
9:54.
Okay. He took 16 minutes, and I think the probability of you doing better than me is there. Just because I've found that doing what I do, I've done this in the past where I've put a lot of time and effort into it. Other times I've had busy weeks and I couldn't get it done as much and so I fill it out a little bit quicker.
I've filled out brackets for a long time, okay? Done it every way possible, Kind of did my whole research, spent hours doing it fast, and those brackets didn't really, pan out too well. Done it really fast, and those brackets are kind of hit or miss, so, went in between. Went 16 minutes this time.
Do you realize you're going to do better than me?
I don't know if that's true.
I think it's quite possible. We'll get to our Final Four picks coming up. Spartan fans, OU fans, how deep did you take your team in March Madness? I want to see who pushed it the most. 248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Get some of your feedback on March Madness coming up here shortly. 248-539-9797. Kind of a bummer today with a story coming out about the Detroit Lion Cam Sutton, who was a warrant has been issued for his arrest. And it came out in a social media tweet from the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office looking for Cam Sutton. It's been confirmed that it indeed is the Lions' Cam Sutton. He's wanted for aggravated battery, domestic violence. They gave out what he is believed to be driving and what the license plate number is. This is after a alleged assault back on March 7th. Since that time, they have been searching for Cam Sutton, and arrest warrant has been issued. The incident in question took place at 4:52 a.m. on March 7th in Lutz, Florida. An information officer for the Sheriff's Department told M Live, I'm going with Kyle Mikey's reporting here, he fled the scene before police arrived, and all attempts to contact him have been failed. He has not shown up at his house. He's turned off his phone or had it disconnected, according to police. A quote from the communications officer said, quote, he's ducking us. Our deputies have exhausted all leads. He's got vehicles in a home nearby, and he hasn't been there. He's turned off his phone. So they spent 13 days trying to find him. Now they've gone public, hoping to discover his whereabouts. These are not actions of someone that believes in their own innocence. I don't want to speculate too much. We do our best to be responsible in these situations, but this is a very, very bad look. His contract is set to balloon this year. In year 2 of his deal with the Lions, but he may not. Who knows how this is going to play itself out? The Lions probably, if they didn't know about this and are just finding out about it today, are probably going to have to go out and look for some insurance in case he can't be on the Detroit Lions next season. And those who are wondering about voided contracts, the Ray Rice situation years ago, you may recall the running back with the Baltimore Ravens, who the video came out of him assaulting his girlfriend. The Ray Rice situation, you do not just get to void the contract and not take the cap hit. At least the Ravens didn't then. There might be a change in the collective bargaining agreement since then, but that was the most recent case I could think of that's potentially like this. But back then, the Ravens took the full cap hit. So, again, trying to find out if there has been a change in the collective bargaining agreement, but back then you couldn't just void it and get the money back.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just trying to talk through my own head. What do I think is fair? And kind of want to have the team still being punished for having a player like that. I think it should count against the cap. Even though this is our guy we're talking about in our team, I don't know what the rule is on it, but there's just a problem with this. It's just bad all around. There's no good look to it. There's no happy ending in this one. It's a terrible look for him to be gone for 2 weeks, and the fact that the sheriff's department is put out basically an APB through the people.
Yep.
Through the Twitterverse. Hey, help us find this guy. And using terms like he's been ducking us for the last 2 weeks, that's not good. That's not a good look.
So, no, obviously it isn't. And as far as I can't imagine quick resolutions to cases like this. So I almost feel like the Lions are going to have to move forward as if they're not going to have them. Now, maybe they knew about this. Maybe that's why they went out and re-signed Emmanuel Mosley, traded for Carlton Davis, and signed Amik Robertson. But that didn't seem like an overkill in terms of the corner situation. And here's the other thing. We were just talking yesterday about how they kind of addressed everything in free agency and don't need to go into the draft saying have to have A, B, or C. They could go best player available. Brad Holmes has been pretty committed to his plan. And look, he probably shouldn't comment on this publicly until more facts are available. And those facts might become available to him. But at some point in the next couple of weeks, they're going to have to talk about the draft. And unless this is resolved, which seems awfully unlikely, he will probably be asked, does it impact your draft strategy? And it might be one of the rare case scenarios where they're going to have to move off the best player available and say, we're going to have to address a need right here, right now. Now, it's also not too late in free agency to go get a guy.
Yeah, you can still do that. And I think back in the Ray Rice case, when that story broke initially, NFL came out, immediately handed down like a 2-game suspension. They saw the police report, they read the police report, and they acted on it. It was 2 or 4 games. I forget what it was. Then a little bit later, the video gets leaked of what happened. The video is horrible.
Yeah, the video changed everything. Honestly, I wonder if that went down in something that gets talked about in college classes to this day, because there's no video, there's no pictures available right now. When those come out, if those come out, I should say, and they look bad, it really does change perception. Like the NFL, you could read everything that happened.
Well,
was it Randy Gregory? Was he the one who had charges of throwing a woman on a bed full of guns?
I think so, yeah.
And I'm thinking to myself, if there's video of that.
Well, and what bothered me about the Ray Rice case back then and still does today is that the NFL had the police report. The police report says everything that happened in the video. Yep. I mean, in excruciating detail, everything. I mean, it says hits her with the force in the face that knocks her to the ground. Okay, so that puts a pretty good picture in your mind of what happened. And then you see the video and you're like, it's exactly what happened. But when the video came out, then all of a sudden the NFL, Roger Goodell said, wait a minute, whoa, this isn't what we thought it was. We're going to have to give him a bigger suspension. And then things changed. And I can't remember if Ray Rice ever played again after that, but he was basically done. And then the charges ended up getting dropped, right? Because his girlfriend dropped that she didn't want to press charges on it. And
there's a section in a college class about media, about that you could look at this case and really discuss it. Because it was, I'm not going to say it's the first time video changed impressions. You go back to the Rodney King case, of course, but that's where the sports world and that kind of thing intersected. And when that video came out and you saw it, it was disgusting. And the league,
the Ray Rice
video, yes, it came out, and the league,
the Joe Mixon video, and Joe Mixon's still playing.
Yep.
It doesn't get much worse than the Joe Mixon thing. Right?
No.
Knocked out with one punch. So we'll see how the NFL plays this one. We'll see what happens with more details. It'll come out at some point. But yeah, if you start to get images of the alleged victim, and if it shows that she was truly pummeled and beaten, it's not good. It's not going to be good. And you already add that to the fact that he's been dodging police for 2 weeks.
That's the part where it's really hard to see.
It's hard to explain that away.
Yeah, it's hard to explain it away. Again, we try to be responsible and wait for these things to play itself out. But if you have been essentially on the run for 2 weeks, I don't know what the end game is for him, and B, I don't know how this could work out well for him. But we'll continue to keep this as best we can in line with facts as they get reported. 248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. From upsets to buzzer beaters, nothing compares to college basketball in March. But sometimes you're on the wrong end of those moments. That's why FanDuel is giving everyone a no-sweat bet from now until March 20th. I used mine last night on Colorado State. Doesn't matter if you're new to FanDuel or already have an account. You get bonus bets back if your bet doesn't win. So it's like insurance if your bet doesn't win. You can, although Colorado State took care of business, you can even use your no-sweat bet on a college basketball parlay if you so choose. So download the FanDuel Sportsbook app if you don't already have it by going to FanDuel.com/Doug. FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook. Again, FanDuel.com/Doug. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. Refund issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Maximum refund is $5 unless otherwise specified. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problems? Call 1-800-270-7117 for confidential help. All right, back to March Madness. You've locked it in. You took 16 minutes to fill out your bracket. Let's work our way through the final four picks in the bracket. All right. You want to start in the East?
Sure.
Okay. Who do you have winning the East?
Doug, I have a battle coming down to UConn and Iowa State.
Okay.
I have the Cyclones taking down the number 1 seed, UConn.
I like the Cyclones. There could be a
I'm sorry, is that correct? Is that what I have?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I have. I have a hard time reading the final thing when it gets to it.
There is a fascinating, perhaps challenging matchup in the second round for Iowa State in that region because they might be playing Drake. And Drake is an hour and a half drive from Omaha. Now, Iowa State isn't, from
that far.
Yeah, they're Ames. They're pretty close too. But this could be one of those like one of our directional schools taking on Michigan or Michigan State in the second round of the tournament in a close-by venue. You can imagine how that might be. I like Drake to get past Washington State for that reason. It'll be very pro-Drake crowd in Omaha. But, yeah, that could be quite the battle between Drake and Iowa State.
I have a hard time thinking that a pop star is going to take down a school like Iowa State.
You'd be surprised.
I'm just saying. I mean, Drake's got the whole jinx attached to him with who he latches onto. So
yeah, but top 10 offensive and defensive efficiency on Ken Pom. All right, I've actually got Illinois beating UConn in that regional final, and it's probably a little bit influenced by some Big Ten bias, but I watched a lot of Illinois this year. They've got really good perimeter players. Damask was a great addition. Terrence Shannon is a legit big-time scorer. And the key there for me is Hawkins, who I think he's the X factor. He's their big. If he plays well, this Illinois team can beat anybody. But I got Illinois advancing out of the East.
Yeah, I have Illinois playing Iowa State, but obviously Iowa State prevailing.
All right, in the West. This is Michigan State's bracket. Number one seed's North Carolina. The 2 is Arizona.
Look, I've got Michigan State beating Mississippi State and then losing to North Carolina. I have North Carolina getting all the way to the regional final, taking on a Baylor team. Baylor will upset Arizona to get there. Mm-hmm. And then I have the Baylor Bears taking down a number 1 seed.
Wow.
So in that left half of the bracket, I have Iowa State and Baylor.
Okay.
So a 2 seed and a 3 seed.
All right, so North Carolina getting out of that pod out of Charlotte seems awfully likely. I like New Mexico to upset Clemson. New Mexico is led by Jamal Mashburn's kid, a transfer from Minnesota.
I too like New Mexico upsetting Clemson.
And I'm going to take Arizona to beat Baylor. That regional final is held in Los Angeles, and I've got Arizona with the short travel beating North Carolina with the long travel to advance to a Final Four in Phoenix. So I got Arizona advancing out of the West. You've got Baylor advancing out of the West.
This is correct.
Let's go to the upper right quadrant, the South, where the top seed is Houston. The number 2 seed is Marquette. What do you have here?
Well, I have Houston getting all the way to the regional final. The upset I have in this region, I have James Madison upsetting Wisconsin in the first round. I just don't trust the Big Ten ever. And then James Madison losing to Duke. But coming from the bottom side of that bracket, Marquette getting all the way to a matchup against Texas Tech, who's a 6 seed. I have Texas Tech and Houston battling it out to see who goes to the Final Four, and it is, in fact, the number 1 seed, Houston.
Okay, so I'm watching that Marquette team because Tyler Kolak, their guard, they are just about unbeatable when he's been in the lineup. He's been hurt. Monitoring that situation, I think they become prone to a first-round massive upset to Western Kentucky.
Hilltoppers.
Yeah, they have starters that have transferred from Indiana, Purdue, Kentucky, Georgia Tech, and a highly regarded JC point guard. So they've got one of those
American melting pot.
One of those lineups. But I'm going to see if I can get word on Kolek before I go final on that. But like you, I've got Houston in the regional final there and taking on Kentucky, and I've got Houston advancing. They're one of those teams that's a nightmare to play against defensively. They don't have a lot of depth, but their top group is really, really good, and Jamal Shedd is an elite point guard. So
for everything I said about the OU Kentucky matchup earlier, with Campy says I believe that OU has a chance.
Yep.
I still have Kentucky beating them.
Okay. So I got Houston out of that region along with you. Let's go to the Midwest, also known as the Purdue bracket.
Here we go. All right. I'll just cut to the chase. Purdue gets to the regional final. And I think there's a lot of chalk going on here. I do have Oregon upsetting South Carolina, and then Oregon upsetting Creighton.
Wow.
To play Tennessee. And then Tennessee beating them to take on Purdue, and eventually Purdue wins. I just think that Zach Edey's too much for anyone to contain at this point in the tournament. And I have the Final Four matchup set up against the other number 1 seed, Houston. So it's Houston and Purdue, and then you've got Iowa State and Baylor. Those are my Final Four teams.
So I said I wasn't going to fall for the Purdue thing again.
Right.
and I got them beating the winner of Montana State and Grambling tonight. I'm thinking Montana State. The second round, I got Purdue against TCU. And I took Purdue.
Of course you did.
I get to the elite, the Sweet 16. I got Purdue and Gonzaga.
Boiler up.
I clicked on Purdue.
Yeah, there you did. That was an opportunity.
The upset on that portion of the bracket
program.
is Samford over Kansas. I mean, they've got one injury to Hunter Dickinson, and it sounds like he is trending towards playing. But then without their guard, Kevin McCullough Jr., has announced that he is out. I think Samford becomes a team that's dangerous there.
I like their mascot with a tree. That's kind of cool.
That's Stanford, Gator. Stanford.
Oh, that changes nothing.
Before last night, I like Colorado State to beat Texas. Colorado State won. I have them upsetting Texas. Then you got Tennessee, which is a team I eyed all season long. I said, this is a team that can win it all. This is a team that can win it all.
Look at them.
Yep. So I've clicked them all the way through to the regional final, and winning the Midwest region is Dalton Connect and the Tennessee Volunteers. Yes, I'm betting on Rick Barnes.
I feel so much better about having Purdue advance now.
Well, I like Tennessee's backcourt. The Vescovay kid's been there for 5 years, and he's like their sixth leading scorer, and he can fill it up. They can come at you in waves. Ziegler's a great point guard. The point guard matchup and the Houston-Tennessee matchup in the Final Four will be great. My Final Four is Houston and Tennessee on one side, Illinois and Arizona on the other. I think Arizona rides a home crowd favorite to beat the Illini and advance to the national championship game.
I like Iowa State and Baylor in this matchup. I like Baylor to beat Iowa State. And then the other, I have Houston beating Purdue because I just think Purdue doesn't get it done. But I also don't think Houston gets it done. I think Baylor beats Houston in the Battle of Texas taking place in Arizona. Go Bears.
Just my first question is, did you watch the Baylor-Michigan State game?
Yeah.
Michigan State annihilated Baylor.
Yeah, how long ago was that?
That was months ago. So Baylor, would that be 2 titles in 4 years for Baylor? 2 titles in 3 years for Baylor? It was 2 titles in 3 years for Baylor. That'd be something else. All right, my championship game, I've got a Houston-Arizona showdown, and I'm going to take the Cougars with their defense, and they're scoring at you from all over their lineup to beat Arizona in Phoenix. Or what is it? Phoenix? Where is it?
It's Glendale.
Glendale, thank you. I knew it was, I almost said Scottsdale. It's the other Dale.
The other Dale.
Glendale to win it all.
So, all right, so you've got, I'm sorry, who is it you have winning it all? It's
Houston over Arizona.
Houston over Arizona. I've got Baylor over Houston. Fantastic. That's great. Other question I have.
Yep.
When does Michigan hire their coach? Is one of these coaches that's in the tournament right now, do you think one of those coaches is going to be the head coach of Michigan? And will they be hired before the tournament's over, or is that gauche to do something, and how dare you take away any of the fanfare of the NCAA tournament before it's over with?
Well, the coaches that they would be looking at, likely that are still in the tournament, are Nico Medved from Colorado State and Dusty May from Florida Atlantic. I think Medved's going to win another game. I think so Dusty May, you know how you watch two teams and you get a feel for two teams and then they end up in the same bracket, or they end up like two of the best coach teams I've seen this year are Florida Atlantic and Northwestern. Dusty May, Florida Atlantic, and Chris Collins at Northwestern. And they drew each other in the first round. So I hate picking this one, but I like Northwestern shooters. So I'm going to, and Boo Booey is a legit star. So I took Northwestern to beat Florida Atlantic. So Dusty May. Do I think it's gauche to hire a coach before the tournament is done? I do not.
I don't either. I think you got your guy, you go for it. But here's
especially when
else.
other people are going after him. You don't want to wait because you're trying to.
But this is also what's interesting to me is that, so your guys that you're looking at come from Florida Atlantic, who is an 8 seed, and then you've got Colorado State, who's a 10 seed.
Yep.
Should Michigan be aiming higher than that? Is it? I mean, just because who might be available, a contract coming up, or
No, it's
just be cutthroat and go after whoever the best coach in college basketball is.
Some guys
that's
have
how it's done in
like
football.
the Otzelberger guy from Iowa State has a huge buyout, which might preclude him from being a candidate. And I think they're looking for Johnny Next Guy, Coach Next Guy, who's going to be the next John Beilein, if you will.
Which is what they did before they hired John Beilein.
Yeah, they kind of did. They did it unsuccessfully, but that doesn't mean you can't get on board.
No, of course,
up and coming coach. Dusty May is a Midwest guy, and that might give him the leg up on this one. I mean, he took Florida Atlantic to the Final Four last year. So should they be aiming higher than a coach that could take a Florida Atlantic team to the Final Four? I think that's a pretty good, decent resume. And I like his resume more than Nedved's. But 248-539-9797. We'll get to some of your feedback, phone calls as well. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1.
Lions cornerback Cam Sutton wanted for domestic violence in Florida after allegedly assaulting a woman. Sutton has been on the run since March 7th, and police say they have not been able to contact him. The 7-year NFL veteran is going into year 2 of a 3-year contract, guaranteed $22.5 million from the Lions. We've got a message out to the team for comments. They have yet to respond. Dylan Larkin is a full participant at practice this afternoon for the Red Wings. He looks to return from a lower body injury. This comes ahead of the Wings showdown tomorrow with the Islanders at Little Caesars Arena. Patrick Kane hopes Detroit can harness that momentum after last night's season-defining overtime win over Columbus. At 76 points right now, the Wings hold the second wildcard spot in the East. The Islanders 3 points back. Puck drop tomorrow night, 7 o'clock right here on 97.1. The 9-seed Michigan State Spartans open the NCAA tournament against 8-seed Mississippi State tomorrow at noon. And also on the hardwood, the Pistons take on the Pacers tonight at Little Caesars Arena. They've lost 3 straight games. Tip off at 7 right here on 97.1. At the Coral Health Sports Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
So, still following the story, what's going on with Cam Sutton? Those late to the show. Police in Florida are looking for Cam Sutton in connection with a domestic violence case that happened reportedly in March 7th at 4:52 in the morning, and they've not been able to reach Cam Sutton since. And the police department in Hillsborough County in Florida has decided to take it to the Twitterverse and ask for the Twitterverse's help in locating Cam Sutton. They haven't found him yet, and of course, Cam hasn't said anything either. But it's not a good look for the Lions cornerback. There's that we've been talking about. We've also been talking about the NCAA tournament and your brackets, and Doug and I just revealed our Final Four predictions and our championship game predictions. And then, of course, there's the Red Wings. Great win last night.
Sure was.
What looked like it was going to be one of the most deflating things I've watched in a long time. I was taking a wide stance, ready to take that one more kick to the schnuts. And what happens, Doug? 12.6 seconds left. Lucas Raymond says, "Not today."
Not up in here.
Not up in here. And scores a goal, goes to overtime, and then Patrick Kane just snipes a beautiful shot, and the Red Wings win it.
That was big. That was really, really big. The Sutton news kind of hangs over Detroit. When there is more information available, but to be on the run for almost 2 full weeks is really makes you question possibility of innocence in this case. But we'll wait for more facts to come out and then hope that it's not as bad as it looks, but looks pretty bad.
So I saw this picture on Twitter from Pro Football Focus. I wonder if this is any indication of what the Bears are going to do with the top pick in the draft.
Okay.
Caleb Williams has his pro day today at USC.
Yeah.
The Bears have a pretty large contingent of coaches and people that are there.
Okay.
Among them, Keenan Allen, newly acquired wide receiver. And there's a picture of Keenan Allen embracing Caleb Williams at USC's pro day. And Keenan Allen is decked out in Bears gear. You think they're giving it away?
No, not at all.
No?
Well, you have to think that Keenan Allen, who was with the Los Angeles Chargers, probably made whatever the short commute was from his home in the LA area over to USC's campus. Is Keenan Allen allowed to run routes?
I don't know.
Probably not.
Why not? Why wouldn't he be?
Probably not.
Bad look?
I don't know if it's a bad look. I would guess that there were rules against it.
What? Why?
Yeah. But
it's a funny look. He's got Bears sweatpants, a Bears vest. There's got a Bears long sleeve shirt underneath it. It looks like he's got a Bears hat on.
Yeah. Anyway, that is pretty funny. And there was nobody rooting more for a pro day than the Bears were rooting for Caleb Williams' pro day.
Yeah, which starts in about 20 minutes, I guess.
Yeah, they
25 minutes.
They want him to kill it and justify what they have done, which is pretty much already commit to Caleb Williams. So we'll monitor that situation as it plays itself out. Again, Caleb Williams pro day at USC today as Keenan Allen and a contingent. There was another picture that was going, I can't find it now. I've been searching for it. Another picture going around with like 5 people from the Bears organization there.
Yeah, I saw that earlier too. Like, hey, you guys all in?
They appear to be. All right, we got a ton of feedback coming in regarding March Madness. I got Michigan State making the Sweet 16, then getting beat by Bama. That's from an unnamed texter. Adam from the hills of Farmington. Nope, disagree, Doug and Gator. No one cares about gloating with the best bracket. Multiple bracket guy is merely gambling and just trying to win money by increasing their probability. We know why many multiple bracket people do it, Adam.
I was just saying you can't brag about it. That's
We're not
all.
complete and total nimrods here.
Yeah.
The rule is...
Wait a minute. If you're torn out a couple games, if you do multiple brackets, you can actually...
Have it both ways?
Have your cake and eat it too?
Yeah, we got it.
Sounds good.
But don't tell me you've never heard anybody say, I had that in one of my brackets.
Yeah.
Which means you didn't in all the rest.
Let's not do that.
Shoot the boot guarantee. MSU wins tomorrow.
Big
just
guarantee.
not pick and then he writes just not picking which MSU.
Oh, I see what he did there, because Mississippi State is also MSU.
Brian the mailman, I've got 4 brackets. I picked Michigan State to lose in the first game in all 4. Another one here. In 2009, I had almost perfect bracket. I missed one in the first round. That was repaired in the second. Came down to the final between me and another guy. What? Are you telling me you got one wrong the entire way?
Come on.
I don't know if I believe that.
Nobody believes that.
No. That's why I find all these, perfect brackets can score you $1 billion. Good luck.
Exactly.
John and Lake Orion, I changed up my bracket. I sent State all the way to the championship game, named it Valenti Enrico. Oh my God.
All right. Is something they'd enjoy?
No.
Oh.
No. Probably should have edited that one out there, Jake. Dave in Macomb writes in, don't know if it was said yet, but Campy did pick Kentucky to go all the way to the Final Four on Fox 2 Sunday night. The coach has no faith. LOL. Did he?
Well, hang on. He's part. I give Campy. Campy's in a tough spot when he was on Sunday night with Dan Miller, because he's there to give his opinion of what's going on with his team, right? Mm-hmm. But he's also asked to, hey, come up with your Final Four, right? Because he's a commentator as well.
Yeah.
They probably shouldn't have thrown him in that position. So in his Final Four, he had Kentucky. And then they start to talk about it, and they realize, oh, you got in their Final Four. He's like, yeah. He goes, I want everybody to pick Kentucky so that we can ruin everyone's bracket, is what he ended up saying.
Okay.
He goes, we want to be the bracket buster. But it's like, I wish he had not talked about his Final Four teams, because he's in the tournament, so don't do it.
Yep. And then there's this. I am multiple bracket guy. Why? Because I know nothing about this crap, but I want to get in on the fun. Again, don't misinterpret what we're saying.
Yeah, have
fun. There is nothing wrong with being multiple bracket guy.
Winning money is fun.
Yes. Just don't go out of your way and
pat yourself on the back
and brag about having something in one of your brackets. That's the only rule. The only rule.
You can brag about winning. If you fill out 10 brackets and you end up winning your pool and there's like 300 entries into it, hey man, congratulations. Good job. You won.
Mm-hmm.
You filled out multiple brackets to do it, but money's money. Good job. I'm not going to give you credit for picking the upsets, but I'll give you credit for winning. Nice job.
248-539-9797. Checked in with Dave Burkett on the situation with Cam Sutton.
Mm-hmm.
Just seeing if anything has changed since Ray Rice got cut from Baltimore and they took a cap hit. Dave Burkett writes, $8.72 million cap hit. If they cut him, I think he's $12.5 million or something for 2024. So it frees up some space if they have to use that to sign a replacement. So it does sound like nothing has changed. You still take a cap hit if you decide to cut a guy. So there you go. 248-539-9797. More your phone calls and feedback coming up. Red Wings with a big win last night, and Gator with an idea for a TV show. We'll get to his idea at 1:16 here on 97.1 The Ticket.
Hey, so taking a look outside, I know it scared some people today when you saw the snow, but don't let it stop you from thinking that you got to do something about your yard. Give them a call today. Natural Way Lawn and Tree Service. We get green and stay green with Natural Way. Call them at 888-GET-GREEN. And because for a limited time only, you purchase a full lawn program, you get a free grub control, but you got to mention my name, Gator, and stations, of course, 97.1 The Ticket. I said this was a snow because you got to get on the schedule. You want to do it early. In fact, if you do it early, You can save some green when you prepay. Call by the end of the month, you get that early bird discount, which is great. And crabgrass, not great. By the time you see crabgrass, it's too late to fix it. It's so much easier to prevent a problem than it is to fix one. So schedule early. Give them a call right now, 888-GET-GREEN. Natural Way's been fantastic. Each lawn is assigned its own specialist. They have certified applicators and arborists that custom tailor solutions specifically for your yard in your home. It's a company I've trusted for almost a dozen years now. My lawn looks great. It's a locally owned company for over 30 years, and they offer a 100% satisfaction guarantee. It doesn't get better than that. Give them a call today, 888-GET-GREEN, or go to naturalwaylawn.com.
Doug Carson, Scott Anderson here on 97.1 A Ticket. Open lines, 248-539-9797. Oakland University fans, how deep do you have the Golden Grizzlies going? Does anybody dare take them through to the Sweet 16? Spartan fans, how far do you have Michigan State advancing in March Madness? 248-539-9797. Gator came up with an idea for a TV show, and I'm not convinced that it's not brilliant.
Oh, well.
Well, yesterday it was announced that Omaha Productions, Peyton Manning's production company that did Quarterback on Netflix, where they spent a season behind the scenes with Kirk Cousins, Marcus Mariota, and Patrick Mahomes. So we're talking about practice, personal training video, in the home, like on vacation, on the bye week. Camera crew and mic'd up following around Patrick Mahomes, Kirk Cousins, and Marcus Mariota and their families.
Fire pitting.
There was some fire pitting. There was a
home construction.
There was a home construction. There was pumpkin patching.
Yeah.
There was a birth of a child.
Yeah,
it was. It was
a lot going on.
It was a lot going on during quarterback, and it was really, really interesting.
Leaving an organization. There was that. There was a lot.
Yes. And they announced yesterday that they were doing a show, Receiver, with, off the top of my head, Devontae Adams, Justin Jefferson, Amon-Ra St. Brown, George Kittle, and Deebo Samuel.
There it is.
Did I get them all?
Yep, you got them all.
Yep. Gator is ready for the next one already.
Linemen. Linemen are funny.
They are funny.
You know, I think there'd be some players that'd be worth watching, whether it's defensive linemen or offensive linemen. They're talking a lot during the course of the game. They're being talked to a lot during the course of the game. I just think it would be really, really kind of fun to get an inside look there. And I do think they change up positions all the time. You know, you go back to quarterback at some point. Quarterback show is great. I'm expecting nothing short of that from the receivers that they have, even though Kittle's a tight end. It's okay. Catches the football.
Yep.
I think it would have been interesting because this has already been filmed. It would have been interesting if Kelce was one of them, given the year that he had.
Why is that?
And yet I'm not convinced that there probably was one company that did a standalone on Kelce with the behind-the-scenes stuff that will be revealed in 3, 2, 1. Don't be surprised if that shows up.
Yep.
But I love this idea, if you want to call it a franchise, to just kind of change up positions every once in a while.
Was it on last night's Red Wing broadcast, or was it another game that they said that the NHL has entered into an agreement to do this for next season with Amazon? I think they're going to do a behind the scenes thing for an entire season. Now, I don't know if it's going to be for like, if they're going to follow specific players, they're going to do it like Netflix does Drive to Survive, the Formula One show, where they just kind of cover everything and every storyline. And
yeah, I don't know. I didn't hear that. But I think back to, the HBO did the 24/7 series leading up to the outdoor hockey games. They've done that in the past, and the Red Wings are part of it when Babcock was the coach. And who was the coach of the Capitals? Was it Boudreau, who was so foul-mouthed, and they just did not expect to see that. And it was like, oh my God, this guy, every other word out of his mouth is an F-bomb. This is kind of crazy.
Yep.
But I love the behind-the-scenes stuff. I love that Major League Baseball is trying to embrace that, getting in on the conversations. The guy the first baseman's wearing a microphone and he's chatting it up with the guy who comes on base. Or you got a guy in the outfield and they're having a conversation during the course of the game with guys in the booth. As long as it doesn't become a distraction, it can be great television and great entertainment for everybody else. And of course, baseball needs to find some way to get more popular. And I think hockey would benefit as well.
I've talked about this before, but Formula One has a young crowd in America, and it's believed it's because of the Netflix show. Baseball is struggling with a younger crowd, so they should do the same thing. But I don't feel like baseball's at the cutting edge of anything. So 248-539-9797. Phone calls, feedback. Carson Anderson, 97.1 a ticket. Here's some of the feedback that we have coming in regarding March Madness. I made a bracket from the perspective of my dog. All dog teams in the Final Four. Cat teams lose early. Chaos everywhere. Interesting approach.
Yeah, so sorry, Kentucky.
Yep. So what do we got here? We got UConn, which is a safe bet.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. It's because the dogs will do well. So any kind of bulldog, Mississippi State beating Michigan State, I would assume.
Yep. What do we got? Is it Gonzaga in their region, or Samford? Those are dog teams.
What about Bears?
Well, if we did the Bears, well, we'd have
From the perspective of Bear.
Golden Grizzlies.
right? And then you've got the Baylor Bears.
Baylor Bears and that. Is there any more Bears? Oh, wait, Yale. Yale's a Bulldog. Yale could be.
All right. Oh, that's a mistake.
Yeah.
It shouldn't even be there.
What about? All right. I'm just looking for any. I don't know if there's any dogs in the West region, but Clemson will be out early. So.
Gotta get that paw.
Yeah.
That's what they're called, right? The Clemson paw.
No, they're not called the paw. New Mexico is favored. It would not be an upset if they beat Clemson. The seeding is suspect. Yeah, that's interesting.
Lobos.
Because what is the seeding? Is New Mexico's an 11, Clemson's a 6. Damn it, Doug took Houston, so now my bracket is garbage. Thanks, Purdue. I'll take all the heat.
Yeah, you feel like being a mush. Yep. You think it's good?
Valenti keeps bringing up Indiana State head coach Josh Schertz. He keeps saying he's a Beeline Jr. What's your thought? Beeline Jr. would be great. And Beeline, keep in mind, he might be on the radar for them. They don't have to hustle to get John Beeline because John Beeline's probably would only coach at one place at 71 years old. But that's the thing. He's 71 years old. Many of the things that drove him away from the game
only gotten worse.
Have probably only gotten worse. But my guess is, given that there's competition for some of the other coaches that are still coaching, that the priority is to try and get interviews set up with them and do that. And then if you at the end of it, you decide you want to interview John Beeline and you go, you know what, this round of coaches isn't what we want. Stopgap, if coach is interested, it could be on the radar.
It took him a while to get it going. I mean, he was ever so close to perhaps being on his way out, and then they got it together and eventually became quite a good program. And you could do a lot worse than John Beeline as far as being a person. The guy's awesome. Great guy and can obviously coach. But it's today's landscape of college athletics. Do you want to get involved with that, or do you just simply if the coach from Indiana State, is he a younger version of him, then get the younger version of him.
I mean, that's a great endorsement.
Yeah. Some Red Wing news, Doug. Couple of things.
Yep.
One, Dylan Larkin did take part in the full practice today. And Lalonde was perhaps a little more optimistic afterwards, after practice, suggesting, well, it's possible he plays tomorrow night against the Islanders. I think the fact he took part in a full practice, that means something. Now, they did have some players out of practice because apparently there's a bug going around. Guys are sick. But this was also this also came up from Brad Galley. He says James Reimer will start on Thursday for the Red Wings, Derek Lalonde said. He's won his past 2 starts. Lalonde said Reimer has, quote, a fight in his game the players feed off of. I find that interesting.
I'm surprised.
I'm surprised, too.
I
was not happy last night on occasion.
I'm borderline shocked over here.
But does this just go back to hockey is a superstitious sport as it gets, and you don't want to mess with things?
Yeah, maybe. I don't know. The coaches can operate that way. I mean, should a coach? There's no way superstition's playing a role, is there?
I hope not. I think you're just. I mean, look, if he's won his last 2 starts, okay, and according to this quote, a fight in his game that the players feed off of. All right. Well, if the player's getting fired up, then let him get fired up. And if he's played well, if you think he's played well enough, then give him the start. They've had a problem in the first period for the last 10 games or so.
I'd probably be more likely to accept we're still giving Lyon a breather so he can get back to the form he had earlier in the year. That to me sounds better. The Detroit Lions have released a statement regarding Cam Sutton. We will get to that today at 1:31 here on Carson Anderson, 97.1. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 a ticket. Open lines, 248-539-9797. If you're just joining us, there's grim news today, potentially here for the Detroit Lions with Cam Sutton, the cornerback, has apparently been avoiding police in Florida for the last 2 weeks. Story on MLive with details. Wanted by Florida police over an alleged domestic violence situation. It's Lutz, Florida, 4:52 a.m. on March 7th. Sheriff's Department showed up. He fled the scene before police arrived. All attempts to contact him have failed. He's not shown up at his house. He's turned off his phone or had it disconnected, according to police in this MLive story. They also have a quote from a communications officer with the police department. Quote, he's ducking us. Our deputies have exhausted all leads. He's got vehicles and a home nearby, and he hasn't been there. He's turned off his phone. So it's 13 days. They went public with it today with his picture and a vehicle he might be driving. Bad news here for the Detroit Lions. The Lions have released a statement which reads as follows. According to all the beat writers, we became aware of the ongoing legal situation involving Cam Sutton this morning. We will continue to monitor the situation. We'll have no further comment at this time. So we were wondering, when they found out about this, did it have anything to do with bringing in 3 corners, one re-signing their own in Emmanuel Mosley, trading for Carlton Davis, and signing Amik Robertson? What this tells me is with cap space and draft picks, it's hard to imagine. Like you have to think they're going to have these conversations, these tough conversations. Mm-hmm. What are the odds that this thing is going to play itself out before next season and we can move forward with some clarity on Cam Sutton's situation? Probably not great. Probably not. If somebody's been avoiding capture for almost 2 weeks, that tells me that this doesn't sound like something will be quickly resolved, and hence they're going to have to move on a corner.
Yeah, and according to Dave Burkett had an update of what's happened here. It says the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office issued a warrant for Sutton's arrest earlier this month on 1 count of domestic battery by strangulation for an incident in Lutz, Florida. So that's the update. It was domestic battery by strangulation.
Wow. Well, we'll when facts become available, we will pass them along here on 97.1 The Ticket. All right, I just saw this, and a writer that covers Gonzaga for the Spokesman Review is in Salt Lake City for the regional, NCAA regional. Now, before I give you some background to this, 1998 NBA Finals. The Bulls have the basketball late in the deciding game against the Utah Jazz. Michael Jordan gets the ball and drives and puts the brakes on, and I believe it was Byron Russell was guarding him, and he kind of flew right by. Jordan might have put his hand on Russell's back. Jordan rose up, drained a shot. That was back in 1998. Okay?
All right.
This writer for Gonzaga just tweeted out a picture of the wireless network inside the facility at the Delta Center. The Delta Center is where the Utah Jazz play their home games, hosting an NCAA regional. The wireless network is called Jordan Pushed Off. 26 years later, the wireless network inside the Jazz home arena is Jordan Pushed Off. That's what it's called.
Well, he pushed off.
That's pretty funny.
That is. I like it.
Yep.
Hold him accountable. You got lucky, punk. You pushed off.
Hilarious.
Like, would the Pistons have a network like that? Then somebody shows up as a phantom foul?
Yeah. Lambeer. What would you name that network? Kareem wasn't fouled? Something like that.
Yeah. Just trying to think, the perpetual bruised eye.
Yeah. You start doing this for all the teams. Like Michigan State basketball might be Kenny Anderson was on
He
the
was
line.
on the line. Yeah.
Michigan football might be
Start the clock, for Michigan State basketball against, who was it, back in the Scott Skiles era?
Kansas.
Yeah,
It's Kansas in Kansas
How
City.
about starting the clock?
Yeah. Michigan football could be JT was short. You could do all these for all these teams. That's pretty funny.
I completed the process.
Yeah. Right. 248-539-9797. More feedback coming in here. Regarding Michigan's basketball coach, isn't Doug 27-1, and shouldn't he be Michigan's next men's basketball coach? That's from Jack in a Truck.
It's a great point.
No, it's not.
I think it's 28-1.
It is 28-1.
I think that's the thing we need to remember. 28-1
Yeah.
as broadcaster.
Doug, what about doing a bracket based on giraffes? That's funny. That's very well played. You know what? It's weird. We walked out of the studio that day, and I can't remember if I turned to you or Kang, and I said, you realize what's going to happen. Nobody's going to remember anything else I ever said or predicted or anything. You thought you could beat up a giraffe.
Right. It's like beating a snake. I mean, that's always going to be part of the show.
Mm-hmm. Gator thought the best weapon, if he had to choose, it was a big old tub of pretzels. These both came from big old tub of pretzels questions. Mine was, what's the largest wild animal you think you could beat up? And I was like, I don't know. Giraffes seem pretty passive. Then somebody said, YouTube giraffes fight. Right. And I did. And I'm like, oh, no.
No, not at all.
Yeah. Gator's question was, if you had to arm yourself with something you could get at a concession stand at a game, what would you get? And Gator said coconut.
I don't know, coconut, pineapple, one of the two.
You were thinking in a grocery store for some reason.
Yeah, I just wasn't thinking.
And that gets referenced to this day.
It does. But in fairness, if you see a concession stand on the concourse at Comerica Park and it features a coconut or a pineapple, enough said.
No. Unnamed texter says, hiring Beeline would become a clear admission they have no idea how to hire a coach again. Today's player will never go along with team basketball and defense first. It's all about the money and only the money. I mean, look, I'm not saying you're wrong. The question is, would John Beeline and Michigan basketball adapt to today's game? And that would be, I would almost think, a prerequisite. I don't think Beeline would want the job if he wasn't willing to adapt. It'd be the same stuff driving him crazy. Shaka Smart for Michigan basketball, please. Shaka's an interesting candidate. I mean, you got to figure he crushed it at VCU, went to a football-first school in Texas, made the tournament quite a few times, always lost in the first round, got fired after another first-round ouster, goes to Marquette, and he's tearing it up again. So is he better in that mid-major / I don't know if Marquette's technically a mid-major, but that where basketball is king? Did he do the big football first school thing and it didn't work out? He's killing it at Marquette. What do we got here? It's too bad Miggy won't be around for these shows. I always loved his interactions and the way he would mess with guys on first base. Oh, you're talking about the behind-the-scenes stuff. That
if they were to do that.
Yeah. Another text. OU student and fan here. I got them going to the finals and absolutely demolishing any team scared enough to go against the Golden Grizzly. Campy is going to shock the world. Signed, Gabe in his car eating corned beef and potato salad. Best of luck with it.
Best of luck.
If you've done that, I want to know, be clear here. We're looking for people that did it with money.
Right.
Did you enter a pool where you had to pay an entry fee and you took the Golden Grizzly to win it all? If you did, God bless you.
Trey Townsend on your back.
Yep. Jack Golke, tournament MVP. Matt and Novi, 1 year I had two brackets. One reality bracket and the other my U of M slappy bracket. Had Michigan going to the final against Louisville. It was down to me and another guy who didn't have either in the final. Michigan wins. I get second place. Louisville wins. I get first. Win-win situation. I got first place. Matt and Novi. That worked out for you.
And Kevin Ware lost a leg.
That was terrible. By the way, not literally. Just
No,
nobody
I
knows it.
think
Yeah.
he recovered at some point, but that was a horrible snap.
Yep. Kid from Florida.
He just landed. All he did was go straight up and down.
Yep.
Didn't like fall in somebody's foot and twist it.
It's because of incidents like this why Gator will never jump from any height whatsoever.
I will
any
not.
height.
I will not. I will step down. I will lower myself down. I will no longer be jumping from anything that is more than 12 inches high.
From Lou and River Rouge, the Tigers don't have the balls to bench Javy or then even cut Javy at the All-Star break. Kreidler won the job, he's writing.
How many teams would? What organization do you think would say, "Oh, $100 million, we don't care. Yeah, you're waived." I know it's over 4 years. We're just going to waive you. Is there an organization in baseball that would do it, or is this just brash talk? Right? I know that there have been some big contracts that have been eaten in the past. Not $96 million.
Yeah, I don't know, man.
They ate a lot, I believe, on Sheffield. Damon Easley had a big contract, I think, that they ate at the end.
That's a great question. I mean, people don't care about the money, okay? The fans don't care about the money. That's become abundantly clear. They're like, just cut the guy. Just get rid of him.
And to an extent, they shouldn't care about it.
No. But you do understand the organization is like, okay, we are going to try and squeeze every last thing we can out of this resource and hope that he turns out to at least be an asset to a team that is trying to compete this year.
Well,
and even if his role is reduced, if Kreidler turns out, and I get it, he's hitting the ball well in spring training, and he could be the guy eventually, because do you think Kreidler, if he clearly outplays him, that they would eventually go with Kreidler over Baez?
Yes.
He's playing shortstop. Kreidler's playing shortstop today. He's got a hit, scored a run, drove in a run.
I think there's a very real possibility there's going to be a tough conversation ahead with Javy Baez and Scott Harris and A.J. Hinch where they discuss with him, look, we're going to play the other guy in front of you. And not only that, if it gets to the point where Javy is completely useless, right? If he is. Not only that, we have to DFA you, okay? Because you're not getting anything done. I think it would do you well to maybe get down to AAA and try to find your swing again. They place him on waivers because that's what they would have to do because he's a veteran and all that. I doubt nobody's going to pick him up. He'd clear waivers, right?
Yeah.
The question is, would Javy then either call it a career or would he take the assignment and try to keep it going? But I do think that if things continue to go south, if he continues to hit less than his weight and is only slightly above average as a fielder, then you have to make the decision what's best for the team. And I don't think they're going to shy away from that. It's tough to eat that money. But if the team is playing well and he's not, then the money will seem less important because people will be coming to the ballpark and then they can make up for it.
248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket.
Well, officially spring is here, and I think if you're a homeowner, you got to check things out in your house right now. Is your air conditioning ready to go for the summer? Are you still concerned about your furnace right now because it's just not heating up the house? Well, Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling, they know what it takes to keep your home comfortable all season long. And they're offering a deal right now where you can replace that clunky water heater with a tankless one for free with the purchase of a Comfort Maker furnace and air conditioning package. They've got over 100 years of combined experience. They're the team that I trust. You can visit them at birminghamplumbingco.com. That's birminghamplumbingco.com.
Okay, tons of feedback coming into the Carson Anderson inbox. Remy coach could just be trying to instill confidence in the goalie while Lyon gets a break to get back to form. Don't overthink it. That's from Keith. Hold on, Keith. Hold on, Keith. Are you new? We overthink everything.
Don't overthink it. What the hell's wrong with you?
You know when we say we give a topic the 360? We look at it from all angles. We're overthinking it. I can't help it.
We're being acute. We're being obtuse. We're being right. We got all the angles covered.
Here's your dog team Final Four. UConn, Gonzaga, New Mexico, and NC State. So New Mexico is the Lobos, which is the Spanish word for wolf.
Mm-hmm.
NC State, the Wolf Pack. Gonzaga is the Bulldogs, right? The UConn Huskies. I'm almost sure that's right.
Well, I mean, Husky, I tell you, when the odd one out is a Bulldog. Because a Husky is basically, it's a cousin of the wolf or Lobo.
Mm-hmm. Your Spanish accent is highly underrated. Yesterday, when you read John Rahm's menu in the Masters with the Spanish accent, I was like, you know what? My man's got skills.
Thank you.
And even just in the word Lobo, I thought you...
Or Lobo.
Yeah. You nailed it, my man.
¿Dónde está la biblioteca? Sí.
Is that Welcome to Fantasy Island? And is that... No?
That is different, my friend.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
Smiles, everyone. Smiles.
More feedback here. Guys, there's something to be said for how a team plays in front of a certain goalie. It's not necessarily something tangible, but it just feels that the guys play better in front of one goalie, and that can seem to change over the season. I like the move of going with Reimer again. Our two best games lately have been with him in net. Okay, the first period last night was the worst period they've played.
It was not a good period of hockey.
No, it was terrible.
And then they followed it up with one of the best periods of hockey they played. I'll agree with them. And look, sometimes I think teams will play better in front of a goaltender, and sometimes that reason might be because they know they have to make up for some of the goaltending shortcomings because he may not be as good as the other goaltender. All right, guys, we got to tighten up defensively. Maybe not take as many chances here because, Karsh is in net. I don't know.
Dude.
It could have been your son. How about that?
Worse.
It's not okay.
Rip on me. Don't rip on my kids. No, I won't talk about you. I'll just talk about your family.
Because Mablendon's in net, okay?
Mablendon struggles.
Mablendon can't get it done. So we're going to have to play tougher in front of Mablendon.
Yes. Next text. The truth is to benching a goalie in favor of another goalie. The truth is to benching a goalie in favor of another goalie who the team plays better for. Hockey teams play and respond differently depending on who the goaltender is. I got benched for a freshman in a high school one game because the coach said the team played harder with him in net. That's from John in Alabama. If you're just joining us, James Reimer was announced that he will be the starter for the Red Wings tomorrow in this pretty sizable game against the New York Islanders. I'm rooting for Moorhead State in the tournament. I believe in their mission. That's from an unnamed texter. This joke has come in a bunch today. DH for Javi and let the pitchers bat. That's from D and Wolverine,
Sure.
Here we go. I would never have signed Javy Baez in the first place. I was totally against it. And I would cut him, and I would just be like, look, let's cut our losses. We made a stupid mistake, and it's going to cost us. But get this guy out of here. We don't have time and energy to put into this guy. Okay. So, first of all, it's important to point out that while the owner signed off on it, was the previous regime that signed Javy Baez. Scott Harris, everything that he represents right now, he would not sign Javy Baez. So that's clear. Now that they have him, again, I think you bleed the resource dry. You give it every opportunity to work because they're going to have to pay him anyway. And so if you're going to have to pay him anyway, then you're not really saving yourself any money. If you need the roster spot, use it.
Well, they've got some options there, right? Kreidler is playing today in spring training. He has hit well at spring training, 345 in the season now with the hit he had earlier in the game. McKinstry has played shortstop as well. Played it, sporadically last season with the Tigers, but had a pretty good fielding percentage. I think it was .983 for him last year. They've got options. And I don't think you're going to see starting the season without Javy Baez, but if Javy Baez is doing what he's been doing, I don't think he's going to stick. I don't think they're going to put up with it. Just because he's got $96 million owed to him, I think they're going to be they have the tough conversation with him and say, all right, we got to cut our losses and it's time to move on. And it's a bitter pill to swallow, but it's one that if this team is contending in the division, then you got to make decisions like that.
You can't play them then. If the season carries on and it just doesn't get any better and Kreidler can hit at this level, then you can't continue to do it. But I guess my mission is a fruitless, trying to say, all right, let's come to some sort of consensus on Javy Baez so we don't have to do Baez radio all summer. We're going to have to do Baez radio all summer.
Look at that shine.
So, Jeff,
just look at that
Tigers are going
shine.
to do this for you guys? You're like, is this your plea to the Tigers? Listen, we don't want to talk about Javy, so can you make a decision?
Is your mic on?
Yeah, I was going to say, did you turn your
I
mic
could
on?
still hear you loud and clear.
Yeah, I'm a loud guy.
Yeah. Is this mic on, Jake?
Is he
I think
potted
now
up?
it is.
All right, good.
Yes. How you guys doing?
Okay.
Still don't hear him.
Still don't hear you very well, but
right.
anyway.
Yeah, your headphone level isn't going to adjust.
No.
I just realized that.
Yeah.
Maybe tilt the mic up or something.
Yeah.
How you guys doing?
We're okay.
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you loud and
can
clear.
hear me.
Yeah. But
Rieger, not so much.
if you want to see Jeff Rieger's new hairdo, go to twitch.tv, search up 971 the ticket. I'm feeling a brotherhood now with my man.
Yeah, they did the little greeting gator and the handshake and
Yeah, you guys wouldn't know anything about it.
Yeah.
The funny thing is we don't want to be here.
Oh, I don't care. No, I like it.
you don't care?
Oh, I like it.
See, you haven't embraced it yet.
I mean, I don't mind
Doug's
it.
embraced it.
I don't mind it, but at the same time, I look at a beautiful head of hair like Gator.
Thank you.
Our boss has a beautiful head of hair. Stony 65, gorgeous head of hair. Rico, nice head of hair. I want hair again. I miss it.
It's so funny.
So you would hate the fact I get mine cut every week.
Yeah, I
Every week,
don't know
huh?
why you would do such a
Keeping
thing.
it tight.
When I finally took it all,
Took the plunge?
Yeah, I was like, I should have done this years ago.
No.
But
No, see, Doug, the
But what
problem
about
is,
2000, Doug? What would he think?
I probably didn't care that much about it, but I wouldn't have. I wouldn't
Doug
have even
standing on the
thought about it.
sidelines.
The problem is every now and then it's so new, I will catch an awful angle of myself, like in the mirror or a reflection. I'm like, oh, that is me. Like I got these awful Frankenstein bolts in the back of my head. You guys want to see?
No.
Sure.
Yeah, like here you go. Here you go.
We clearly said no.
Yeah.
Doug said yes.
I did say yes.
Yeah, it's a bad look. So yeah, I would love hair back.
Okay. Well, I think you should embrace it and learn to love it. But
Yeah, maybe get a tan.
to each their own.
You know,
I kind of look like Derek Lalonde a little bit.
here's what if you let it grow just a little bit, like I'm not talking like let it grow for a month. No, I'm like let it grow for a few
this?
days. Yeah, like I think you just need a little something more showing up. That's
I
all.
had that, but then I bought this really cool razor that has like 5 different heads that spin together. So
Yeah.
I wanted to try it out, so I used that in the shower.
You can keep it trimmed at the same level. That's all I'm saying.
You started this.
I did. Go to twitch.tv so you can see Rieger's dome and youtube.com. New look for Jeff. Have a great show, boys. Stay safe, everyone, and treat each other with respect. 97.1.
Brought to you by Lady Jane's. Walking anytime, 10 to 8, 7 days a week. It's wicked awesome. Lions cornerback Cam Sutton wanted for domestic violence in Florida after allegedly strangling a woman. Sutton has been on the run since March 7th, and police say they have not been able to contact him. In a statement to 297.1, the Lions say they're aware of the situation and have no further comment at this time. Dylan Larkin had a full practice this afternoon ahead of the Wings showdown tomorrow with the Islanders at Little Caesars Arena. The captain is making his way back from a lower body injury. Head coach Derek Lalone says last night's season-saving overtime win against Columbus was the latest in what's been a year of emotional swings. At 76 points, the Wings hold down the second wildcard spot in the East. The Islanders 3 points back. Puck drop tomorrow night at 7 o'clock right here on 97.1. 9-seed Michigan State opens the NCAA tournament against 8-seed Mississippi State tomorrow at noon. Oakland takes on Kentucky at 7. And the Pistons are taking on the Pacers tonight at Little Caesars Arena. They've lost 3 straight games. Tip-off at 7 right here on 97.1. At the Coral Health Sports Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
What's going on, everybody? The Valente and Rico Show. I'm Jeff. I'm in for Mike. Mike back tomorrow in Sin City. Rico's there, Kenny and David. And, usually I was expecting a nice song. I was expecting something, but with what we got to talk about, probably a little inappropriate.
Yeah, serious topic to hear one of Roberto's hits. So, yeah.
Maybe wait till the 3 o'clock hour or the 4 o'clock hour.
Or maybe not.
Or maybe not at all today.
As Jansen says, we'll see how this plays out.
Yeah, so obviously the big story of the day, it's not a good story. And I think everybody saw this at a different time, but police are looking for Cam Sutton, who apparently is wanted for an alleged domestic violence in Florida. And nobody's heard from him. The incident happened on March 17th. Police have made...
March 7th,
rather. Sorry. Police have made calls looking for Cam Sutton, the Lions cornerback, and his phone is off, and they are now actively searching for him. And now you say to yourself, man, the Lions got a problem on their hand. The Lions have issued a statement. We can read you that as well. But all in all, Rico, not a great situation as the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office needs your assistance locating Cam Sutton. And, when I first saw this, I think I was just as shocked as anybody else was.
Rico, when I first saw it, I thought it was a joke. I didn't think it was a funny joke. I was like, okay, I don't get this. And then I thought maybe it was just somebody in Florida whose name was Cameron Sutton. And
right.
I was like, okay, guys, it's still not funny. Did you see the crime that he was doing? And then I'm reading the comments and people are like, hey, have you checked the Lions locker room? So then I got to do some dialogue. Wait. What am I reading here? Sure enough, it's Cam Sutton, our Cam Sutton. He's on the run from the police. Not a good look across the board, from the heinous crime that he's accused of to him being missing on the run. I mean, there's so many different things going on right now in my mind. I don't know how this is going to end. And then if you're the Lions come out with the statement saying, hey, guys, yes.
Well, here's the statement.
Yes.
Quote, we became aware of the ongoing legal situation involving Cam Sutton this morning. We will continue to monitor the situation. We'll not have further comment at this time, unquote. And by the way, the situation back on March 7th, 4:52 a.m., the police were called on scene, suspected of battering a woman, and his phone has been turned off. He is not showing up at his home in the area, and nobody knows where Cam Sutton is. So now the police are going to take it to another level to try to find him.
Yeah, I don't know how this thing ends. All I know is that if you're the Lions, yesterday we had a conversation saying, man, they're sitting pretty. And this is a real life thing, and I hate to deviate to sports, but as far as the Lions go, your whole dynamic has now changed. You went from a place of Well, we don't have to worry about anything. Now,
yesterday it was like best player available. Oh, fun. Take the best player available.
Things got real.
Yes.
Things got real. Life came at you fast. Cornerback is your top priority. This man cannot be on the team.
Well, here's the thing, because as you know, as I know, as Detroit knows, Brad Holmes loves to preach the culture, and so does Dan Campbell. Now, from my understanding, if Cam Sutton gets suspended, which I assume there's probably a great chance that he doesn't need to even get arrested, doesn't even need to get, prosecuted.
The NFL can step
in.
in.
NFL can step in. They can suspend him. At that point, the Lions can void his contract. And that money then becomes the Lions again to go out and get another player.
Now, the Lions will have to use it according to...
Which I think they would.
I was texting with Burkett, and he said, to his understanding, Lions would have to take that money and go out and get another free agent. So I guess the best way to think of it is like a free bet on the gambling app. You can't cash out the money. You have to use it,
like
but you got to use it for
Stephen
another
Gilmore.
set. Yes.
And then you'll have another corner. I don't think Brad Holmes did a great job in dealing with the secondary situation to begin with. I do think it's a little light. I know a lot of people love the job that he did in free agency altogether. But now I don't think there's any question. Cam Sutton, I don't think is going to play again for the Detroit Lions.
He may not play again, but no, if you're the Lions, he'll never. If I'm Brad Holmes, he never plays a down on this team.
You're going to cut him right now.
I'm not going to cut him right now, but I'm as Janice would say, I'm going to let it play out so that I don't have to pay this man. And because when this is all said and done, the one thing that the Lions have said, they're new Lions. It's all about the culture. It's all about the locker room. This is not something that you can bring into this locker room. This is not something that you can bring into Allen Park. This is not something that you can have down at Ford Field. I would feel differently, Rieger, because I do believe that there's two sides to every story.
What if he didn't flee?
But he fled,
yeah.
and the cops can't find him. So that kind of steers me into a whole nother direction of, okay, maybe this isn't a he said, she said type of thing. This just may be a she said it, and we need to corroborate and make sure. But yes, you can't.
By the reports, there were bruising on the woman, when the cops got there. As far as his contract, 3 years, $33 million. It's really only a 2-year contract when you look at it. He had about $9 million guaranteed to him this season, and I got to believe that's not going to happen. And again, we got to wait and let it play out. But you're absolutely right. When a guy flees, when he can't be found, you're probably thinking his future is not bright in the NFL anymore.
No, and earlier, like when this first happened, I was a little upset with the Lions. I'm like, come on, guys, do your job. Background check.
Yeah, but I mean, you can't. What are you going to do on this?
I said originally, but as this keeps going on and more happening, I'm starting to side with the Lions now of, hey, guys, we didn't know. We did our due diligence, but I guess we didn't think of calling every sheriff's county down in the state of Florida to say, hey, do you have something pending against this guy? You just kind of assume that an NFL player, just most people are decent people, and I don't need to go and check all of these different things. But if you're the Lions, you got to be able to pivot. You got to be able to pivot quickly from this so that I guess the mistake was made of you trusted that this man was going to do the right thing, and right now, I don't know. Court's going to figure this out, but if I'm Brad Holmes, I now have to deviate. I got to pivot. I got to go find a corner. I got to help out with that secondary, whether it's through a free agent, now the draft pick may be the best corner out there because you don't have the luxury of sitting there and saying we could take the best available player because I can't see how he's playing on this team next year.
Well, we just get this ticket text. Kelly in Vegas, what has happened to innocent before proven guilty? Listen, this will sort itself out.
Right.
Like the authorities, I would assume, will eventually find Cam Sutton. He will tell his story. She will tell her story. It will go through the courts. It will sort itself out. What we're saying, though, is there's going to be no move made right now.
No. But for the people out there saying, oh, my goodness, innocent and proven guilty, you're right. If Cam shows up and says, hey, guys, let me give you my side of the story, then we listen and we let it happen. But when you go MIA, you turn off your phone, that whole innocence thing kind of goes out the window.
And it's been 2 weeks, too.
So that's the problem that I have of It's not like he turned himself in and said, no, I heard you were looking for me. Hey, I want to cooperate. He's not there. They're reaching out, trying to find him. So, yes, you can do the whole innocence. He can't be here. If I'm Brad Holmes, I can't bring him here.
I don't think you need to worry about that.
You keep talking
I don't
about
think he's
a
going to
culture.
be here.
You keep talking about a culture. Hey, I don't know. Maybe I'm going too far. 248-539-9797 Lions fans, I couldn't bring him here. I couldn't do it.
Yeah, I think it's going to take care of itself. I really do. I don't think he's going to be a Detroit Lion anymore. However, if he is found and he's got an excuse why he wasn't able to be found, and he tells his side of the story and it goes through wherever it needs to go through and all is good, then fine. I got no issue with him coming back. I don't, but I just don't think it's going to turn out that way considering how things are right now. But 248-539-9797, if you do want to comment, where do you go from here? What were your first thoughts when you heard about the story of Cam Sutton? And I think Brad Holmes will not have a decision on his hand because I would assume the NFL eventually will suspend Sutton. But 248-539-9797, it's the Valenti and Rico Show, 97 The Ticket. All right, if you're just joining us, talking about Cam Sutton, wanted by authorities in Florida for domestic violence. Where do the Lions go from here? He did flee the scene, happened back on March 7th, and we're talking about it. We got ticket text from David. We'll take your calls at 248-539-9797. Let's go to Joe in Southgate. You're on the ticket. Hey, Joe, how are you?
Hey, how you doing, guys?
Hey, man.
Yeah, hey, I don't think there's any way he comes back. And if he did come back, that would kind of ruin the culture of what these guys are trying to do here. But here's the thing now: if they cut him, when would they be able to cut him and get the money and go sign what's his name, Gilmore?
Stephen Gilmore. Joe, I don't think they're going to have to cut him. I really don't.
They would have to, Joe. From what I understand, they would need the NFL to step in to suspend him, and once they suspend him. If I read this correctly, it would void out the contract, and then they would get that money back, and then they can go out and get someone else.
Yeah, so, Joe, the Lions are better off just waiting for a couple reasons, right? Because what Rico said, and then you should let it play out, too.
Right. Plus, I got one more thing.
Yeah.
Now at least we know why every time, wherever we played, indoors, outdoors, warm, cold, he was always wearing a ski mask.
Oh, come on.
And it's not even the same person. Yeah.
Let me put this out here because there are people saying that Cam Sutton tweeted out something.
I saw that too.
I just looked it up. It is not this Cam Newton.
Cam Sutton.
It's Cam Sutton.
Yeah, I mean, the Cam Sutton that tweeted's got 3.5 thousand followers. I would assume the real Cam Sutton has more.
Correct. The Cam Newton that is tweeting this out is
Cam Sutton.
Cam Sutton is from the UFL, tight end from the UFL.
Oh, okay.
So he tweeted out, I promise I didn't assault anyone, because people are tweeting at him thinking he is Cam Sutton from the Detroit Lions.
Well, we fell for it, too, in the break. I'm like, oh, my God, he tweeted. So I go to David. I'm like, Cam Sutton said he didn't do it. And then, of course, it's not the real Cam
from
Sutton.
The Memphis UFL team tweeting that out.
Yeah. But, yeah, I mean, if you're the Lions, regardless of how, because this is such a bad look that I think that it's done. I would like to hope that in the end, the cops find him and justice can happen.
See, that's the real thing.
Rieger, I just got a feeling that it's not going to end this way.
And I didn't want to say it either, but I think I'm looking at the ticket text. People are saying it. Like the fact that he's been incognito for 2 weeks, his phone's been off for 2 weeks. There is another layer that you hope that everything turns out on his half too. Okay.
Yeah.
You want to get to some ticket text?
Really tired of the routine of Brad Holmes and Dan Campbell talking about culture players. I'm tired that we passed on good players and continue to do it over this dumb standard. How can someone have that opinion after this news?
Do you really know he's going to assault somebody? I mean, that's a dumb ticket text. Come on.
No. I think what the ticket texter is doing is a different topic. Because I don't like the whole we're married to this culture thing either. But today, this is something totally different.
By the way, they'd be hypocrites if they welcome Cam Sutton back and said, oh, yeah, come on back and play CB2 for us. That's not going to happen. Now, if that were to happen, then we got a radio topic on our hands.
If you couldn't make a trade for Chase Young last year, you can't bring Cam Sutton back.
But I know. What I'm saying is anybody that says, well, I'm sick of them preaching culture and then this happens, these two things have nothing to do with each other.
No, they don't. That's what I'm saying. It's two separate things that I think the person just hears culture and they get angry.
They get triggered, yeah. Cam Sutton's NFL career is over for all intents and purposes. He is not good enough to get a second chance, and running from the police is never a good look for anyone.
And that's just it. It's one of those, okay, you know what? Some poor choices were made that night, maybe on both parties. You turn yourself in, you tell your side of the story. You have your day in court. And then it's up to the court, it's up to the NFL, and it's up to the Lions to figure out what they believe, what they don't. But when you go silent, when you run and evade the cops, now you're asking the people, you fill in the gaps. You now have to speculate because you're not using your words. You're not telling us what's going on. So therefore, that's why a lot of people are like me, dude, I can't bring you back here now because you've shown that you've made poor choices and then you combat those poor choices with more poor choices.
That Cam Sutton story is making national news. What a disgusting person. No, Jeff, innocent people don't just disappear.
RJ in Westland says that dude is clearly guilty. He has been on the run for 13 days now. Unfortunately, we do have to wait for him to be arrested in order to not lose the money.
And I think they will do that. Like, the Lions aren't making any moves right now, regardless. They're not getting rid of Cam, but I don't think it's because they're not disgusted. Of course they are. They're just going to do what's ever best for their team and to recoup whatever money they can. But as far as him fleeing, you're 100% correct. If you flee, you automatically look guilty. And to the ticket texter that said he's not going to play in the NFL again, I don't know if I buy that.
Right.
Because there's a lot of guys in the NFL that have done a lot of things that are playing.
No, it's I hate it's almost like that crazy hot scale. You have to be really good to do bad things to get a job back in the NFL. You're Ray Lewis. You could witness a murder happen in a limo. Because you're a Hall of Famer, we'll bring you back. You're Michael Vick. You could have a ton of dogs die on your watch, but because you could throw a ball 75 yards and run a 4.4, we'll bring you back. You're Cam Sutton. You're not that good. You're probably done. Like, there's very few people in the NFL, right? Like, if a person to the stature of Patrick Mahomes, you would find a way to bring him back because of who he is. Heck, Deshaun Watson pushed the boundaries. He did some things.
Right, and he comes back and gets a ridiculous contract.
And the Browns are suffering, and the NFL is still mocking them ever since, saying, yeah, we got to put some guards up in place that we don't allow this to happen again. So, yes, if you're a superstar, people will make allowances for you. They'll kind of look the other way. Cam Sutton, ain't nobody looking the other way for you.
Let's go to Jeff. You're on the ticket. What's going on, Jeff?
Hey, how's it going, guys?
Hey,
has anybody ever thought about maybe something happened to this guy?
We were just talking about that.
Yeah,
I've been in trouble in my younger days. I know domestic violence is a misdemeanor. I've never heard of a active search, like, reaching out to the public. If you've heard or seen from him, that almost sounds like they're worried about something might have happened to him.
Well, Jeff, I would say this: from your younger days to now, it's now a felony, and especially if you put your hands and you're choking somebody. I don't
condone it. I've never done domestic
violence. No, I'm not saying that you are. I'm just saying that now, with him disappearing, yeah, I'm with you. Like, this may be a little more serious, and I don't know how this story ends today. When we find out, when they finally catch up to him, let's just hope that he's around to tell his story.
Well, let's not forget, it just became public today. It's been going on for 2 weeks, though. The cops haven't been able to find him. So I hear what you guys are saying. But, Jeff, the key word, at least to me, is strangulation. So when he calls up and says domestic violence is a misdemeanor, it's a little more serious.
Well, that's what he said back in his day. And I'm like, okay, maybe it was, but now it's a little more serious. It's not a misdemeanor anymore. Now it's taken the way it should be taken, as a serious crime.
248-539-9797. People do want to talk. What do you do if you're the Lions? How do you feel after hearing the Cam Sutton story? 97 won the ticket. 97 won the ticket.
You learn so much.
Oh, enlightening break for sure. 248-539-9797 talking about the Cam Sutton story. What do you think happens? What should the Lions do? And the more you think about it, Rico, I mean, there's more questions that pop up. The fact that he hasn't been heard from 13 days, that's obviously pretty scary. The fact that domestic violence with strangulation, it's an awful look without a doubt. And the fact that he fled makes everybody think that he's definitely guilty.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those things that, I don't know where he's at, but if he's listening, I would simply say, Cam, just be smart. Turn yourself in. Let the system play out. Don't do anything stupid. And just, hey, tomorrow will be another day. Now, it may not be how you want it to be. You made this bed. You're going to have to lie in it. We'll figure it out. But the fact that he's not here, the fact that we're not hearing about it, turned off his phone, that is a little scary. If you're the Lions, I'm sure in Allen Park, they are already working on the contingency plan. You
no
cannot.
Question. He's gone.
You can't bring him back.
And I think Cam probably knew that after this incident happened, that he probably played his last game with the Detroit Lions.
If you're the Lions, you got to pivot. And, to talk about just the business side, aside from the heinous real world side, you now have to target the best corner in the draft. Because I don't think there's one out there in free agency that you can get. L'Jarius Sneed.
I mean, Stephon Gilmore's out there, but he's 34, 35 years old.
And that's what I say. You now have to. Yesterday, it was great. It was fine. Take the best person available. It could be a wide receiver. It could be a tight end. It could be an offensive lineman. Anybody but a quarterback or a kicker. That's gone.
Yeah, but
right
Rico,
now, you may have to trade up to get the best corner.
If we're talking just football, and we'll go back to the calls, 248-539-9797, I've been underwhelmed by the secondary as a whole. I'm not a big Carlton Davis guy. He's fine, but he gets banged up way too much. His best trait is his physicality, and he's declined over the last 2 to 3 years, right? So if he's your best corner, and Cam Sutton's CB2, and now Cam Sutton is out of the mix, your secondary is once again in one day a problem. It's a hole that you need to go fill, and I'm not big on drafting corners and thinking they're going to make an impact their rookie years.
But that's why I said.
Unless you get Sauce Gardner.
No, but Rieger, the thing is, with this draft, it's quarterback heavy, it's wide receiver heavy. That means a lot of your defensive players are going to slide to the teens.
And you can always move up.
If you're the Lions, you're Brad Holmes. Brad Holmes has shown he'll move up, he'll move back. If it's somebody that he wants, he may have to go out there. Now, there's probably three lockdown corners that can start from day one. If you target one of those three, you may have one slide to you, or you may have to move up to like maybe the 20th pick to go get one of them, but they're there. So you're going to have to take a corner. And yes, not all can, Rieger, but there are some who can go out there and just be that guy. I mean, the guy they wanted last year who ended up in Seattle, they said they wanted to draft him, but Seattle took him instead, and he was gone.
Let's go to Chris. You're on the ticket. Hey, Chris, how are you?
What's going on, guys? How are you?
Hey, Chris.
Good.
Hey, so I want to talk about this Cam Sutton thing. I feel like something went under the radar a couple of weeks ago. I'm not sure if you guys seen it. Some messages got leaked of his, direct messages to fans, in replying to what fans were saying to his performance of the season. He got pretty derogative on there. And now a few weeks go by, and, well, we're in the situation that we're in today with him. So I think he might have been in some muddy waters with management when that happened. And now after this, I think it's time in Detroit's done, guys.
Yeah, grand opening, grand closing. Yeah, Chris, I don't see how this can be salvaged. I think if you're the Lions, you just wait for the NFL to come through, suspend him so you can get the money back, and you can go and try to find a replacement for him on the roster.
Yeah, Chris, I don't think there's any doubt. He's not a Detroit Lion anymore, and he's not going to be a Lion anymore.
I would agree. Definitely hope he's okay. Wish the best for
100%.
him, but not here in Detroit.
Yeah. And that's just the biggest thing is if you're Cam Sutton, you just don't want him to do anything stupid. You don't want him to compound this and make a matter even worse. Just turn yourself in, let the process start. That would be my advice to him if he were listening.
And by the way, in case you're just joining us and you missed it, the statement from the Lions, they're well aware. We became of the ongoing legal situation involving Cam Sutton this morning. We will continue to monitor the situation. Will not have a further comment at this time. And apparently March 7th, 4:52 in the morning, he's suspected of battering a woman, strangulation. Police showed up. Cam Sutton was nowhere to be found. He fled the scene. He's turned off his phone. And the only reason we know about this, by the way, is because the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office tweeted out a picture of Cam Sutton. And it says,
do you know this man?
Yeah, that's all it says. It says, the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office needs your assistance in locating a wanted subject, Cam Sutton, 29 years old. He's wanted for aggravated battery, domestic violence. He may be driving a Jeep Grand Wagoneer with a plate number of bop, bop, bop. And then it says Warrant Wednesday. That's what they're calling this. This is a Warrant Wednesday. So he just happens to be the guy that there's a warrant for, and the police are looking for him.
So, yeah, I mean, when I originally saw this, I was like, okay, this is a sick joke, or maybe this is just somebody named Cameron Sutton. Like, okay, but is this the same Lions guy? And then a little digging, yes. Yes, it is.
All right, so there's also, and Dave Burkett just tweeted this out, it's the last year's NFL personal conduct policy, and prohibited conduct, obviously violence, threats, or disorderly conduct. Seems like this right here, sexual assault, sexual misconduct. I mean, the list goes on and on, right? So it says, we must act with character, show respect for others in and outside of work, and act in ways that reflect well on ourselves, the NFL, the Lions, and the community we represent. So the Lions will more than likely, I would assume, get out of this contract. And I would assume he's probably going to be end up getting suspended by the league as well.
Yeah. I mean, first of all, they have to find him. But once they do that, then, yes, I think the suspension is going to almost be immediately from Roger Goodell, and then the Lions will get the money back. Now, what happens, the Lions they will then have to spend that money that they get back on another free agent. You don't just get to keep it. So at that point, where do you go from there? Do you go get a Stephon Gilmore? As I've often said, I go get Jadeveon Clowney for 1 year, bring him in, help out Aiden on the line. That would also help out your secondary, because with all the pieces you have on your D-line, and now you're throwing in an extra pass rusher to go with Aiden, to go with Houston, your corners don't have to cover as long. Like, you can have, the best corners in the backfield. I mean, back there. But if they got to cover for 7 seconds, 6-7 seconds, you're not that good. But if you only got to cover for 4 seconds or less, you're going to look a lot better. I would use that money. I would put it on a pass rusher. I would then take that first pick of the draft and go get the best corner that you can and let that be your new CB1. And, yeah, I do think that there are a handful of corners, Rieger, that can start from day one. There's about 3 guys that can. But once you get past that, then now, yeah, not so much.
There's a handful of ticket texts, too, that I'm looking at, and people are like, what, you're not going to talk about the victim? You're just talking about football. It's only football with you guys. Well, we talked about the situation. We don't know the victim. We think it's a tragedy without a doubt. We don't know the whole story. We're just reporting what we do. The thing we do know about...
What are we supposed to say?
Well, the thing we do know about is how it affects the football team.
So
that's part of it as well.
There's nothing more that you could say. But I want to say something to the fans, because there's a lot of ticket texts coming on here that are just worried about the football and just saying how Cam Sutton sucked anyway. It's time for him to go. Bye-bye. There is a victim out there.
There is.
We don't need that. Stop thinking football and think, I want him gone. But he did something, allegedly, and that victim needs to be thought about.
And that's what I said is turn yourself in. Let's hear your side of the story, and we let it play out, as John Jansen would say. But, yes, I don't know what I'm supposed to say about the victim. That's why these allegations are heinous enough to me that I'm like, I don't know if I want you on the team if you put yourself in that situation, because you should never put yourself in that situation as a man, ever. There's never an excuse. There's never a reason unless your life is literally being threatened. That's about the only exception you get. Other than that, there's the door. You can walk away. You grab your keys. You hop in your car. You go for a drive. You go over to your brother's house. You go to your mom's house. You go someplace. You cool off. You let both sides simmer down. and then you move forward. But other than that, I don't know what else to say.
248-539-9797 if you want to chime on in. We got a blitz coming up, and then at 3 o'clock, are we doing the Javy thing or are we doing the Red Wing thing? Because I got to be honest, your Javy or Baez plan, I think a lot of people are going to agree with you, but I'm not. Okay. I think it's ridiculous. So we can do that at 3, but then the Wings had the big win yesterday too, but people are still angry about the fact that they beat a lowly, awful Eastern Conference hockey team.
You know what? How about we wait till 12 seconds before the segment starts, and then we decide.
Oh, okay. I like that. It's actually 12.6 seconds, if we're being totally honest. 97-1 the ticket. 97 won the ticket. Valenti and Rico. Mike back tomorrow from Vegas. You guys are going to be in Vegas tomorrow.
No,
I'm jealous.
Mike's still going to be in Vegas tomorrow. I will be in Vegas.
So are you. So is David. Very jealous. All right. Time for a little football, as Mike likes to say. How about a blitz?
Well, guys, the Pro Day circuit is off and running. Caleb Williams and USC had their Pro Day today, but that's not the Pro Day I want to talk about. I want to talk about Texas Pro Day. They also had their Pro Day today, and there's a quarterback that threw at the Pro Day that is not in this year's draft. That is Quinn Ewers. He decided to go ahead and throw and let scouts see a year ahead of time. Is that smart on his part?
Yeah, see, I thought you were going to say Arch Manning.
Oh, no.
That was the one I thought you were going to say because nobody's really seen Arch Manning. Yeah, if you're Quinn Ewers, it is smart because here's what happens. The scouts see you, and they can sit there and tell you, okay, you know what? I like this, but this, you know what? You may need to work on. So it gives him a year. It kind of reminds me of like the NBA kids. They stopped it, but you were allowed to get talent evaluation, right. And the pro scouts could tell you
you if you're good enough.
Right, what you can go back and work on. And yeah, so if you're yours, that's brilliant. And you're doing it to 2 first-round. You're throwing the ball to 2 first-round receivers, so you're gonna look really good. You know who did that last year, right? And I don't want to steal your thunder because I normally do with this.
Go ahead.
Was Marvin Harrison Jr. He performed last year at the Pro Day, and I did. So
no, you did not. But I'm glad.
You look so disgusted with you.
I'm not. I'm glad you did because that is the talk of this year. He's not doing anything at Ohio State's Pro Day, which is tomorrow, I believe. Mm-hmm. And people are saying, well, I guess that means he can't be wide receiver 1. Scouts need to see him. They saw him already.
Okay, here's the thing. Marvin Harrison Jr., has been around the league since he's a little boy hanging out with his father. I think, is his father in the Hall of Fame now?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So he's learned from a Hall of Famer how to be a wide receiver. You've seen it on the field at Ohio State. He's the real deal, okay? He's went out there and I mean, probably, let's be real, probably Will Johnson's worst game ever was him. And Will Johnson is him. I love Will Johnson. But Marvin Harrison Jr. was a little bit better. If you're Marvin, he's not playing everybody's game. I'm not going to the combine. I'm not doing either you're going to draft me or you're not. I'm not going to sit here and let you pick me apart. I respect that.
Well, the funny thing is, you know everything you need to know about that guy. I understand having a pro day if you're a 2nd-round pick or a 3rd-round pick is the best receiver in the game. You don't need to have a pro day. And by the way, I don't think any scout or NFL team is going to be like, well, yeah, we're not going to pick him because he didn't have a pro day. You know what he brings to the table. He'll still be the first receiver off the board.
Yeah, the report says that he talked to 7 teams at the combine and asked each of them, do you need to see anything at the pro day?
That's very nice of him.
They all said no.
Right.
Why? Right.
I mean, that's just it. The only thing you can do is go out there, trip, fall, injure yourself, or have a bad day and cost yourself money.
And by the way, then it's on ESPN and everybody's talking about it. I like that, though. I'm going to use that at every interview I go on from here on out. Right? I'm not going to have this job forever, I would assume, right? Every job. What do you need from me? What can I do for you?
So I started off the football today talking about Caleb Williams and USC's Pro Day. And
wait a second. Why is the board on your side? I was promised that board.
Whose show is it?
There is an individual at Caleb's Pro Day that is connected to the Bears that is not in the front office. We talk about being smart for Quinn Ewers. Keenan Allen showed up at his Pro Day, who got traded to the Bears this week. That's smart because now they can meet privately. They can talk about things that the GM and the.
So why is Keenan Allen there?
He's at the Pro Day because he's going to, I would imagine,
is
have
Caleb
a private session with
him?
Caleb Williams later on.
Oh,
that's
okay.
what I would imagine.
I'm trying to think, he can't have a kid for you. Like, no. Why is he there?
He's there hanging out. He's a Bears wide receiver now. He got traded to the Bears.
Understand. I just thought maybe he had a connection because I like that. No, it's smart.
That's like all those stories of guys going out to Los Angeles in the offseason to practice with their quarterbacks. I dig that because Caleb's going to be his quarterback. You think it's going to fail, right?
I thought you were going to bring up some Matthew Stafford or Jared
No, Matthew
Goff
Stafford did it. Jared Goff has done it too.
Okay.
All these quarterbacks take their receivers out.
Sometimes you can't help yourself. Yeah, I'm not as sold on Caleb Williams as everybody else. I think that he can be very reckless with the ball. He's going to have to dial that in. He's going to have to realize that those wild throws that everybody loved at USC, everybody in the NFL can run about a 4.445, and he's not going to be able to pick apart weak people in the secondary and weak defenses. He's going to have real people coming after him. If he's going to try to play that style and be very Mahomes-like, there's a reason why Mahomes is Mahomes. I'll just leave it at that.
So I think he's going to be really good. I just don't know how many plays he's going to be able to keep alive with his feet like he did in college. But I kind of feel you're throwing him into a pretty good situation. You got a good tight end in Komet. You got some good receivers now. The defense in Chicago is pretty good.
You know why he's going to be in a good situation? No, because the coach actually wants him there. Because I don't think anybody in Chicago wanted Justin Fields. And they just kind of threw him away, and he became the scapegoat of why everything was bad. And it was like, dude, I think he had, 3 coordinators in 3 years? It's like, yeah, what am I learning? Oh, forget what you just learned. Learn something new. Okay, now forget that and learn something new.
I'm curious, how long until you buy your Fields jersey? Is it on back order right now?
It's already on the way.
I mean, I do. I think the Steelers got to steal.
I do too. Steelers got to steal.
And I hope that he makes the Bears regret that move.
He's going to buy a backup quarterback jersey, huh?
He will eventually start. Let's talk about an actual starter, though. And did he kind of overvalue himself? And that is L'Jarius Sneed. Everyone's talking about, well, he's wanted a deal, possibly getting traded. A report here from Sports Illustrated. They're saying, I'm told the main sticking point has been Sneed's asking price. The Colts and the Titans are two of the top teams trying to execute a trade, but Sneed's price is too high. According to other reports, he wants to be the highest paid corner in football.
It's
right
genius.
now, it's $21 million to be the highest paid.
It's genius because he wins either way. He's making $19 million this year on the franchise tag. If he stays in Kansas City, he gets a chance to win another Super Bowl. Then he'll become a free agent if he has another good year. Or if some desperate team, maybe like the Lions, which would never happen, wants to meet his asking price, then he becomes the highest paid corner in the NFL. I think it's a great move.
Yeah, I mean, either you're going to pay me the money or I stick around and stay here. It sounds like to me he doesn't want to leave Kansas City unless somebody backs up a Brinks truck.
And I don't blame him.
So, yeah, I think he wanted to see what the market was. He wanted to see if people be beating down his door. He set this high price, and it failed. So he's not going to get the money. He'll probably end up getting at least another Super Bowl. I don't know if he'll win it, but they'll get back.
Yeah, you get 19 this year, and they're not going to franchise you again. So you'll get a big deal next offseason.
Right. Or they love you because they do love him, and then next year, after they spent the Chris Jones money, maybe they can extend him.
Now, we talked about now the camp is today, right? Caleb's
Yes, pro days today.
Okay, so have we heard anything?
How's his
yet?
hands?
Nothing yet. He did get interviewed by ESPN, but, I mean, nothing from any scouts or anything.
See, there is one person that I wonder if the Lions were one of those 3rd-round picks or 4th-round picks. Famous father, Brendan Rice.
I've thought about him this entire draft process.
Jerry Rice's kid,
Yeah.
wide receiver. Would you bring him in that 3rd, 4th round just as somebody, you know what, Reynolds, see ya. We're going to bring in Rice. We're going to go young.
Well, yeah, because you talked about Marvin Harrison earlier. That pedigree. When you have that pedigree, man, you give them a chance because they have that.
Now, in fairness,
not all of them get it, but
like I said, like Marvin Harris, like Junior spent a lot more time with Senior.
Very true.
Than Brendan spent with
Very
Jerry.
true. Very true.
I'll just leave it at that. But they've reconciled.
Wait a second. Are you commenting on Jerry Rice's parenting?
Rigger?
You can't do that.
We'll just move on.
You're not allowed to do that.
And that
You're
is
not
the
a father.
Povich. I'm sorry, that is in football today.
Is he your child?
Brought to you by National Benefit Plans. Lions cornerback Cam Sutton wanted for domestic violence in Florida after allegedly strangling a woman. Sutton has been on the run since March 7th, and police say they have not been able to contact him. In a statement, the Lions say they're aware of the situation and have no further comment at this time. March Madness starts tomorrow for both Michigan State and Oakland. The 9-seed Spartans are taking on 8-seed Mississippi State at noon, while the 14-seed Golden Grizzlies have got a battle with 3-seed Kentucky at 7. Michigan State head coach Tom Izzo says despite the Spartans' inconsistencies, this is a new season. This is Oakland's first tournament appearance since 2011. The Spartans lost to Kansas State last year in the Sweet 16. And the Pistons open a 3-game homestand against the Pacers tonight at Little Caesars Arena. Detroit has lost 3 straight games. Asar Thompson, Isaiah Stewart, and Quentin Grimes all out for tonight's game against Indy. Simone Fontecchio questionable. Tip-off right here on 97.1 at 7 o'clock. At the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right. Hour number 2, Valenti and Rico. Mike back tomorrow. Rico and David are going to be in Vegas with Mike tomorrow for the NCAA tournament. Here's the deal. I have since paid Rico the money I owe him. That Open needs to be banned. Part of our deal was that Open right there, never heard from again because I paid the man his money.
Who said that?
I had you sign that piece of paper. You don't remember?
No.
Look, if Colored is Fine is still available, then that song's available, okay?
Yeah, but you said Colored is Fine on your own.
David, the only piece of paper I have is still the screenshot of the ridiculous bet that he made that we actually had signed and witnessed not by one, but 2 different people.
Now, here's the deal, and we're moving on, I swear. But that infamous bet that we made in the Tigers press box because the Tigers were getting their butts kicked by like 13, that infamous bet, it was lost for like 3 years. Then somebody told Rico, hey, remember that bet? And then all of a sudden he remembered I owed him the money. If it was me, if I was in Rico's shoes, I would have called Rico up and said, you know what? No big deal.
Rico,
pal,
Jeff,
I would not have made you pay me.
Jeff, you don't want to go down this rabbit hole.
Just saying.
Because you're going to look really bad when I tell people the phone call that I did get, and it wasn't from you. So let's move on.
I forget that story.
Okay. Let's move on.
I think you're lying. Anyway, Rico Beard has an idea how to fix one of the problems in Detroit. And this man is a problem. Listen, when you are forced to look at spring training stats, it's no big deal. It's spring training. Guys are working on things. Their numbers might not look good. It's no big deal. However, it's impossible to ignore the numbers of one Javy Baez, who after 2 awful seasons in Detroit and opting out and being owed $98 million over the next 4 years, Javy Baez in the spring, in 14 games, I did not even think this was possible. 35 at-bats, Javy's hitting .086. So he's hitting under 100. I always like to check the OPS. He has a 191 OPS. Like a league average OPS is like 720. Javy had an OPS of under 600 last year. His OPS is 191. His slugging percentage is .086. So his batting average and his slugging percentage are the exact same number. And of course, people are talking, and you're stuck with Javy for 4 more years, and he's been an absolute train wreck.
What did you say the OPS is?
191.
Okay.
Yes. It's a bad situation. And AJ Hinch went in the morning show, Costa and Jansen, and said, listen, he's our shortstop. We're going to move him down in the order. And eventually the Tigers might be forced to make a move with Javy. But Rico Beard, my radio partner for the day, you got your move already. You got the solution to this problem. Why don't you tell the people?
My solution is this. I don't know why we just can't say the quiet part out loud. He stinks. Why do we keep putting him out there as shortstop?
Oh, no. I can say that part.
No. Oh, we're going to move him down in the order. How about we just move him to the bench? You've made one mistake, Detroit. You signed him to this ridiculous deal.
Well, Detroit didn't do that. That was Al Avila.
Okay. Detroit. He represented Detroit at the time. So you made this ridiculous deal. You're stuck with him. It's time you kind of Allen Iverson him.
Yeah, but
you just send him to the bench. Rieger, he does not help your team out whatsoever. You know what was funny? I was listening to the morning show.
Yeah.
And they were making a joke, but it's actually true. It's funny because it's true. You would be better off having him be the designated fielder and just letting the starting pitcher go up to bat. Because if your batting average is not even 100, what are we doing?
Okay, so why not just buy him out, though? You want to embarrass him.
It's not embarrassing.
No. You can't embarrass the guy.
He's embarrassing himself. I don't have to.
I don't disagree.
For 2 years, you're embarrassing yourself. When you got memes of Sister Jean striking you out because you swing so wildly and irresponsibly at pitches. Jeff, it's not embarrassing him. I am moving on. I have to pay you the money. So here's the deal. You're going to sit on the bench.
No, you're eating up a roster spot. Just pay him off then. Just say, here's your $98 million. Their payroll's already under league average, and you move your way.
Can I finish?
Sure.
You sit him on the bench. I promise you, after a few weeks, he'll be calling his agent saying, just get me out of Detroit.
Not a chance in hell.
Okay, then you know
what?
He's
going to give up on $98 million?
No. He'll say, get me out of Detroit. Let's work out a deal that the Tigers don't have to pay me all of this money. I just want out because they're obviously not going to pay me. If you're AJ, he's not helping this team. He's not. So why do we have to keep putting him out there? Because, we're paying him $98 million. He's not helping you. He's not contributing. He's not pulling his weight. And no, I don't need to see what he's going to do this year because I saw what he did last year. I saw what he did the year before. Why are we doing this?
I hate this because I'm going to be made to look like a Javy Baez defender. But there's no way that I'm not playing him at the start of the season, see what he's capable of. Rico,
What's going to happen different?
Let's find out. You owe him the money, so why not try? Here's the other thing. Last year, and you might not believe me, but unfortunately I watch way too much Tigers baseball. After he was embarrassed and at his lowest, whether he was benched or moved down and demoted in the lineup, Javy Baez at age 31 is still capable of taking over baseball games. How do I know this? Because I saw it last year with my own eyes. He'd go on a streak for about 3 to 4 games, and then he'd go back to his old ways. I think what you see with Javy is totally motivation. I think he's lazy. I don't think there's any question about that. I agree with you. You can't embarrass him because he's not embarrassed by the last 2 years. Last year, he had one of the worst OPSs in all of baseball. However, I am simply not going to cut him now because of a bad spring. Because you know who else is having a god-awful spring? A pathetic spring, only has one more hit than Javy Baez, Spencer Torkelson. He had 31 jacks last year. Now, you're taking him north. You're going to start him at first on opening day.
You want to know why? Because he's young, and I can deal with a young player getting better. Javy Baez should be in the prime of his. This is it. This is all you're getting. And it's not like it was a one-off. No, he's been bad consistently. And now you're starting spring training like this.
You want to embarrass him?
No, Rieger, it's not embarrassing. It's the Tigers taking control and saying, okay, we made a mistake. We got to pay you this money. I don't have to play you. But I don't have to I can move on and find your replacement and start playing that person. If anything, do what you're doing at third base and platoon shortstop because you're giving me nothing. So why am I rewarding you? Because I'm paying you. You're already getting the money. It's going to hit your direct deposit every other Friday, but you don't have to be out there at shortstop.
I'm not taking up a roster spot. If he agrees, well, if it's up to the Tigers. If they agree to buy him out, that'd be great. I would not fight that. That'd be wonderful.
So because he's on the roster and you're paying, you just got to parade him out there, even though he's going to give you nothing.
I'm going to see what he's got left. I'm going to...
Okay, at what point that becomes the breaking point where you're just like,
it's
yeah, he
spring
stinks.
training. Yes, I know it's been awful, but I still want to see if maybe he can rebound. You know, it's a crazy thing, but guys do work on stuff in the spring, and they're not even trying to hit for average. They're just trying to fix whatever they're trying to fix.
What do you call his last couple of years? What was he
Listen,
working
they've been
on?
pathetic.
What was he working on?
They've been horrendous. I'm not
Was
defending
he working
the guy.
on his chess game?
But I'm not going to cut him right
His
now. I'm
love
going
for
to play him a
classic
little
cars?
bit.
I mean, what was he working on?
You play 162 games. I will parade him out there and see if he can give me anything. Okay. And then at a certain point, if he can't, then I'll cut him. Then I'll buy him out. But I don't think the Tigers will. I think he'll continue to play.
I don't understand why we have to sit here and protect him. The whole you're embarrassing him. No, son, you're embarrassing yourself. I'm trying to win. You can't help me win. So I need to put people out here who can help me win.
How you deal with people also follows you around the league. You don't want to get a bad reputation.
I'm sorry. I forgot. When did Shohei Ohtani show up for the Tigers? Like when did all these when did all these big free agents come to Detroit?
Eventually they'll sign free agents. I would have loved for free agents.
I'm sorry, because all of a sudden everybody's lining up to come to the Tigers. You don't care about the Tigers. Don't care about signing big name. So why would I care that Javy Baez got his feelings hurt?
248-539-9797. The Rico plan, we're calling it. For Javier Baez, you're benching him. He's going to have to go to every game. He's going to have to sit there and eat bubble gum and maybe spit some seeds. And are you going to make him get bats for other people?
$98 million bubble gum.
What are you going to make him do?
Nothing.
Wash some dishes?
Nothing.
Just sit there. Collect the check.
Same thing you do when you're out on the field. Same thing you do when you're up at the plate. Nothing.
248-539-9797. The ticket text, the exact same number. Do you agree with the Rico plan? I don't. I know I'm not going to be popular for this. I'm going to play him. I'm going to play him for opening day in Chicago.
Only because he's making money.
Just so you know, he rakes in Chicago.
Only because he makes money, right?
Well, that's how it works, though. You're paying the guy. He's already on the roster. Why not see what he can do this year? You do realize that allegedly they sent coaches to Puerto Rico. Allegedly his body is in the best shape of his life. So why not see what he can do when it actually matters? And then if he sucks for the first month or so.
Because you know what?
You had 162 games, then you make a decision.
No. Here's a foreign concept. Because every year you stumble out the gate in April. Why not make April count? Why not win games in April? And why not put yourself in a position to maybe win a division, maybe go to the playoffs, instead of just throwing away the month of April saying, well, we'll just let them work things out and figure it out. No. Javy.
Well, it wouldn't be that, though, because he gets a $100 million check out the door as well. That must be
so
nice.
I'm not feeling sorry for him.
I don't feel sorry for him. I want to use him to my ability, though. I want to use him to
do
the
what?
Tigers'
Strike
benefit. Put him out there. See what he can do. It's not ridiculous to at least try.
What did we do last year?
Yeah, I mean, it is a new season. I don't know if you know this, but guys are better. Did you know that Cody Bellinger last year had a 900 OPS? The year before that, he had a 600 OPS. Stuff changes. 97 won the ticket.
You know what? Specs at LTU. If you want to be in radio, if you want to sit and cross from me one day when I need a replacement when Mike is gone, you too can do this.
See, that is uncalled for.
Rieger was a Specs grad. You could be like Jeff Rieger.
That's right. Specs is so great they got me here.
Right. Why are you so sensitive? I'm hyping you up, Jeff.
You just fired me.
No, I didn't. I said, Rieger, can I finish the read? Thank you. You want to go on the radio? You want to go on the TV? Graphic design artist Specs at LTU can help you achieve your goals. Located right here in Southfield on the campus of Lawrence Tech. You're going to be taught by people who work in the industry like yours truly. And here's the beauty of Specs. You do not have to wait until the fall to get started. No, classes start year-round. So what are you waiting for? Be curious. Visit the website, ltu.edu/specs to learn more about the broadcast media arts, digital media arts, and graphics communications program taught through Specs at LTU. And then while you're there, make magic by enrolling in Specs at LTU certificate program today.
Oh, so close to the best time of the year. Tomorrow, the NCAA tournament. Today, talking about the Rico plan with Javy Baez. Rico wants to bench Javy right now, never play him, have him sit on the end of the bench. He's got to carry everybody's luggage, and he won't play the remainder of this season. Are you down with the Rico plan?
Oh, no.
I say play the guy.
He could play, but, maybe 50 games if somebody gets injured. But, Rieger, I've seen enough. And I'm not going to be held hostage because he makes almost $100 million.
I just think you can't see enough in the spring. I know the numbers are horrific, but if you go down the Tigers players, Spencer Torkelson has been absolutely appalling so far.
Rieger,
just real quick, you get bad numbers in the spring. Play him in Chicago. He historically does well in Chicago. And if he plays well, you play him on opening day.
This is not a spring thing. If it was just the spring, no. Maybe he's working on something, as you say, mechanics, trying to figure something out, trying something new. It's not a spring thing. I've seen the body of work.
It does.
And it doesn't get better.
It does.
He'll have 1 or 2 good games. But, Rieger, that's baseball. At some point, everybody's going to go on a 3-game hitting streak because it's the law of averages in baseball.
I need to look. Has he had
stinks.
one?
There's no other way to put it. So why are we putting him out there simply because he makes a ton of money? You don't have to compound one mistake for 2.
Well, because he made that money because at one point he was a quality Major League Baseball player.
And he made that money because he tricked somebody into paying him.
That's fine. Forgive me, though. I'd like to see the guy for a week or 2 to see if he truly blows, if he's any better than last year.
Or, because I don't know if the Tigers realize it or not, but your first month of baseball, it counts. So don't fall out of the gate. And now you're down already 9-10 games in the division, and you got to play comeback. How about this? You try to win from the beginning.
I love this ticket text. Here's the thing, Rieger. Kreidler's hitting .345 with a 1,000 OPS. The kid is knocking on the door and wants a chance, and I don't disagree with you, and he's going to get his chance. However, spring stats, what I'm trying to say, don't mean bleep.
Right, but I'm looking at Javy when he goes... So we're just going to act like last year didn't happen.
No, you're going to play the guy and see if he stinks, and he's got a very short leash.
You kept benching him. You kept putting, we're going to bat him 6. We're going to bat him 7.
You're already moving him down. He's got a very short leash. I don't think he's going to be good. I don't expect much in return, but considering you're paying him regardless, and he's going to get $100 million regardless, I'd like to see him try.
There's your problem, because he's going to make the money whether he's sitting on the bench or whether he's embarrassing himself at the plate. So why do I need to see you embarrass yourself at the plate again? Just take your money and go sit there and chew some bubble gum, and I'm going to let somebody else go up to the plate and bat.
It's basic economics. You're already paying him the money, so on the slight chance he can actually help you, play him. And if he stinks, you bench him. You get rid of him. You buy him out.
So at what point do you just reach there and say, you know what? I'm not getting anything out of you. Seriously.
Can I get 50 at-bats?
No.
Can I get 50 at-bats?
I really feel like you can go full National League and just tell the pitcher, you know what, you're going to bat in this spot.
Here's what I'll say about this. Jeff, you are right in a way.
Of course I am.
In a way, I get what you're saying about wanting to see what a guy does when the games count. But in the end, I believe Rico's more right here.
You are a believer in the Rico plan.
No, because the thing is, we already know who he is. We know we don't need 50 more games. We know who he is.
Can I offer you something, then we'll go to the calls? And this is a me problem. I believe in people. I do. And he's been such an embarrassment. And I've seen glimpses of when he's been so much better. I believe his issues are all motivation. They're all focus. They're all chasing sliders outside of the zone. If he can just be more disciplined, he can go back to being a productive hitter.
And you know
hold on. I'm a moron. I get it. I want to give him a chance. I know it's crazy. Give me 50, 60 at-bats.
You know what,
if
Jeff?
he truly blows, I'm right there with the Rico plan. I'll wear a T-shirt. The Rico plan.
You may be right.
Sponsored by Rico.
You know what? You may be right.
There we go.
Because if I could just get 6 numbers to fall for me on Friday, then I don't have to come into work next Monday.
You're going to be in
because
Vegas.
I would have won the Powerball if I could just get those 6 numbers. So you're right. Man, it's just.
You're being unfair. There's a track record, at least a little bit. Guy at one point 3 years ago, had a 900 OPS.
A track record.
I'm not expecting much, but I think it's lunacy to just be like, all right, we're not even going to give you a chance.
Seriously, when the morning show made the joke, it hit me like a ton of bricks. Like, wow, that's actually funny because it's true. When they called him a designated fielder, you just stick him out there at short, but you let the pitcher bat.
Let's go to the phones. Scott and
Because you'll
McComb.
probably get more production from your starting pitcher batting than you would Javy Baez.
Scott, you're on the ticket. What's going on, bud?
Hey, guys. What's up?
Hey, Scott.
Jeff, I have a question for you. Do you think the Tigers can win the Central this year?
Maybe, probably, hopefully. I don't know.
Okay.
Actually, I still think
Jeff,
they're light offensively.
Scott, yes, they can.
I think they're light offensively, but yeah, I'm sure they're going to come close.
Okay, I agree. So why do we need a shortstop who doesn't hit and can't even draw walks? I agree we're going to pay him. We're paying him not for him to win games for us. We're going to pay him so he doesn't lose us games. And I feel if you have him out there, he's more of a liability of him losing us a game than him winning us a game. So if we think we can win the division, your shortstop should be your first or second batter, and you're not even getting on base.
Well, Scott, there's two things. I hear what you're saying. I like the way you put it. I really do. You're paying them not to lose games instead of paying them to help win games. I actually love that, to tell you the truth. I didn't think about that. That's a great comment. However, if you look at the defensive side of the ball, you don't really have another shortstop. I mean, who are you going to go get? Zach Short? Zach McKinstry going to play there? So you can at least put him out there. I'm just saying 50 at-bats, Scott. I'm saying 60 at-bats. I'm trying to see if anything that we were told that he did in the offseason takes place when the at-bats actually matter. That's all I'm asking for.
Scott, coming from the same people who told you every year that Miggy was in the best shape of his life.
What else are they going to say?
Right.
Okay, at some point, Jeff.
Well, listen, they're not telling you Javy's good. I mean, A.J. Hinch went on the morning show and simply said, we're demoting him. They are not telling you he's good. At this point, it's a long shot you see any production. I agree with you guys. I would just like to make sure. That's what I would like to do.
I would too, and who knows? Is Creedler the answer? I don't know. Zach Short's not the answer, but we know what we have with Javy. We know what he can do as a ball player, and we know what he can't do as a ball player too. And I'm sorry, the Tigers, their goal should be to win the Central. It's the worst division in baseball. Okay, we're not the East here, and the shortstop is going to be a problem.
Thank you, Scott. 248-539-9797. The ticket text, the exact same number. How about this ticket text very quickly? Jeff, you realize Wojo puts in more effort at 6 p.m. than Harvey does at shortstop.
You know what? I'll allow that.
So will I.
Rieger.
I enjoy that one.
You got to get past, well, he's owed this money, so you have to stick him out there. No, you don't. You know what? It was a move. Years ago, I still respect it to this day, and I use it. You remember when Matt Flynn lit up the Detroit Lions, and he ended up getting – he played
huge
for Green Bay.
For Seattle.
Seattle drafted this rookie. His name was Russell Wilson. Flynn was getting paid a ton of money at the time. I think it was almost close to $100 million. It was a lot. Russell Wilson stole the job. They didn't say, well, we're paying Flynn, so we got to start him. They said, we're trying to win games. Rookie is helping us win games. We're going with him. Hey, Flynn, you'll get every dime, but you're not going to play anymore. Grab that clipboard. Tigers can do the same thing. You're going to make your money. We're not going to shortchange you. I can't put you in the lineup. Now, somebody gets hurt, yes, you're going to be the first person we call. But right here, right now, how about we come out of April and try to win games in a division that's winnable?
And I'm so glad you said that because they struggled last year in April. Really looked bad, couldn't get wins, and then later in the year they started getting better, and they needed those wins early, couldn't get them.
Oh, that's all Javy's fault?
No, I'm not saying that. But what I'm saying is, to Rico's point, if you try a little harder, you take Javy out if you're trying.
Okay,
right?
So very quickly, I hear what you're saying. Tell me if this changes your mind at all, and we'll get to the calls. 248-539-9797. But I'm looking at baseballreference.com. Pretty reputable, fair, right? Mm-hmm. Them and Fangraphs, they're like the leader of baseball. Javier Baez projected season. Tell me if this would work for you, okay? A 240 batting average, 17 dongs, and a 688 OPS. Now, the OPS is definitely light for my liking, but you get 17 jacks and a 240 average, 398 slugging, little light, 66 RBIs, they're saying. Like, that is worth money you've already spent, is it not?
So
because unfortunately, he's going to be one of your better offensive players if he actually lives up to those expectations.
So he's going to have a better year than he had last year is what they're saying.
They are saying he's going to bounce back,
Because
yes.
when you look at last year's stats, they don't equate to
These
what
stats
they're
are better,
projecting.
yes.
Yeah, the make-believe stats, the stats that haven't happened yet versus the bird in the
People
hand.
that know a hell of a lot more than we do.
He didn't get close to that last year, and he looks worse.
Last year, instead of 17 homers, he had 9 homers. Last
that's
year,
close.
Instead of a 688 OPS, he had a 593 OPS. And last year, he had a 222 batting average. Here's the deal, though. Last year was god-awful, but his first year in Detroit was better than last year. The first year in Detroit was more.
The first year of Detroit anymore.
Yeah,
He's getting worse.
I'm just saying, the first year in Detroit, 17 homers, close to a 700 OPS, and close to a 240 batting average. So he is capable of it.
248-539-9797. Is it time to just send Javy to the bench?
Damn you for making me stick up for Javy. 97 won the ticket.
Brought to you by Cars for Kids. Lions cornerback Cam Sutton wanted for domestic violence in Florida after allegedly strangling a woman. Sutton has been on the run since March 7th, and police say they have not been able to contact him. In a statement to 97.1, the Lions say they're aware of this situation and have no further comments at this time. The Pistons open a 3-game homestand against the Pacers at Little Caesars Arena tonight. Detroit has lost 3 straight games, but Jaden Ivey says every time the Pistons take the floor represents a chance to improve down the stretch. Asar Thompson, Isaiah Stewart, and Quentin Grimes will all miss tonight's game against Indy. Simone Fontecchio is questionable. Tip-off right here at 7 o'clock. And March Madness starts tomorrow for both Michigan State and Oakland. The 9-seed Spartans taking on 8-seed Mississippi State at noon, while the 14-seed Golden Grizzlies have got a battle with 3-seed Kentucky at 7. At the Coral Health Sports Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. More at 4 o'clock or at 971theticket.com.
It's AJ Hinch from the morning show. Sounds like AJ's almost to the RICO plan. The RICO plan coming to a baseball park near you. Bench Javy Baez. You don't want to see him. You're going to pay him. He gets to stay in the nice hotel. He gets to sit in the nice seat in the plane, eat the team meals. Pay him his $98 million. You keep him on the team. You just don't want to see him up at the plate or even in as a defensive replacement, correct? I think that's a yes. You want to go to the calls?
Let's go to the calls.
Do you agree with the RICO plan?
And Rieger, it's not about embarrassing the man. It's about winning. You're not giving me a chance to win. You're not helping this team by going up to the plate and striking out and swinging at bad pitches over and over again. I thought you corrected that. You didn't. You're only getting worse. You're striking out against probably talent that won't make the major leagues. In spring training.
Maybe. And he looks disengaged. And he looks just as bad, and he's making the same mistakes, and I don't disagree with anything you say.
And it's a winnable division. Last year, you dug the hole too deep to dig yourself out of. How about you start off April
that's fine.
On equal footing?
Listen, I think they put together a lineup that they think they can win every day. But you know the whole kick a dead horse? Like I like to do with Matthew Stafford, you guys say. I'm a big fan of kicking the dead horse. I want to make sure the horse is dead, so I'm going to give it a couple more kicks. And I'm talking 40 at-bats, 50 at-bats, see how Javier does. And then, yes, if you got to do that, you got to do that. But I don't think it's going to cost you the division. Let's go to Rob in Port Huron. You're on the ticket. Hey, Rob, how are you?
Jeff, don't kick horses.
Well, they're already dead, Rob, so they're not feeling it.
Well, so have a little respect for the dead, man. Listen, I would look at it this way. Remember Sparky used to talk about the first 40 games? That tells you everything. All right. You give him those 40 games. If he's not showing great improvement and contributing, you DFA him. I don't care how much money he's making. You do what the Broncos did with Russell Wilson, and you pay him to not be here anymore. He's a rally killer, and I guarantee you those other guys on the bench look at him and say, you're making how much money and you're doing what? That will interrupt your own.
Yeah, but Rob, very quickly, the DFA is different than the RICO plan. If you want to DFA him, then DFA him, and then you can use that roster spot for a guy that can help your ball club. In the RICO plan, that roster spot goes unused. It's used by Javy Baez, who's doing nothing for you because he's on the bench.
I just say get rid of him.
I mean, hey, Rob, if he wants to go, sure. But
I agree with that.
I don't think he wants to go. So if that's I would give him the option. Can we work something out? No, I want all my money. All right, hit the bench. Hit the bench. Let me see if you still feel that way in a month.
Why wouldn't he? He's just sitting there. What else has he got to do?
Because at that point you realize they're really not, they called my bluff. They're really not going to use me, and I don't like this feeling. I feel like I'm being embarrassed. You call your agent, work out a deal, get me out of Detroit. I want to go play someplace else. Fine, Javy. We're going to come up with a different number other than this $98 million, and we'll see you later.
Let's go to Peter in Rochester. You're on the ticket. Hey, Peter, how are you?
I'm well. How are you guys?
Good.
I got a couple thoughts. One is, especially after the Lions season, seeing the culture they've built, all their grit and everything, it's kind of frustrating to see Javy giving subpar effort. I mean, when I'm at the Lions games last year, he's the guy I get up and go to the bathroom during his at-bats.
It's like the ballad of a rock concert.
Yeah. And, I mean, if DFA is an option, I mean, that's great. I wouldn't play him over one of my younger talents. Because if you want to talk about economics, if you can find someone to fill in that position on the infield sooner while he's still on a lesser contract and you can get more service time out of him, I mean, that's a lot better than paying a 30-plus-year-old that isn't really giving us much, isn't really caring or showing a lot of improvement. And it's just really frustrating. So, I mean, I guess that's selfish as a fan to say my heart sinks whenever I see him walk up there. But I don't know. It's a bad product. I would rather see Spencer Torkelson bat that much because, like Rico talked about, at least there's light at the end of the tunnel. Javy's just, I mean, I've seen enough. And
Exactly.
He also, I think, in the past, he tends to not bat well during April. Like, he always starts slow to the season. So if you're going to give him those 40 at-bats, I mean, give April to someone young, see what they're doing, and then go back to Javy later if you still don't have an answer at shortstop. But I'd like to start the season and see him on the bench. And it's not we're putting you there and we're embarrassing you. It's just, look, like if you put everyone on a little league team and forgot about their contracts, Javy wouldn't be starting.
Right.
So it's as simple
Peter,
as that.
it's a business. Plain and simple. And Javy, you're not producing. So therefore, you don't deserve to be out there.
How about one more call on the Rico plan? Let's go to Brian. You get the last word. I like saying that. It's fun. What's up, Brian?
Hey, guys. So I don't fully agree with either of you, but what I would like to implement would be like, with this plan, go with the Valenti. Both things can be true. And when you don't have a pure player that's utilizing his talents and his abilities, and he's good enough not to cut, but you don't have a full amount of faith in him, where his glove is great defensively, what do you do with him if you're A.J. Hinch? How about bat him ninth? Okay, now you're back to the bottom of the barrel. You got to prove yourself again. Let's bat you ninth, buddy, and see if you can hit your way back to, the reputation that you once earned. And that way we're keeping you in, and we're still putting that little bit of faith in you, but we just want to make sure you are what you say you are and get the job done here.
And Brian, I get that. I just feel like you're still rewarding bad behavior. Like, dude, you're bad. So whether you bat 7th, 8th, or 9th, you're still going to end rallies, strike out, and or you could just go to the bench because obviously you just don't have it anymore, and that's fine.
If you're with the Rico plan or not, I'm not. He is. Check out Odyssey Rewind to check it out in case you missed it. We started talking about it at 3. Coming up next, I'm very excited about this. We're doing sports by the numbers. I listen all the time to you guys, but it's actually tournament by the numbers. I feel, how many of these you got?
I got enough.
Yeah, I'm at least going to get 3 right.
Okay.
I think. I hope. We'll do it next. I know David's very good at it. 97 won the ticket. All right, 349. It's by the numbers.
Let's hit it. All right, Jeff, here's your chance for by the numbers. Now, yesterday I gave out a stat that said this. What's so funny? What did I miss?
Don't worry about it.
All right. Your defending champions?
Yes.
In the last 3 years, have either lost in the first or second round of the tournament. Just so you know. Kansas, Baylor, Villanova. Yeah.
Really?
Yeah. Past 6 tournaments, they haven't made it out of the second round.
Okay, that's going to change this year because UConn will make it out.
Okay. All right. If you say so. All right, here we go. We're going to get this number a lot, but 0 for the tournament.
Number of games Greg Campy has won.
And cut his mic off.
I don't understand the hate. I got to be honest. I just don't get it.
Let me hear the number again because he was so ready to say something.
0-0.
0-0?
No. I was about to read more, but it was given away. 0 as a national champ.
0 as a national champion. The number of new starters for UConn.
No team has ever won the Natty after losing the first game in their conference tournament. So if you're doing your picks, you know who lost this year in the first round? Tennessee, Creighton, Kentucky, Duke, Kansas, Alabama.
Well, by the way, Tennessee's not winning it all because they got Rick Barnes as their head coach. But I like that. All right.
That's good.
That's very good. Man, this is hard. Damn it.
12 of 16.
This is still for national champions?
Yep.
12 of 16. 12 of the last 16 national champions.
Let's see if you get it. You're close.
12 of the last 16 champions were in the previous Final Four.
No.
Oh.
12 of the 16 got eliminated in the first week. The
12?
year before.
No, nothing from him because it's going to be campy slander.
Right, yeah.
12 of the past 16 champions were 1 seeds.
Oh, damn.
Wow.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
But it has been 11 years since the last number 1 overall seed won the title. 2013.
2013?
UConn's going to break a lot
So that was Louisville, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, they beat Michigan.
Yeah.
Don't remind me.
Peyton Siva.
What?
Trey Burke.
That was not a foul.
I agree.
8 of 19.
Still talking about national champions.
Yep.
8 of 19. 8 of 19 were a 4 seed or lower.
Nope. This is actually talking about number 1 seeds. 8 of 19.
Oh, 8 of 19 don't make it to the second weekend.
In the next year? Is that you going to
You know
finish
what,
that?
Rieger? I'm going to give you that.
Give it to me!
8 of the previous 19 overall number 1 seeds lost in the Sweet 16 round or earlier, including the past 2 years in Alabama and Gonzaga.
Give it to me. There we go. I like that. All right. That's 1.
1, now back to the championship game. 1 in the past 10.
Overtime.
1
in the last 10 years. Upset.
A number 2 seed has reached a championship game just once.
Oh, my God. These are impossible.
In the past 10 years.
Is that Duke?
It was Villanova.
Oh, okay.
Villanova
Wait a second.
was
Yeah.
a 2 seed.
And guess what? Well, I'm seeing a trend here because they beat
I'm
Michigan.
actually horrible at this game.
No, they beat Michigan. So he uses Louisville, who beats Michigan, and he uses Villanova that beats Michigan.
Rieger, you're just being a little too sensitive.
I mean, isn't 8 and 24 bad enough? What else you got?
0 for 34. This one's a little difficult.
What are we talking about, though?
National champion.
0 for 34.
Think conferences.
Yikes.
The Big Ten is 0.
Nope. I can just stop you right there.
The SEC is 0 for 30. No.
It has been 34 years since the champion came from a conference that received 4 bids or less.
This is. Would you ever?
Well, I knew it couldn't be the Big Ten because it's been a winner within the last 34 years of the
Right.
Big Ten.
Right.
I want. Is it possible that I can make up a by the numbers for the 5 o'clock hour? I will make it so much easier. Like, I don't know. How about like 2012, the last time you had a defending champion repeat?
34. Now, conference-wise, 34 of 38. Think conference. 34 of 38.
34 of 38 Power 5 conferences have made the Final Four.
No, I think it's non-power conferences.
34 of 38 ACC teams have at least, in the past tournaments, 34 times out of 38 has made it to at least the Elite 8 from the ACC.
Give me one more.
I'll give you 2 more.
Okay, give me 2 more.
0 for, how about this? 2008. 0 since 2008.
0 since 2008.
This is team specific.
So 2009.
Team specific.
Was that 2008? 0 since 2008? 0 national. No, that's not correct.
Mississippi State Bulldogs are seeking their first tournament victory since 2008.
Oh, my God.
Wow.
Give me another 2 more real quick.
So good.
Think individual team in the conference. This is a Big Ten team.
Yes.
Here's your hint.
Oh, see, I like these clues.
0 for 7.
0 for 7. A Big Ten
Wisconsin. Oh, my gosh. It's Wisconsin, I believe, but I can't.
Nebraska Cornhuskers.
I was going to say Nebraska's 0 for 7 in the tournament.
But you didn't say it. Nebraska is 0 for 7, and they're the only power conference school without an NCAA tournament win.
It was on the tip of my tongue.
It was red. I was closer than
Last
you
one.
because I said
Last
red.
one. 13-1.
Are you going to give us a conference?
Same conference.
Big Ten. 13-1. 13-1. This is Michigan State related, and it is Tom Izzo as an underdog.
As a 9 seed?
No. David?
Okay. Is it 13-1 Michigan State as a 9 seed?
No.
Okay.
Spartans are 13-1 in first round games as a 9 seed or better since
9 seed
2007.
or better. I just stuck at 9 seed. That's what got me. Okay.
What is this called again? Sports
By the numbers.
It should be called Impossible. 97 won the ticket.
Brought to you by 24 Seconds Bar and Grill. Lions cornerback Cam Sutton wanted for domestic violence in Florida after allegedly strangling a woman. Sutton has been on the run since March 7th, and police say they have not been able to contact him. In a statement to 97.1, the Lions say they're aware of this situation and have no further comment at this time. The Red Wings getting ready for one of their biggest games of the season so far, hosting the Islanders tomorrow night at Little Caesars Arena. Head coach Derek Lalonde says last night's a season-saving overtime win against Columbus, just the latest in a year of emotional swings. This is really good news. Lalonde says it's possible Dylan Larkin could come back from his lower body injury tomorrow night. At 76 points, the Wings hold the second wildcard spot in the East. Islanders 3 points back. Puck drop tomorrow night on 97.1 at 7 o'clock. And the Pistons open a 3-game homestand against the Pacers at Little Caesars Arena tonight. Detroit has lost 3 straight games. Asar Thompson, Isaiah Stewart, and Quentin Grimes will all miss tonight's game. Simone Fontecchio is questionable. Tip-off right here on 97.1 is at 7 o'clock. At the Coral Health Sports Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Oh, I like that. Hour number 3, 4:04. If you missed anything we've talked about today, hit the Odyssey rewind. We started with Cam Sutton. Authorities in Florida are looking for Sutton.
Still keeping track of that story, give you updates when things happen.
Absolutely. And then we also talked about the Rico plan at 3 o'clock in the 3 o'clock hour. Rico wants to bench Javy Baez effective immediately. Are you down with the Rico plan? Odyssey Rewind if you missed anything. But before we go any further, I was listening to you guys. I think it was yesterday, maybe the day before. And I heard Valente tell all y'all, he was gloating. And he had every right to, I guess, if this is true. But he's like, I gave you all UConn when they were plus 2,800 to win it all last year. Is that true?
That was one of his sleepers, yes.
Okay. I wish I would have taken it. I would have made a bundle, and maybe I could have retired already. But it got us thinking. How about one segment, guarantee your winner? Before the tournament starts tomorrow, guarantee your winner.
Okay.
You guys seem like you're smirking. What did I say?
I'm not smirking.
Well, you're
I'm
degenerate gambler, so.
Well, that stuck out to
I'll
me.
tell you,
That's what he said.
I won't lie to you. I am smirking because you're saying you would be a rich man. Well, they haven't won yet. So you can't be rich yet from it because they won.
He said last year he gave you UConn
Last year
plus
he picked
2,800.
UConn.
Yes, I'm just wishing I would have taken that. I wish I would have heard that show.
Okay.
So what about you guys? Let's all go around the room, and you can hold us to this. And I don't know, maybe we win something if whoever's team makes it the furthest. You got to pick your winner. Give us a reason why you're picking the winner in the NCAA tournament. I know Kenny's going with Oakland.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Rico.
You know what, Rico? I'm going to give you one more chance for the by the numbers. Since you said it was so difficult.
Here we go.
Here's one more for
you.
you.
Got to get away from this by the numbers.
Specific team, 1-7.
Conference?
Actually, coach.
Coach, 1-7. Tom Izzo is 1-7 when taking on.
See, let me
let
me help you. See, this is why you can't predict a champion because you're so clouded and focused on Tom Izzo.
Okay, what is 1-7?
I want to try to guess this one.
Okay.
It would be Painter is 1-7 in making the Sweet 16. One in the last 7 making Sweet 16.
What about the Final Four? He's made a Final Four.
No,
He has.
It is It is. No, he's never made the Final Four.
Oh, I thought he did.
Oh, yeah, you're right. I'm sorry.
They
That
lost
is a joke of
They
mine.
lost in
Yeah.
overtime to.
Was it Tennessee?
No, Baylor, I believe.
I think so. Yeah.
It was Auburn. Whatever. Go on.
They ain't made it. That's all. That's the point.
Shaka Smart is 1-7 in his past 7 tournament appearances.
Unreal.
Is that real? Wow.
He's only won one time. Last year in the first round against 15th seed Vermont.
Yeah.
He's 1-7. Think about that when you're trying to pick your next head coach for Michigan.
All right, so go ahead. Who's your champion?
You know what, Rieger? There's a couple things. Because by doing this by the numbers, I found out a lot of analytical things that have now helped me steer. And this does not make sense. But I think a lot of trends will be broken this year. It goes back to what I said yesterday. Week 6 of the AP poll is the most critical week ever. Because if you're in the top 12 in week 6, you're winning the national championship going all the way back since the year 2003. Week 6, if you're in that top 12, you end up winning. This team was in there. If you at least make it to the semifinal of your conference tournament, for the past 30 years, the national champion has made it to the semifinal or won it last 30 years, 30 for 30. Since 2015, if you're in the top 6 of Ken Palm, you've won. And this team is not located on the West Coast, who haven't won since, I think, Arizona.
All right.
They come from a conference that has not won since the year 2000.
So it's a Big Ten team.
They've never made it to the Final Four.
It's Purdue. You think Purdue's going to win it all?
This team could duplicate the precedent set by Virginia of losing as a 1 seed to a 16 seed.
And then recovering.
And then the very next year, they win the whole thing. I give you the Purdue Boilermakers.
And then 4 years later in a play-in game, they score 14 points in the first half?
Doesn't matter.
All right, so you got Purdue. It
doesn't make sense, but dude,
I like my chances.
I've done a deep dive into the numbers, and I'm like, oh my God, it's Purdue. Because UConn, by the numbers, if you're the repeating champion, you're probably done in the first or second game.
I think UConn is going to win it all. I think they're the best team in college basketball. I understand.
No repeat champions since
Florida did it with Billy Donovan and Joakim Noah. I truly believe UConn's going to win it all, but that's boring, so I'm not going to pick UConn. I'm actually going to pick a team that you've just trashed. I like Shaka Smart. I like that he wears a polo. I like Marquette, that they're getting their best player in Tyler Kolek back. He's the assist leader in their conference. They looked fantastic in the conference tournament.
Brigger, you might as well set your money on fire.
Oh, but I'm sorry. I will make you a bet Marquette will make it further than Purdue will. Okay. Zach Edey in the NCAA tournament when he doesn't have the cushy Big Ten officials at his side. I go Marquette to win it all. You got Purdue. David, what do you got?
I actually have by the
Kenny,
numbers for you all.
Here we go. This man has never won a tournament game and has only been to 4 of them.
This by the numbers also could apply, I suppose, to Greg Campion away, but it's not. 4 times. Number is 4. On 4 occasions, this has happened.
Tournament related? I mean,
yeah. Oh, yeah.
A clue, a hint? Like, what are we talking? First round games?
We're talking championships, baby.
Championships. 4 times this has happened.
And it applies to a local team.
Are you taking Kentucky?
4 times a 3 seed has won the national
There it
title.
is.
Michigan, Syracuse, Florida, UConn. And guess who's a 3 seed? Kentucky.
All right. So
they're going all the way, baby.
I like my chances so far. I got Marquette. You got Kentucky. You got Purdue, Rico.
Kenny, let me help you out with another by the numbers before you go with that. These are some extra by the numbers I won't be able to use. But Kentucky has advanced to the Elite 8 or deeper 7 times in Calipari's first 10 years at Kentucky. Since They have not advanced past the second round since 2019.
That just means they're due, baby.
So that means both things can be true. They will beat Oakland, but then they'll lose the next game.
They'll start rolling. That's how they get the engines going, man.
You guys are just going with some tournament chokers. I look at it. Calipari's washed up.
Shaka Smart is 1-7, and you just said that we're going with tournament
Matt
chokers.
Painter's never won a damn thing.
I'm so glad you just said that to him because he went with an actual choker.
Shaka Smart hasn't been good since VCU. That was a long time ago.
I remember when Michigan beat VCU. Played at the Palace. Michigan State was there too. It was fantastic. All right, David, who do you got? I got Marquette. Kenny's got anybody playing Oakland.
No, he's going
he's
with
got
Kentucky.
Calipari, and you got
Purdue.
Matt Painter and Purdue.
I truly believe that UConn is going to repeat. I understand
As
what the
do I.
numbers say. I get what you've said to me, Rico. But I'm going to do something different, just like Jeffrey did. I'm going to give you a different name. It's in the same side of the bracket, same region as UConn. If you want to go by the numbers and not choose UConn, I would go Iowa State.
Ooh, okay.
Iowa State. I've loved everything about them. They won the Big 12 championship game, beat Houston, by the way, destroyed them. So I'm going to go Iowa State.
What's the research on a team that wins their conference championship tournament game, goes on to win it all? What's that research?
I'd have to find that, Rieger.
I kind of feel that doesn't happen very often.
It would count because you talked about, Rico, about the semifinal. They made the semifinal at least.
Right. But David.
Here we go.
Here's some bad news.
I mean, that
for
means
Iowa
you're on
State.
like a 12-game winning streak.
Of the 36 teams that were seeded in the top 2 and in the AP top 10 entering the season unranked, none have reached the Final Four.
See, what you're
That
trying
was
to,
Iowa State.
What you're trying to get me to do is say Purdue. I will
No,
never
no.
be able to say Purdue.
No,
I
I'm
can't
just
do
saying.
it.
Iowa State started off the year with no votes.
Yes, correct.
It then earned a 2 seed, and it's ranked 4th. Nobody's ever made it to the Final Four.
All right, so just to recap, whoever wins this, whoever goes furthest, should get some kind of prize. I don't know. We'll talk about it later. I got Marquette. Rico's got Purdue. David's got Iowa State. And Kenny has anybody playing Oakland, a.k.a. Kentucky.
How about we open it up to the people? You want to do that?
Yeah. Listen, if you have a guarantee you're sure going to win the Natty pick, 248-539-9797. Also going to talk about the Detroit Red Wings. What a massive win yesterday. Or did it leave you feeling pissed off? We can hit on that as well. 97 won the ticket.
Is your mobile hotspot not getting the job done? Get the on-the-go connection that you can count on with the Now Wi-Fi Pass. It's just $10 for 30 days. And sometimes you need fast internet, like right now, no matter where you are, because your favorite gamer's live stream isn't going to wait for you to get home. So neither will your boss. And look, who wants to be standing by in a video conference that you totally forgot about? You need some fast Wi-Fi. So to get the speed you need to connect in seconds with Now Wi-Fi Pass to over 22 million Xfinity Wi-Fi hotspots nationwide. You don't need any additional equipment. There's no commitment and there's no cancellation fees. It means you can just dip in, dip out whenever you want. No strings attached. Now through April 24th, get 30 days of Xfinity Wi-Fi hotspot access and unlimited data for just $10 with no commitment and no cancellation fees. Visit Xfinity.com/Wi-Fi pass to find a hotspot today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas after promo. Regular rates apply. Currently $20 for 30 days. Pricing subject to change after actual speeds vary and not guaranteed.
97 won the ticket. Rico, David, Kenny, myself just gave you our without a doubt gonna win it all, cut down the net tournament champions. I got, of course, Marquette. Rico's got Purdue, those chokers. David's got Iowa State. Kenny shockingly has Kentucky. Now, we got some ticket text on this, and we'll get to the wings coming up here in a sec, too.
Hold on. Before we get to the ticket text, I do want to ask the people a question that you can answer. 248-539-9797. Is Kenny Cott a bad person?
Well, let me tell you what he's going to do.
Right.
Yes.
Go ahead.
I just heard this today. He's kind of a bastard if you really think about it. So Kenny Cott went to Oakland. He paid his hard-earned money to Oakland in tuition. He despises the basketball program and Greg Kampe so much that my sources, Kenny, tell me that he's going to be at a bar near the Oakland campus tomorrow wearing Kentucky blue with Ashley Judd as he trolls Oakland fans as Kentucky might beat them.
I'm not going to troll.
What a total jerk.
I'm not going to troll anybody. I'm just supporting the team that I'm supporting in that game. I'm not going to be talking anything to Oakland fans. I'm not going to be, mouthing off to anybody. I'm just going to be sitting there enjoying the game.
Is Kenny a bad person? 248-539-9797.
And if people around me are crying because Oakland stinks, well then, that's their problem.
He actually purchased an Oakland paraphernalia.
Well, Kentucky.
I'm sorry, Kentucky, just because he hates his alma mater so much. He's rooting for Kentucky.
I've been told it's on my porch right now, so when I get home, I'll just put
what
it
is
on,
it?
try it out. A T-shirt.
I've never heard
Is it
of
somebody's jersey from Kentucky?
No, it's just a T-shirt.
Such hatred.
Tayshaun Prince?
Such hatred. Like, if your team, Jeff, frustrating year, but if Michigan was in the tournament, you're rooting for Michigan, right?
Of course.
David, I got to think, as bad as the year was, if they won the Big Ten tournament.
I'm rooting hard for them
Right, like I told Mike, like State's in the tournament. I'm going to root for them to win. Kenny just hates his school so much.
But I know what it is because we've all been there. As sports fans, we've all done it, and we all have examples of it. I'm going to stick up for Kenny here because I did it with Matthew Stafford. Okay? This is your typical issue where Kenny would rather be right than see his alma mater win a tournament game for the first time in school history. Think about it. Kenny has spent the better part of 3 years trashing Greg Kampe, making jokes about the blacktop, making jokes about his alma mater, and the second that Kampe makes the NCAA tournament, he's got a choice to make. He can say, oh, there you go. Maybe I was wrong about the guy, or he can stick with it and pray like hell that Calipari kicks his ass. So this, I think, is an instance of hoping to be correct instead of rooting for your team to win. I did the same thing with Stafford for years. So I think we all do this as sports fans.
Jeff, this is not me wanting to be like you, so I hope you don't perceive it like that because it's absolutely not the case. I know you want other people to think the way you do. That is not what's happening here. It's simply that you dump a bunch of tuition money, you watch them pay Kampe, you watch them upgrade the floor and the facilities just to maybe see a tournament berth. Nah. Max Hooper was cool, though. Thanks, man.
You do realize, by the way, Kendrick Nunn had some NBA time.
The transfer!
I'm just saying you do realize that it's a one-seed conference. Like, Kenny doesn't get it. You got to get lucky in the Horizon League tournament or you're not going to the tournament because nobody from the Horizon League goes unless you win the damn thing.
Yeah, all 4 of those games, real tough.
Okay. David, any ticket text?
Yeah, Kenny is full of it, someone says. Another person says the same thing. That said, I have Kentucky winning it all. Kenny sucks anyway. Sellout Georgia fan says it all. Kenny sucks. Go OU. My daughter graduated there as a nurse. Rob in Almont.
Hey, Rob, so did Kenny, but he doesn't care.
Yeah, what kind of monster would root against his alma mater in their first tournament game in 12 years?
Kenny Cott.
If they made more than one in 12 years, I'd tell you.
But they're there. Kenny, you should be happy. Like, you're so angry that you can't enjoy the fact you are part of the 64 teams.
You remember when Mike would root against Antonio? That's where I've arrived.
Mike is sick in the head, though, okay? Mike is rooting against Michigan State tomorrow.
Right, this is really not something you want to pattern yourself for,
you
Kenny.
don't want to be like me or Mike.
Do you want to be angry every day because the day ended in Y?
Will Kenny have the balls to tell us what bar he's going to? I want people, Oakland fans, to go out and watch with Kenny. I actually think Oakland's going to keep it close. If they can slow down Kentucky, Kentucky has no inside presence at all. If Kentucky hits their threes, of course, Oakland's screwed. But that tough zone by Oakland, I kind of think they're going to keep it close. They're only a 13.5-point dog. Nothing would make me happier than to see Kenny have to sweat this out.
I hope I see you at the bar, Kenny, so I can heckle you. Someone else says trolling by wearing that Kentucky gear should be grounds to have his degree revoked.
Yes.
From Oakland University.
It's going to kill you if somehow Oakland pulls the upset. What's your life going to be like?
That's never going to happen. I'm not even thinking about that. No shot.
What bar are you going to?
I'm not going to say on the air. No shot.
I think
if you see somebody in a Kentucky shirt, that might be me.
Hey, everybody, it's Kenny Cott from the Valenti and Rico Show. Come meet Kenny at...
I want Oakland to pull off a massive upset. I have no rooting interest in this game other than waiting to hear Kenny melt down. Another one says, this is straight to you, Kenny. The bit isn't funny anymore. Just get over it already.
Dude, we all need to come together as a city. We all need to come together and make Kenny's life miserable. Like, I got to be honest with you. I've never wanted Oakland to win more in my life. I've never really followed Oakland. I did do color for them twice last year, Kenny, just so you know. I was at the Blacktop myself.
Was that before or after the card game?
It was after. It was definitely after. But listen, I want Oakland to win. I hope Metro Detroit somehow it's going to be filled in Pittsburgh. I hope they back Oakland and somehow they pull the upset of a century and you won't even come to work on Friday. Your life will be done. It will be hell.
I'd be so sick on Friday. I wouldn't be able to come in.
Oh, somebody says, I'll see you at the bar, Kenny, you Benedict Arnold. And then another person says, I just have to ask, Kenny, who hurt you?
Don't ask that question because he may tell you the story.
Probably a long list, right?
Yeah, I'm not sure where to begin.
So the only other person that feels like this, got a degree from a school but roots against them, is Doug Karsh. Like, that's it. You are in company with Doug. That's it.
He's in company with the guy who sits in that chair.
Oh, that's true. Mike is rooting against Michigan State. Okay, 3.
Awful fans. We're terrible. For wanting things to get better, we're awful fans.
But Mike is another example. Mike wants to be right about Tom Izzo being washed up. Then Tom Izzo going on a run.
Mike thinks that Tom's going to hold a press conference right after the game. I quit, and I'm going to hit the portal, and I'm going to do all of this stuff. Like, that's not going to happen. You're there. Enjoy the ride.
Did you see his NBC interview? He said he's going to be around at least for 5 more years.
Look, I don't think Kenny wants to be proven right. I think he's already been proven right.
Yeah, 4 tournaments in 40 years. I don't have to prove anything. I'm 100%
Man,
right.
Yeah, but but all those 40 years weren't Division I.
I wish I had some more OU swag because I would wear it tomorrow because I want Oakland to win this game. I really do.
Can I ask a quick question?
No stakes, Rico. I will buy you whatever Oakland swag you want. You don't have to give me anything, but I will buy you Oakland swag if they win. You don't have to give me anything. It's not stakes on your end.
Can I ask a question that just popped in my head? I want to find the Kenny comp out there. The comparison to Kenny Cott. Is there anybody in Metro Detroit that believes they hate watch a team that nobody else gives a damn about? Like that's what this is. Like, is there anybody out there that hate watches, wants a team to lose so effing bad, but they realize that the general public doesn't care? Like, for instance, I, every year, want the Maple Leafs to lose, like so bad, but I know there's a lot of people with me. There's like an army of people with me. It's our army. Love those people, right? There can't be a single other person in Metro Detroit other than Evan Jenkins that wants Oakland to lose.
There's one. He's a little busy today, but there is one. Between those two, I don't get it. I don't understand it. I just let it go. It's unhealthy. Like the amount of detest that he has.
Well, look, I'll give you an example. When the Tigers traded Isaac Paredes for Austin Meadows, and nobody would admit that obviously it turned out to be an awful trade, and we wish the best for Austin. I was rather trollish, and I rooted like hell for Paredes to succeed so people realized that Al Avila was doing a bad job, right? Okay? That's similar to this, but it's not quite the same. This is ridiculous.
Let's get to Dan.
Dan, you're on the ticket.
Hey, gentlemen, good afternoon.
Hey, Dan.
Rico, I appreciate your support for OU. As OU alumni, I'm excited, but I'm double excited because I'm also Grand Canyon University alumni.
Oh.
So make sure you've got them
Antelopes.
going to the Sweet 16 because let me tell you, Lopes are going dancing, and they're going to take down St. Mary's and Alabama.
Okay,
They're going to wreck some brackets.
Dan, I'm going to say this, and you know, but most people here don't. Kind of goes to probably one of the best fan experiences their student section, top notch, and nobody's ever seen them.
Tyon Grant Foster is going to turn some heads over the next couple days. But, Kenny, you're wrong, man. Like, I get it. I do not give money to my university, okay? When my degree is responsible for the job that I have, I will send them money. And I tell them that every time some freshman calls me to come do, donation collecting. But you know what? I'm still rooting like hell for the Grizz because I'm alumni, and damn it, I want something to be proud of from that university.
Don't you think that's a problem, though, is you have to wait for anything to be proud of? When maybe a change of
right now.
When maybe a change of a head coach might help.
That's not the fault of the students.
Dan, what do you think this has been about?
That's the fault of the administration.
Dan, he wants
to root for the students.
He wants the fire camping now.
Students have a good time.
I'll tell you this, Dan. You're
Without
right.
You being a Grinch.
You're right
being
about
a
that,
Grinch.
Dan. The student section at Oakland
Thank
has
you,
been
Dan.
electric this year. And congratulations. I feel awful for you guys because this is the highest you're going to feel maybe ever.
Kenny,
Do you remember when?
You know what? Football, 97-1.
Brought to you by Beninati Pools. This just breaking moments ago. The Pistons suffering 2 season-ending injuries. Isaiah Stewart is done for the year with a hamstring injury, and then it's a hamstring strain to be exact. Also, rookie Asar Thompson done for the year as he gets treated for a blood clot. Meantime, the Pistons look to snap a 3-game losing streak against the Pacers tonight at Little Caesars Arena. Tip-off at 7 o'clock right here on 97.1. March Madness starting tomorrow for both Michigan State and Oakland. The 9-seed Spartans taking on 8-seed Mississippi State at noon, while the 14-seed Golden Grizzlies have got a battle with 3-seed Kentucky at 7. Michigan State head coach Tom Izzo says despite the Spartans' inconsistencies, this is a new season. This is Oakland's first tournament appearance since 2011. Meantime, the Spartans lost to Kansas State last year in the Sweet 16. At the Coyle Health Sports Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. More at 5 o'clock or at 97ontheticket.com.
All right, 97.1 The Ticket, Valenti and Rico. Mike and Rico and David in Vegas tomorrow, and then there's that scoundrel Kenny Kopp, who's going to be watching Oakland, Kentucky at an Oakland University bar. I hope people put pictures of your face up, and if you see this man, kick him out of the bar. Like, kick him out of the bar.
I get bounced at the door for wearing a Kentucky shirt.
Do you remember when the Lions were taking on the Rams, and anybody wearing a Matthew Stafford Detroit jersey was kicked out of bars in like Eastern Market? I hope bars at Oakland University do the same. If you see Kenny Cott, get him the hell out of there. You want some ticket text?
Yeah.
Oh, I think you want some of this. Hell has no fury, like Kenny scorned. Go Grizzlies. Another one. I'm with Kenny. OU alum, former athlete. Campy is a DB. Go Kentucky. All right.
Wow, 2 of you.
Kenny is a horrible person. My husband and I, and all 3 of our children are OU grads. Boo to Kenny. With Rico and Purdue, though, Patty and Shelby. And then we have a famous individual, I think this is real. Karen Newman texting me.
Whoa.
Kenneth J. Cott, I am going to totally kick your... Oh, okay.
Hey, now.
I am an Oakland alumnus, and my university will be victorious, you rotten little cretin.
You rotten little cretin.
I'm sorry, David, what did you say her first name was?
I'm not doing it.
I'm just saying.
Oh,
Oh. What? Karen.
She's a fine individual.
What did David say? Oh.
David read the Karen Newman text.
Just not repeating her name.
She called Kenny a cretin, and then Kenny said, what is her first name? Calling Karen a Karen. There you go.
Jeff would know what Karens are. He does it. He calls on the cops.
It was one time, and they deserve to have the cops called on them. Here's what I would say. I know how awful it is to go out on a limb and say something is not going to happen, and then it happens. So I have never wanted something I feel more than Oakland to somehow beat Kentucky. Not only would it be great for Oakland, I like Greg Campy. I'm a big fan of Greg Campy.
I understand that.
Yes.
You and many other people around the
media. It would be a huge win for Campy and Oakland, and what an ambassador for Detroit and Michigan, Greg Campy. But, God, could you imagine you guys in Vegas? Oakland pulls the upset, how you guys get to treat him back in Detroit?
That would be nice.
You know what? I may go buy an Apple phone just to FaceTime you.
Rieger, you're talking about your Stafford take, and then he goes and wins the Super Bowl. That's what people get on you
Yeah,
about,
I was very lonely. And trust me, that was a Sunday by myself. My wife and kid had already gone to sleep, and it was just me and my cell phone and bourbon because I was so miserable. And all these people that I don't know was telling me what a jerk I am. I hope the same goes to you tomorrow.
That was Stafford in a Super Bowl, though. This is OU in the Horizon League.
It's their Super Bowl.
It's the small potatoes, man. I won't get one text about it, I bet.
Oh, please.
Yes, you will.
From people that don't work on the show.
No, you will.
Oh, no, you will.
You will. No.
You will.
Yeah, you'll get texts and you'll get a lot of messages on the X.
Oh, if I see anybody wearing Oakland, it could be anybody just wearing black or gold. We're taking photos and we're sending it to you.
Ooh, that's so good.
I just may send Campy your personal number. Oh, a Campy cameo to Kenny.
Oh, yes, please.
Hi, you dirtbag. We're on to the second round.
Right after practice, he can record it.
How about this?
Oh, that'd be so good.
You know what? How about this? How about Greg Campy is your guest if he wins on Friday? You guys do an interview with Campy, and Kenny has to answer the phone to get Campy on the air.
Wait, is that Kenny Cott?
All right, so Kenny, are you nervous at all? Like, have you thought about the possibilities, or you're just so confident?
I'm confident. Plus, Campy only talks to the morning show, so that's about it.
You know what?
He would come on this show if we asked him.
Of course you would. Anybody would.
I'm sorry. I do root for radio. I need them to win now. I need him to win now. I do. Mm-hmm. Oh, that'd be so good, Kenny. I'm sorry.
Real quick, go ahead, Kenny.
I got the whole show rooting against me. I'm just realizing right now.
All of Detroit is rooting against you, and especially those
Kenny,
people in Rochester.
Kenny, guess what? This was me NFC Championship week.
Yeah,
just
we
ride
all,
the train.
All have
Everybody
an example.
Hated me that week. They hate you right now, buddy.
What's your quick thing?
Give you one more by the numbers. See if you can get this one. Okay? It's a two-parter. How many last year's tournament did every seed win the first game?
Wait, how many in last year's?
So hypothetically, let's just say all the 10 seeds won.
Oh, I see.
Or all the 4 seeds won.
I would say, did all the 14 seeds win last year?
No.
Oh. All the 3 seeds won last
twice. Only 2 seeds won everything. Can you name those 2?
Okay,
seeds?
so the 1 seeds? No, they did because they.
1 seeds did not win.
4 seeds.
All 4. No.
I have no idea.
Did not win 4.
I'm going to go with the 5 seed and the 14 seed.
13
seed?
Nope.
Okay.
5 seed? Yes.
Because UConn was a 5 seed, right?
UConn
was I wrong about that?
No. UConn was a 4 seed.
Okay.
5 seed, yes. 3 seed.
Okay.
The 5 seed and the 3 seed.
I said the 3 seed.
No, you didn't.
I did.
No,
Because Kentucky's a 3
You
seed.
changed it after you.
Yeah. Okay, whatever.
Yeah.
So you're giving backing to Kenny that the 3s are going to win it all again this year.
No,
Although
I'm
maybe
saying
it
chances are they probably won't.
That's a good point. God, I want it so bad. All right, we got Blitz coming up next, 5 o'clock hour, just around the corner, 97 on the ticket.
Well, guys, the pro day circuit is off and running. Caleb Williams and USC had their pro day today, but that's not the pro day I want to talk about. I want to talk about Texas pro day. They also had their pro day today, and there's a quarterback that threw at the pro day that is not in this year's draft. That is Quinn Ewers. He decided to go ahead and throw and let scouts see a year ahead of time. Is that smart on his part?
Yeah, see, I thought you were going to say Arch Manning.
Oh, no.
That was the one I thought you were going to say because nobody's really seen Arch Manning. Yeah, if you're Quinn Ewers, it is smart because here's what happens. The scouts see you, and they can sit there and tell you, okay, you know what? I like this, but this, you know what? You may need to work on. So it gives him a year. It kind of reminds me of like the NBA kids. They stopped it, but you were allowed to get talent evaluation, right. And the pro scouts could tell you.
They tell you if you're good enough,
right? What you can go back and work on, and yeah. So if you're yours, that's brilliant, and you're doing it to 2 first round. You're throwing the ball to 2 first round receivers, so you're gonna look really good. You know who did that last year, right? And I don't want to steal your thunder because I normally do with this.
Go ahead.
Was Marvin Harrison Jr. He performed last year at the pro day, and I did. So
no, you did not. But I'm glad.
You look so disgusted with you.
I'm not. I'm glad you did because that is the talk of this year. He's not doing anything at Ohio State's pro day, which is tomorrow, I believe. Mm-hmm. And people are saying, "Well, I guess that means he can't be wide receiver 1. Scouts need to see him. They saw him already."
Okay, here's the thing: Marvin Harrison Jr. has been around the league since he's a little boy, hanging out with his father. I think is his father in the Hall of Fame now?
Yeah.
So he's learned from a Hall of Famer how to be a wide receiver. You've seen it on the field at Ohio State. He's the real deal. Okay? He's went out there and I mean, probably, let's be real, probably Will Johnson's worst game ever was him. And Will Johnson is him. I love Will Johnson. But Marvin Harrison Jr. was a little bit better. If you're Marvin, he's not playing everybody's game. I'm not going to the combine. I'm not doing all. Either you're going to draft me or you're not. I'm not going to sit here and let you pick me apart. I respect that.
Well, the funny thing is, you know everything you need to know about that guy. I understand having a pro day if you're a 2nd-round pick or a 3rd-round pick is the best receiver in the game. You don't need to have a pro day. And by the way, I don't think any scout or NFL team is going to be like, well, yeah, we're not going to pick him because he didn't have a pro day. You know what he brings to the table. He'll still be the first receiver off the board.
Yeah, the report says that he talked to 7 teams at the combine and asked each of them, do you need to see anything at the pro day?
That's very nice of him.
They all said no.
Right.
Well, why?
Right. I mean, that's just it. The only thing you can do is go out there, trip, fall, injure yourself, or have a bad day and cost yourself money.
And by the way, then it's on ESPN and everybody's talking about it. I like that, though. I'm going to use that at every interview I go on from here on out. Right? I'm not going to have this job forever, I would assume, right? Every job. What do you need from me? What can I do for you?
So I started off the football today talking about Caleb Williams and USC's pro day. And
wait a second. Why is the board on your side? I was promised that board.
Whose show is it?
There is an individual at Caleb's pro day that is connected to the Bears that is not in the front office. We talk about being smart for Quinn Ewers. Keenan Allen showed up at his pro day, who got traded to the Bears this week. That's smart because now they can meet privately. They can talk about things that the GM and the.
So why is Keenan Allen there?
He's at the pro day because he's gonna. I would imagine have
Caleb
a private session with
him?
Caleb Williams later on.
Oh,
that's
okay.
what I would imagine.
I'm trying to think he can't have a kid for you. Like, why is he there?
He's there hanging out. He's a Bears wide receiver now. He got traded to the Bears.
Understand? I just thought maybe he had a connection because I
like that.
That's smart.
That's like all those stories of guys going out to Los Angeles in the offseason to practice with their quarterbacks. I dig that because Caleb's going to be his quarterback. You think it's going to fail, right?
I thought you were going to bring up some Matthew Stafford or Jared
No, Matthew
Goff
Stafford did it. Jared Goff has done it too.
Okay.
All these quarterbacks take their receivers out.
Sometimes you can't help yourself. Yeah, I'm not as sold on Caleb Williams as everybody else. I think that he can be very reckless with the ball. He's going to have to dial that in. He's going to have to realize that those wild throws that everybody loved at USC, everybody in the NFL can run about a 4.445, and he's not going to be able to pick apart weak people in the secondary and weak defenses. He's going to have real people coming after him. If he's going to try to play that style and be very Mahomes-like, there's a reason why Mahomes is Mahomes. I'll just leave it at that.
So I think he's going to be really good. I just don't know how many plays he's going to be able to keep alive with his feet like he did in college, but I kind of feel you're throwing him into a pretty good situation. You got a good tight end in Komet. You got some good receivers now. The defense in Chicago is pretty good.
You know why he's going to be in a good situation? No, because the coach actually wants him there. Because I don't think anybody in Chicago wanted Justin Fields. And they just kind of threw him away, and he became the scapegoat of why everything was bad. And it was like, dude, I think he had, 3 coordinators in 3 years? It's like, yeah, what am I learning? Oh, forget what you just learned. Learn something new. Okay, now forget that and learn something new.
I'm curious, how long until you buy your Fields jersey? Is it on back order right now?
It's already on the way.
I mean, I do. I think the Steelers got to steal.
I do too. Steelers got to steal.
And I hope that he makes the Bears regret that move.
He's going to buy a backup quarterback jersey, huh?
He will eventually start. Let's talk about an actual starter, though. And did he kind of overvalue himself? And that is L'Jarius Sneed. Everyone's talking about, he's wanted a deal, possibly getting traded. A report here from Sports Illustrated. They're saying, I'm told the main sticking point has been Sneed's asking price. The Colts and the Titans are two of the top teams trying to execute a trade, but Sneed's price is too high. According to other reports, he wants to be the highest paid corner in football.
It's
right
genius.
Now, it's $21 million to be the highest paid.
It's genius because he wins either way. He's making $19 million this year on the franchise tag. If he stays in Kansas City, he gets a chance to win another Super Bowl. Then he'll become a free agent if he has another good year. Or if some desperate team, maybe like the Lions, which would never happen, wants to meet his asking price, then he becomes the highest paid corner in the NFL. I think it's a great move.
Yeah, I mean, either you're going to pay me the money or I stick around and stay here. It sounds like to me he doesn't want to leave Kansas City unless somebody backs up a Brinks truck.
And I don't blame him.
So, yeah, I think he wanted to see what the market was. He wanted to see if people be beating down his door. He set this high price, and it failed. So he's not going to get the money. He'll probably end up getting at least another Super Bowl. I don't know if he'll win it, but they'll get back.
Yeah, you get 19 this year, and they're not going to franchise you again. So you'll get a big deal next offseason.
Right. Or they love you because they do love him, and then next year, after they spent the Chris Jones money, maybe they can extend him.
Now, we talked about now the camp is today, right? Caleb's?
Yes, pro days today.
Okay, so have we heard anything?
How's his hands?
Nothing yet. He did get interviewed by ESPN, but, I mean, nothing from any scouts or anything.
See, there is one person that I wonder if the Lions were one of those third-round picks or fourth-round picks. Famous father, Brendan Rice.
I've thought about him this entire draft process.
Gary Rice's kid, wide receiver. Would you bring him in that third, fourth round just as somebody, you know what, Reynolds, see you. We're going to bring in Rice. We're going to go young.
Well, yeah, because you talked about Marvin Harrison earlier. That pedigree. When you have that pedigree, man, you give them a chance because they have that.
Now, in fairness,
not all of them get it, but
like I said, like Marvin Harris, like Junior spent a lot more time with Senior.
Very true.
Than Brendan spent with
Very
Jerry.
True. Very true.
I'll just leave it at that. But they've reconciled.
Wait a second. Are you commenting on Jerry Rice's parenting?
Rigger?
You can't do that.
We'll just move on.
You're not allowed to do that.
And that
You're
is
not
the
a father.
Povich. I'm sorry, that is in football today.
Is he your child?
Well, guys, the pro day circuit is off and running. Caleb Williams and USC had their pro day today, but that's not the pro day I want to talk about. I want to talk about Texas pro day. They also had their pro day today, and there's a quarterback that threw at the pro day that is not in this year's draft. That is Quinn Ewers. He decided to go ahead and throw and let scouts see a year ahead of time. Is that smart on his part?
Yeah, see, I thought you were going to say Arch Manning.
Oh, no.
That was the one I thought you were going to say because nobody's really seen Arch Manning. Yeah, if you're Quinn Ewers, it is smart because here's what happens. The scouts see you, and they can sit there and tell you, okay, you know what? I like this, I like this, I like this, but this, you know what? you may need to work on. So it gives him a year. It kind of reminds me of like the NBA kids. They stopped it, but you were allowed to get talent evaluation, and the pro scouts could tell you.
They tell you if you're good enough,
right? What you can go back and work on, and yeah. So if you're yours, that's brilliant, and you're doing it to 2 first-round. You're throwing the ball to 2 first-round receivers, so you're gonna look really good. You know who did that last year, right? And I don't want to steal your thunder because I normally do with this.
Go ahead.
Was Marvin Harrison Jr. He performed last year at the pro day, and I did. So
no, you did not. But I'm glad.
You look so disgusted with you.
I'm not. I'm glad you did, because that is the talk of this year. He's not doing anything at Ohio State's pro day, which is tomorrow, I believe.
Mm-hmm.
And people are saying, well, I guess that means he can't be wide receiver 1. Scouts need to see him. They saw him already.
Okay, here's the thing. Marvin Harrison Jr., has been around the league since he's a little boy, hanging out with his father. I think, is his father in the Hall of Fame now?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So he's learned from a Hall of Famer how to be a wide receiver. You've seen it on the field at Ohio State. He's the real deal, okay? He's went out there and I mean, probably, let's be real, probably Will Johnson's worst game ever was him. And Will Johnson is him. I love Will Johnson. But Marvin Harrison Jr. was a little bit better. If you're Marvin, he's not playing everybody's game. I'm not going to the combine. I'm not doing all. Either you're going to draft me or you're not. I'm not going to sit here and let you pick me apart. I respect that.
Well, the funny thing is, you know everything you need to know about that guy. I understand having a pro day if you're a 2nd-round pick or a 3rd-round pick is the best receiver in the game. You don't need to have a pro day. And by the way, I don't think any scout or NFL team is going to be like, well, yeah, we're not going to pick him because he didn't have a pro day. You know what he brings to the table. He'll still be the first receiver off the board.
Yeah, the report says that he talked to 7 teams at the combine and asked each of them, do you need to see anything at the pro day?
That's very nice of him.
They all said no.
Right.
But why?
Right. I mean, that's just it. The only thing you can do is go out there, trip, fall, injure yourself, or have a bad day and cost yourself money.
And by the way, then it's on ESPN and everybody's talking about it. I like that, though. I'm going to use that at every interview I go on from here on out. Right? I'm not going to have this job forever, I would assume, right? Every job. What do you need from me? What can I do for you?
So I started off the football today talking about Caleb Williams and USC's pro day. And
wait a second. Why is the board on your side? I was promised that board.
Whose show is it?
There is an individual at Caleb's pro day that is connected to the Bears that is not in the front office. We talk about being smart for Quinn Ewers. Keenan Allen showed up at his pro day, who got traded to the Bears this week. That's smart, because now they can meet privately. They can talk about things that the GM and the...
So why is Keenan Allen there?
He's at the pro day because he's going to, I would imagine, have
Caleb
a private session with
him?
Caleb Williams later on.
Oh,
that's
okay.
what I would imagine.
I'm trying to think, he can't have a kid for you. Like,
No.
why is he there?
He's there hanging out. He's a Bears wide receiver now. He got traded to the Bears.
Understand. I just thought maybe he had a connection because I
like that.
That's smart.
That's like all those stories of guys going out to Los Angeles in the offseason to practice with their quarterbacks. I dig that because Caleb's going to be his quarterback. You think it's going to fail, right?
Isaiah
I
Stewart has
thought
got
you
a
were going to bring
hamstring
up some
sprain.
Matthew Stafford.
No, Matthew Stafford did it. Jared Goff has done it too. All these quarterbacks take their receivers out.
Sometimes you can't help yourself.
Red Wings getting ready for their biggest game of the year, perhaps hosting the
I'm not
Islanders
as
tomorrow night at Little
sold
Caesars
on
Arena.
Caleb Williams
Lucas
as everybody
Raymond had
else.
2 goals in last night's
I think
season-defining win over Columbus. He was
He
asked
can be
this
very
afternoon
reckless
about the
with
pressure
the
of the playoff race.
He's going to have to dial that in. He's going to have to realize that those wild throws that everybody loved at USC, everybody in the NFL can run about a 4.445, and he's not going to be able to pick apart weak
Head
people
coach
in the
Derek Malone
secondary
says
and
it is
weak
possible
defenses.
that Dylan Larkin
He's going to
could
have real
return
people
from his
coming
lower
after
body
him.
injury
If
tomorrow
he's going to
night.
try to
And at
play
76
that
points, the
style
Wings
and
hold
be
the second
very
wild card spot in the
Mahomes-like,
East. The
there's a
Islanders
reason why
3 points
Mahomes
back.
is Mahomes.
Puck drop
I'll just
tomorrow
leave it
night
at
right
that.
here on 97.1 at 7 o'clock.
I think he's going to be really
And Lions
good. I
quarterback
just
Cam
don't know how
Sutton
many
wanted for
plays he's going
domestic
to be able to
violence in
keep alive
Florida
with his
after
feet like he did in
allegedly
college.
strangling a woman.
But
Sutton has
I
been
kind
on
of
the
feel
run
you're
since March
throwing him
7th,
into a
and
pretty
police
good
say they have not been
situation.
able to
They
contact
got a
him.
good tight
In a
end in
statement to
Komet. You got
97.1,
some
the
good
Lions say they're aware of
receivers
the
now. The
situation
defense
and
in
have no
Chicago is
further
pretty
You know
good.
why he's going to be in a good situation? No, because the coach actually wants him.
won the ticket.
Because I don't think anybody in Chicago
5 o'clock hour, 5:03, the Valenti and Rico show. Mike back tomorrow. Mike and Rico and Hatchet are going to be in Vegas. All right, so we got to talk about last night, right? We got to talk about being 12.6 seconds away from not only disaster, but the season being over. The Wings win in overtime against one of the worst teams in the East. In fact, the worst team in the East in the Columbus Blue Jackets. So now they're, at least for the day, right now, they're 1 point up on the playoff cut line. And if Washington wins tonight, then they will overtake the Wings spot. Of course, tomorrow the Wings are going to play the Islanders at Little Caesars Arena. I think when I was talking to you pre-show, you had the best question for people. Go ahead. Enlighten us.
No. What is it?
You asked me, similar to Michigan State basketball, are you enjoying this? Or is it just way too stressful and you want it to be over? And if they would have lost yesterday, it probably kind of had a feeling like it would be over despite having 13 games left and still being in it.
I was about to say, we talked about it a lot, but yeah, Kenny had him fired. He was like, done. You lose this game and you're over. And it was 12 seconds away from Kenny, I thought, really getting his wish. Because I'm like, man, if this is really happening. They went down 2-0, then they came back.
Rico, this was not my wish, first of all. I wanted him to succeed. I want this team to make the playoffs.
Yeah, you want to win.
Yeah, exactly. And if they can do it with all what they have now, absolutely.
So, because it was like almost like Mike with Michigan State basketball. Do you just want this thing to go off the rails, make the change, write this year off, and start all over again with a new coach? Or maybe the new coach jumpstarts his team, but have you just reached that point now with the coach where you're just like, I can't, or can you, like for me, I was just like, give him the rest of the year. Let's see what happens.
Well, it's not even so much with the coach and Derek Lalonde or anything like that. I do wonder if people are tired of losing the bad teams and seeing this 8 losses in 10-game streak, or if you're like, dude, they are 1 point up. They got a playoff spot. Haven't been to the postseason since 16. I want this so bad. And by the way, you guys mentioned it. Like, Derek Lalonde finally kind of snapped yesterday. Even though they won in one of the most thrilling games ever, Lucas Raymond saves the game with 12.6 seconds. Patrick Kane wins it in overtime. Did you see this
2
quote?
seconds in.
Did you see this quote from Derek Lalonde postgame? He essentially said his team quit in the first period. Quote, I was flabbergasted. I was shocked, disappointed, never thought with this group that it felt like they quit. And I couldn't believe it. We talked it through in the first intermission and how much adversity and bounce back this group has shown this year, how much this group has shown in the 2 years I've been here. I could not believe it. Now, obviously.
No, he sounds like a man who is on the hot seat. He sounds like a man who knows at any given moment that phone is going to ring. It's going to be Eiserman. I got to go to his office and I'm fired.
So are fans enjoying this, though? Like, are you kind of similar to Michigan State? We got Mike Valenti who wants them to lose tomorrow. He hates the fact that the program has been stagnant for 4 years. But that's a team that has gone to the tournament for 26 straight years, right? With the Wings, you haven't been to the postseason since 2016. So I kind of feel there's 2 ways to look at it. You are ready to be done with this crap. You don't like playing bad against bad teams. You don't like not dominating the Columbus Blue Jackets. You don't like the emotional roller coaster. Or you effing love it because you are so close to the postseason for the first time in almost a decade. First time ever seeing playoff hockey at Little Caesars Arena. You dig it. You love it. The roller coaster's fantastic. What are you? Kenny, what are you?
I love it. I'm a big fan. We're doing this, and it's finally here where we're actually watching these games in this time of the year going, all right, this means something. This is important. I just hate the fact that it's caused by this. I hate the fact that we couldn't have just stayed hot and kept winning, because right now we had to go through, is Derek Lalonde our head coach? And his quote there kind of bothered me, too, because he said, I was flabbergasted. I've never seen them give up before.
Except for?
Did you watch the Arizona games? Did you watch the Pittsburgh? They gave up. Don't act flabbergasted. I think Rico's right. He's only saying that because he knows he's facing some pressure now. Mm-hmm. I think Stevie may have said something.
Yeah, he doesn't want to answer his phone. He is just like, oh, man. Wait, is that okay? No, he probably has it when he's changed Stevie's names to just please God no, and then all of a sudden it rings. Please God, okay, got to go talk to the boss. All right.
I wonder what the average Wings fan feels like. I assume most people are enjoying this, but let's not forget they got outshot 20-6 in the first period. They got booed off the ice.
You were enjoying it when you were closer to maybe overcoming Toronto, and you're like, okay, we don't even have to settle for just getting in. Like, maybe we can really do something. Car flags were flying. Remember, we were offering people, hey, how many flags? 4 flags means they're in.
Now
5
they're on
flags.
discount.
And we had people calling up saying, hey, they could go for a run for the cup. I offered an option, was told to,
Yeah.
Whoops. Wrong one. But,
I told you to do that as well.
Right. That's what people were telling me. Like, there's your offer. No. People felt good. And then all of a sudden, it wasn't, okay, you lost 2 out of 5.
No, it was 7 in a row.
Or it wasn't, you know what, you lost 3, but you went to overtime, that type of thing. You got a point. No. You just collapsed. And it was about as bad as last year when they were in the playoffs for about 18 hours and then the bottom fell out. We all thought you were safe this year. You're in. We were talking about April in the D that you were going to have. Tigers opening day, draft happening, and Wings in the playoffs.
You know what? It's funny you say that. You're right. We were living high. We were very excited. I was very excited. I was comfortable. And recently I've had conversations about that April, and now I'm questioning in my head, well, the Wings may have a playoff game. I don't like this. I'm not having fun. I really wanted to be comfortable in the wild card, or at least fighting. We were fighting for third in the division.
Wait, so much that you're almost ready for it to be done?
No, not ready for it to be done. I just want them to make a decision either way at this point. Either I'm going to be pissed they missed the playoffs, either just fall flat on your face or fight. And they're not fighting.
That's true.
To Kenny's point, they're not fighting enough for me.
I wonder if the losing has wrecked people's excitement for the postseason. I wonder if this streak has wrecked your fun, because you're absolutely right, Rico. When they had won 6 in a row, they were bludgeoning teams. And we all had these unbelievable aspirations, like they could win a playoff round. They could face Toronto in the second round.
They could get hot.
This could be great. 8 seeds do it all the time, right?
Hot goalie. Yeah. People were imagining.
And now has it cheapened it? Has it devalued it? Has it made it worse? 248-539-9797. The ticket text, the exact same number. I still enjoy it myself.
How do you handle this frustration? Because it's not going the way that you thought, but you're invested. Whether you were listening to us or whether you're just a hockey fan, you're invested in this team. You want to see it, but they are so frustrating to watch. Even when they win, you're just like, oh my God, that just took 3 years off my life.
97 won the ticket.
Planet Fitness is the home of the judgment-free zone, where anybody, and I mean anybody, can go in there and get their workout on. Nice, clean facilities. Hey, some places even have brand new cardio and strength training equipment. If you say you're short on time, don't worry about it. Get a full body workout in just 30 minutes on the Planet Fitness 30-minute circuit. And all Planet Fitness memberships include fitness training at no extra cost. So you got that extra motivation. You get all that for $10 a month with no commitment. That's right. It's still $10 a month. But now through March 21st, $1 down, $24.99 a month, you can sign up for the Black Card. Why do you need the Black Card? Well, a few reasons. One, let's say you travel a lot. You can go to any Planet Fitness throughout the world. That's 2,500 Planet Fitnesses worldwide. Or you got a workout buddy. You get unlimited guest privileges. You could take your buddy with you to the gym, and you guys can get your workout on together. $1 down, $24.99 a month, now through March 21st. But you got to go into Planet Fitness before the 21st to get this deal. Go to planetfitness.com.
Hey, can you do me a favor, Rico? Can you hit the chair crash? Thank you. Because every time I hear this bump back on this show, because I listen all the time, it's always accompanied with the chair crash. Always. I don't know if you knew that or not.
I did not know.
Yes. Stuff I noticed. 248-539-9797. The ticket text, the exact same number. We're curious. Has the struggling ruined your excitement for the playoffs? I mean, currently the Red Wings are in a playoff spot. And it's been awful. It really has. Has the struggling ruined things for you? Because when they were down 2-0 yesterday to a really bad Columbus team, I had to do the game. I was getting ready to go in to do the first intermission. And I'm like, screw this. I was legitimately pissed off. I'm like, are you kidding me? And yeah, they came back. But I was pretty furious. I'm like, why am I wasting my time with this excitement? Like, screw this. It was such excitement. And now it's kind of like, crap. They're going to be down 3-0 like that.
No, it's going to take you on a roller coaster ride. You're not in the way that everybody thought that they were in. And it takes, because when you lose, it feels like you lost 3 in a row. But when you win, you look like the Wings players last night when they ran out on the ice and we got the overtime victory. And they looked like they just won a series. Like, you could see the jubilation, like, okay, relief. We did not squander an opportunity. We scored with 12.6 seconds left. And they just look like a team that they're feeling it. That's how it feels as a fan when you're in a situation like this. So for some people, you can embrace it. For others, you don't want to see it. And you just want to see changes. And you don't get changes when you win games.
Those were the last 2 periods of that game were probably 2 of the best periods I've watched them play in what felt like 2 months. I know it hasn't been that long since they played well, but it felt like it. Just seeing the actual try in the offensive zone and the defensive zone, seeing them shut down shots and ideas. I mean, I was finally happy to see them try. I'm sad that it took Derek Lalonde that long to figure out, hey, they need to kick in the pants here, but
I don't understand it to this moment. I really don't. Yesterday was pretty much everything. Season's on the line. You come out like that. I just have no clue. So many no-shows for this team. They fell apart. And maybe if they didn't show us the 6-game winning streak, maybe if they didn't show us that they're capable of beating good teams, then I'd be like, okay, fine. They're just a bad hockey team. But the fact that they got so hot for 6 games, the fact that they beat Colorado in our own barn 2-1, they pummeled Washington, who's a point behind them, 8-3, I think the final was. Like, if that doesn't happen, then fine, maybe this is who they are. But that did happen.
Do these slow starts at all make you curious about, hey, maybe what if they did make the playoffs? How would they look in the beginning of playoff hockey series? Playoff hockey games, I mean. How would they look to start those types of games?
I want to believe, and I'm probably a moron for believing this, I want to believe it's almost like the big relief. Making the tournament, making the playoffs. It's such a relief. They're not going to grip the stick too hard, and they play better hockey. The other thing that nobody's talking about, and we'll get to the calls, has the struggling ruined things for you? But the other thing that nobody's talking about is the goalie situation now stinks too. Like, Alex Lyon has played way too much. He's given up way too many goals. He's not even their number 1 netminder anymore. Now it's James Reimer. They don't have Ville Husso. So it is kind of a mess. It really is. But I'm curious how many people are still bought in and as excited as they were.
I think they're excited. I think they're brought in. But I think some just, they want to change because you don't feel the same way. Because now it feels like you're going to maybe squeak into the playoffs. But you don't have the confidence to think, we could actually win this series. We could actually do something. It's just, okay, we made the playoffs, and now we're just going to get knocked out by whoever the number 1 seed is.
Let's go to Brian in Woodhaven. You're on the ticket. What's going on, Brian?
Hey, Rieger. I was at the game last night, and I was one of the many people who booed when the team went down 2-0. And
as you
I got to admit, I mean, yeah, there was that initial high when Raymond scored with 12 seconds left, and then Kaner gets the OT winner. But, you know, now that that's kind of wore off and I'm looking back on it, it's like that Columbus is a terrible team. They're not playing for a playoff spot. You know, the guys that they have, like Zach Werenski, you know, they're not the same guys that they used to be. I mean, they had their backup goaltender in net last night. And, I still think when you look at it and you look at what Washington's doing, if Washington beats Toronto tonight, that's huge for them. The Islanders are on fire right now. This team needs Larkin back desperately, and they need a win tomorrow before I can really get optimistic again. Because after that performance last night against a terrible Columbus team, I got to admit, I'm kind of with you. I'm still a little down on this team right now.
See, I think he's pretty much where a lot of fans are, where, it's hard. Man, it is hard to root against your team. Like, we had fun with Kenny rooting against Oakland. But
Sure.
It's really hard.
Well, that's not his team.
No, right, but it's not his
Pretty
team.
apparent.
But it's really difficult for a team that you like to separate yourself and just say, you know what, we need to change. I don't want to do this anymore. I got to root against them.
Yeah, see, I think people would be super fired up if they make the playoffs. Like, all of this goes away. All the torment goes bye-bye. If you can just make the playoffs as an 8 seed, they're probably not going to be the first wild card team. Like, I truly believe that. But right now, when you're looking at these games coming up, like the Islanders tomorrow, I'll be honest, like 2 weeks ago, I feel I was very excited for this game. Now I'm looking at it with like gloom and doom. And by the way, they're not a good team either. Like, if you look at the teams chasing the Wings, the Capitals, not a great team. They're like a minus 27 goal differential. The Islanders, not a good team. They've lost 5 in a row. They're like a minus 24 goal differential. So the Wings should make the damn playoffs. And the fact that they're making it like this, it does ruin it a little bit for me. Go to Adam in Dearborn. You're on the ticket. Hey, Adam, how are you, bud?
Hey, how you doing?
Hey, man.
So I don't know what it is with this team, but Larkin is not a superstar. I don't know. We have depth, and we're acting like he's our He is our superstar, but on any other team, he's just a common all-star on just a good team. This team lacks mental toughness, and it's been a common theme with this team the last couple of years. And really this year, like, you go on a 6-game winning streak, and then you mean to tell me you lose 7 in a row? That's bad coaching, I think, on their part, but also a lacks mental toughness from the team. You have to have that going in the playoffs, because once Dylan Larkin went down, all of a sudden this team was just out in the dumpster. I absolutely don't get it.
Adam, I'm with you, man. I'm with you. Like, the funny thing is Dylan Larkin's a good player. And I think his stock is going up and up and up and up and up because they play bad without him. But the caller's right. Like, Dylan Larkin is not the best center in hockey. A lot of people, the joke was always like he's a second-line center at best, right? Like, I think he's a really good player, but there's no way he's this good. He's not the reason that you've lost 7 in a row or 8 of 10. I refuse to believe that.
No. And I think they had started losing before he even got hurt. So, yeah, I don't know what happened. But all of a sudden, it went from the highest of highs, and this team could go far. They could do some stuff, to the bottom fell out. And I think the team, everybody's looking for answers. You're hearing what the coach is saying as he's, calling out the players. He's feeling it's desperate. He knows my job's on the line. And you guys aren't helping it. You're going to make it very easy for Stevie to just pick up the phone and tell me I got to go. So thanks, guys.
What about some ticket text? What do you got, Hatchet?
I've stopped caring until the Wings officially clinch a playoff spot. If you told me at the beginning of the year this is where the Wings would be right now, I'd be happy. But the way they got there is just terrible. I thought they were going with the Lalone, be happy we're here.
Right, that quote.
Yeah. If they get hot again, it will be in the playoffs. Larks coming back soon. I'm all in, but they need to show more fight.
So it does seem like people are still enjoying it. You're right, Rico. I mean, you can't just quit the team. But, man, it's been exhausting.
You get angry. You get frustrated. You go through the whole
gamut of emotions.
Yeah, you do. And it's exhausting at the end because when you lose, it feels like you lost 3. But when you win, it's like, oh, my goodness. It's almost like that gambler's high.
Yeah, you're right, though, because last night they're down 3-2, score with 12 seconds left, and I'm jumping around like they won the Stanley Cup because at least we're getting a point. Yeah. And I'm like, oh, my gosh, thank you. And it was crazy to think that way, but that's how it was.
Yeah, it's a weird thing because then I was driving home yesterday, and you think to yourself, they made it that close against the Blue Jackets. Like, and listen, I know Victor Martinez used to have that quote, they drive Mercedes too. So, yeah, they're NHL players. They got good players on that team. Like Zach Wierenski's a really good player, right? But it should have never been that close. Should have no-showed like that. No. All right. One of my favorite segments of all time. I'm very honored to participate. Rico Beard. Sports by the numbers. Coming up next. 97.1 The Ticket.
Let's talk about the Chevy dealer in the area that's been leading the way. It's Hamilton Chevrolet in Warren, located at 14 Mile and Mound. Andrew Pavlik and his sales staff want to be your Chevy dealer. Why? Because they're going to guarantee you the lowest payment on your next Chevy, period. All March long, Hamilton Chevrolet is participating in Truckloads of Hope campaign. That's a donation drive that has supported over 400,000 people. So you can stop in, drop off essential shower and household items for this great cause. And hey, while you're there, check out Hamilton's great inventory, including this month's Rico deal, a new 2024 Chevy Silverado Crew Cab 4x4 for just $349 a month for 24 months. You walk in with $995 down, you drive away with 10,000 miles a year. You know what I say. The best deals are found at 14 Mile and Mound. Stop in and see my guys at Hamilton Chevrolet for details. Tell them Rico sent you. Make Hamilton Chevy your Chevy dealer. And visit HamiltonChevy.com. Together, let's ride.
All right, all right. By the numbers, if you missed anything today from Cam Sutton being
and
chased by the authorities.
Yeah, he was missing. It came out earlier today. We still haven't heard the sheriff's county down in Florida. Allegedly, incident happened on March 7th where he choked a young lady. They've been looking for him. His phone has been off. Sounds like, what, for 2 weeks now?
Yeah, March 7th. They can't get a hold of him. We are now just finding out about this. It's called Warrant Wednesday in Florida.
Yeah.
Hey, everybody, it's Warrant Wednesday. And then
Rieger,
Cam Sutton.
Serious topic.
No, I understand that. I just thought that was interesting alliteration. But yeah, so Cam Sutton obviously is being looked at. And the crazy thing is, as you mentioned, he seems like he's off the grid. Nobody's talked to him. He hasn't gone home. Nobody can call him.
Nobody knows where he's at. And, it's at least it's speculation. Now, for the football purposes of it, the Lions pretty much got to wait for the NFL. If the NFL suspends him, they get their money back off of the deal, but they got to spend it on another free agent, according to Dave Burkett. That's what he sent me earlier today. Waiting to see what happens from, the Lions say, hey, we know about this and we really don't have any further word about it. They didn't know about it until today.
Correct.
So this is just, it's an unfortunate situation all across the board, from the young lady down to this. I mean, we all hope that, Cam just gets his day in court. Like, they find him safe.
100%.
And we figure out what happens. We'll just figure it out when we figure it out. But yes, that's the big news of the day. We don't have any new information, which is why we didn't come back to it, because there was really nothing left to say. If you're the Lions, you're going to get out that contract. If you're the Lions, you're going to be sitting there saying, okay, cornerback is probably a high priority. Now, yesterday, it was best player available. Not anymore.
Yep.
Now you need a corner.
Yeah, there's no question about that. The dead cap hit would be $19 million, but I mean, I don't think it would ever get that far. You would assume that maybe Cam Sutton, if he were to get suspended by the league, then the Lions would be able to drop that contract and, as you mentioned, kind of get reimbursed and go sign another player. But yeah, there's no new news, and a tragic story without a doubt. Hatchet, ticket text.
Yeah, regarding Cam Sutton, someone is asking, how come we are hearing this on the 20th, not the 10th? Or the 12th. Because it happened on the 7th.
Yeah, but I think they were looking for him. They've tried to reach out to him, as the story goes. They can't get a hold of him. So now they're actually looking for the public's help.
Right, so now we're going to use social media. Hey, guys.
Have you seen this guy?
Has anybody seen this guy? Because he's wanted. We need him back down here. You try to keep things in-house until you can't anymore.
Right.
So we were talking Red Wings, and people are texting in saying, I've never liked this coach. I don't understand why Stevie didn't and doesn't go get Gallant.
Crazy thing is, I did like this coach until I didn't like this coach. Like, 6-game winning streak, I'm like, wow, Derek Lalonde, great coach, playing great hockey. But as far as Gerard Gallant's concerned, he's out there. And I saw this article last week from January. He wants to coach again. This is a dude that took the Knights to the Cup Finals. He took the Rangers to the Eastern Conference Finals. But I'm pretty sure Lalonde is Stevie's guy. I don't think Yzerman is parting ways with Derek Lalonde no matter what happens this year. I could be wrong about that.
Yzerman, for all he has done, has been too blunt about setting expectations on his team and selling them short. By not addressing defense and adding a top forward at the deadline, he effectively told the team they aren't going to get it done this year. Ron and Warren said this from day one. Don't fall for Stevie's smoke and mirrors. Overrated, overrated, overrated. That is from Ron and Warren.
Kenny, what do you think about that?
I disagree. No, I do not want to fire Steve Yzerman.
Fire Steve Yzerman.
I think overrated's a little far. He's getting you into a playoff chase when he started with less than nothing on his team.
I would like to see a little more progress. I do remember having the conversations at the start of the year, how we were all kind of underwhelmed by the JT Comfers of the world and the Oli Matas and, some of the moves that he made. And we all looked like morons during the winning streak. And now we're back to wondering if he made the right moves at the deadline. I think next year's the year. Like, I can't prove this, but I'm pretty sure Steve doesn't really care all that much about making the playoffs. If he did, he would have been pretty active at the deadline. He believes in what he has down in Grand Rapids, and eventually, hopefully, we'll get to see those guys. That's what I'm thinking.
All right. Lucas Raymond has earned so much respect from me during this cold streak. If he can maintain this level of play, when Larks comes back, the Wings should get hot again. From Derek in Royal Oak. He says, I'll take battling for a playoff spot over whatever the Pistons are doing any day of the week. Get Larkin back, and let's see what this team can do.
Yeah, by the way, the Pistons, 2 guys out for the year.
Yeah, Sar Thompson is out with a blood clot, and Stewart is out with a hamstring tear, I believe it is.
They're both done for the year.
All right, then.
We got Jeff Rieger coming up next.
Next show is me for 35 minutes. I have a special guest.
Wait.
Rico.
Do I get to play Wojo? I can leave.
You can leave. You want to stick around? Dude, I got a big-time guest. You know what? At 6:17.
I may stick around because, the flight got delayed.
You guys had to delay flight to go to Vegas? Wait, can we do this?
The flight got
Can I tell you who my guest is? Okay.
Wow, Kenny.
There's a rule here at 97.1 The Ticket. When you do an over 4-hour shift, so I'll be on for 4 hours and 35 minutes, you get to bring on a guest. I have Greg Campy calling in at 6:17 to talk about going and taking on Kentucky. Kenny, you going to stay and answer the phones?
I got hockey to watch tonight. It's a big night in the league. There's 3 whole games on. I got to get out of here.
Do you have a message for Campy that I can pass on?
Good luck. Good luck, sir. I wish you a good luck.
Yeah, you do. Look for Kenny Cott tomorrow at a bar near Oakland University.
Yeah, I may stick around.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay. For the whole time? 35 more minutes?
No.
Oh.
Well, I mean, I guess.
Why not?
Whenever his interview's over, then I'm out the door.
He's not calling into the last segment of that show.
Why? Get him in earlier.
Listen,
do you want me here or not?
He's a busy man.
Do you want me here or not?
You call Campy and tell him that you want to reschedule.
What is he going to say? No?
I mean, he glad hands both of you. It wouldn't be a problem, I don't think.
Anyway, we got Greg Campy coming your way at 6:17.
Tell him he's coming
in
on
Pittsburgh.
Early. Let's get him in the first segment.
No, I had something else for the first segment. If you want to stick around.
What do you got for the first segment?
I got something. It's a good topic.
I'm sure it's not that great. Let's call Campy.
Why are you like this?
What?
Why are you like
this? Because
our
flight got delayed. That's why he's like this.
Right. Listen, you're eating into my time now. Okay, this is almost the Jeff Rieger and Wojo show.
Do you want me to stick around or not?
Listen.
Get him on early.
I'm not going to get him on
in the
early.
first block.
He's a busy man. He's a busy man, but I love you to stick around.
Are we going to talk Michigan basketball in the first block?
No. I have a question for you. I have a question for the people. It involves the NCAA tournament. We'll get to Greg Campy at 6:17. We got Pistons basketball after that, and then Kenny Cott is going to stick around and talk the Campy postgame show. All right? 97 won the ticket. Hey, DJ.